Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The story began in the port city of Les. A seagull shuddered when it noticed a ship in the distance. Soon the ship docked at the port. Raymond smiled widely. He raised his hands, happy that the journey was over. A girl in a rabbit costume winked at the guy, telling him to do her a favor by buying a potion. The seller held up a fish, telling him to buy one of the best of these fish. The roofs of the buildings were mostly painted blue. Raymond looked at the city with eyes shining with delight. Walker approached the guy and grinned, asking if he was really that happy. The guys froze when someone behind him told Walker to be honest and admit that he also liked being here. Thuron closed his eyes and smiled, saying that he himself would jump for joy. He raised his head, saying that this is where their adventures begin. A moment later, the group continued walking towards the building of the trade union. This was the age of adventure. Many adventurers gathered together to start their own stories, becoming heroes. People entered the portals that one day began to appear on Earth. Inside the portals, terrible monsters were waiting for people. Despite the death of many people in the portals, mysterious and powerful artifacts and treasures lured other adventurers. Walker extended his finger and said that they needed bait. Raymond stood dumbfounded, not understanding what he was talking about. Imagining the monsters, Walker said that they could not develop a strategy without knowing the type of monster in the gate, and there were unexpected variables, so they needed a slave. The girl standing behind Raymond said that this was a good plan. The slaves were sitting in a cage. The merchant led Walker past the cells, saying that all the slaves here were used as bait. Smiling widely, the merchant said that they definitely would not regret buying them. Then he recommended a couple of slaves. Pointing to the two guys in the cage, the man said that they had only recently received them, so both were in great shape. After a while, a group of 6 of them approached the gate. Taking out a dagger, Walker said that at the entrance to the dungeon, marks are made to see how many groups are already inside. A moment later, he stabbed the knife into the tree. Looking at his comrades behind him, the guy asked them if they were ready. His comrades smiled, saying that they were ready. A few seconds later, the entire group passed through the gate. Raymond fell forward, almost falling. He said that he felt strange. Suddenly, his eyes and mouth opened wide in shock. Huge mushrooms were growing right in front of him. The group stopped, saying to each other that the atmosphere here was completely different than they expected. Walker looked around and told everyone not to worry, because portals usually open far from the places where monsters are generated. The girl began to approach the slaves. She quickly looked behind her. A monster that suddenly appeared opened its mouth, wanting to bite her. A moment later, blood sprayed in all directions. Everyone in the group turned around and screamed excitedly. The monster slightly bent down after attacking Charlotte. A few seconds later, other monsters appeared. They completely surrounded the group. Walker grabbed his staff tighter. Using magic, he formed 2 fire arrows. The arrow hit the closest monster, throwing it away from the girl. Walker turned around, ordering them to tie the bait to a tree and run. Thuron immediately pointed a dagger at the slave, telling him not to move. Raymond closed his eyes, asking the guy for forgiveness. The guys shouted after the group, asking them not to leave them. A moment later, monsters pounced on one of the slaves. The monster's paw attacked the second guy from behind. At this time, Walker and his group stopped in the forest. The guy, bent over from fatigue, said that there was no strategy here and it was better for them to just get out as soon as possible. Raymond was breathing heavily, his eyes wide open in horror. Thuron grabbed the guy by the clothes, telling him to come to his senses and listen to what Walker was telling him. Frowning angry, Kairen told Raymond to calm down, because even if it didn't work out now, it would work out in another. They had to live in the present. When the guy smiled, saying that they would definitely get out, a monster appeared behind him. With one blow, he slammed the guy's body into the ground. Walker straightened up and screamed in anger. The monster removed its paw from the enemy's holy body. Raymond trembled with horror looking at his friend's corpse. Walker, in anger, formed a fire arrow. The enemy's tongue flew out of his mouth at great speed. In a second, it wrapped around the guy's neck. Walker tried to free himself with his hands, but the monster simply dragged him into its mouth. A minute later, blood spurted. Raymond clenched his teeth until it hurt. His hand trembled from fear. A moment later, he fell to the ground in front of the monster. The monster opened its mouth, wanting to eat the lying guy. A second later, his jaws closed on Raymond's body. Blood flowed from Raymond's mouth. He screamed in agony. The protagonist's leg was on the tree. Raymond, bleeding, cried. When he opened his eyes, he saw the protagonist. Elpom's hair covered his eyes. Raymond raised a trembling hand, saying that he was glad to see him. Now he can help him. Smiling nervously, the crying Raymond said that everyone from his team died and only they remained. Raymond raised his hand higher, telling Elpom that he can't get out of here alone. A moment later, he clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist crouched on the tree, saying nothing in response. Raymond panicked and screamed, telling the guy to stop looking and save him. Elpom grinned. He jumped to the ground. Straightening up, the guy said that it was too late. More than half of Raymond's body was already in the monster's mouth. The guy himself stared in horror at his reflection. His lips stretched into a smile. Raymond laughed. Laughing, the guy extended his hand, telling Elpom that he would not be able to get out of here. A moment later, the monster's jaws closed. The blood of the dead flowed down. Elpom now stood alone in front of the enemy. The monster bent its legs. It rushed forward at great speed. The monster appeared in front of the guy in a second. The protagonist's eye calmly watched the enemy. He raised his spear, saying that he would not die. With one jerk, he pierced the monster's body through and through. The dead body fell to the ground. Elpom covered his face with his hand. Adjusting his hair, he said that he would definitely not die here. In the future, a volcano eruption will occur, which the protagonist will watch. He and his team stood on a cliff. The monsters spread their wings and flew towards him. Each of the monsters had a different demonic appearance. Among them flew a dragon of enormous proportions. This three-headed dragon was the king of dragons. The girl opened her lips, saying that the centaur's nest had fallen. Approaching the protagonist, she said that they had nothing left to rely on, since the Knights of Cygnus, the Resistance, the Crusaders, and the Adventurers had all died. As the wind blew the girl's hair, she said that even the sixth hopeful had died. Looking at the protagonist's back, she said that only he was left. Elpom turned around, looking at the girl. Now he was the last adventurer. The two approached the cliff, saying that this was their last battle. A moment later, the entire group was covered by the shadow of a dragon. The monster opened its mouth wide. The forest was ablaze with flames. The protagonist stood motionless, bleeding. The dead bodies of his comrades lay around him. Right in front of Elpom lay the head of a dragon. The boy raised his head. In the sky, he saw the king of dragons, one of whose heads was cut off. All the efforts of the protagonist were in vain, because the king had already begun to regenerate his head. With his mouth wide open, the monster began to dive down. Elpom's eye began to close. He closed his eyes, realizing that this was the end. His body hunched over. Elpom gave up. Suddenly, he punched the ground. The guy, frozen in a sitting position, told him not to make him laugh. The veins on his face bulged, and his jaw clenched in anger. Philip was pierced by the dragon's tail. Jadon died from blood loss, lying on the ground. Elises pushed the protagonist away, saving him from death. Tears gathered in her eyes, but her lips stretched into a smile. All three sacrificed themselves. The protagonist raised his head and screamed. The guy staggered to his feet. He did not agree with fate. He looked at the sky with angry eyes. Raising his hand and aiming at the Dragon King, Elpom said that everything cannot end like this. Mana began to accumulate and concentrate on his hand. Soon, a huge amount of compressed mana gathered above Elpom. He converted the mana into an arrow, intending to kill the enemy, even if it meant sacrificing himself. Suddenly, the mana sphere on his palm dissipated. The protagonist froze in shock, looking at the mana that shattered like glass. He immediately began to vomit blood. The Dragon King opened his mouth, wanting to attack. A moment later, a stream of mana burst out of his mouth. This purple flame appeared in front of the protagonist. The whole world for him at that moment plunged into darkness. Elpom tried to understand why everything ended this way. Water rushed over the guy's body. The protagonist opened his eyes in horror. He was sitting on the floor, shackled. The man standing in front of him irritatedly said that no tricks can him, a slave for bait. The protagonist stood up, listening to someone say that new slaves had arrived here. Elpom twisted his wrists. Many people walked from cage to cage asking about the prices of slaves. Elpom was breathing heavily and sweating heavily. Looking around, he mentally said that the slave market should have disappeared long ago. The man who was with him, closing his eyes, angrily said that he should not cling to life so much. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the man. It was he who had disposed of his life 6 years ago. The man himself frowned. He clenched his fist in rage. The man's fist approached the guy's face. The water rippled. On this day, the protagonist returned to the starting point. Light traces of blood remained on his cheek. The protagonist, sitting on the floor, tried to figure out if he was sleeping. Soon the merchant brought the walker group to him. Stopping in front of the cage, he pointed his hand at Elpom and began to praise him. The protagonist frowned at the enemy. He did not think about anything else because he was already given a second chance. Elpom picked up his staff. Looking at the staff with a ruby on top, he said that it was a staff for a fire arrow. He threw the weapon behind his back. It was an ideal weapon for his level. Walking through the battlefield, the protagonist thought that this weapon was not enough because an adventurer should have more than just a weapon. Elpom stopped when he saw a severed leg. He took off his boot from his foot, hoping to find valuables. Finding a ring, he put it on his finger. The telekinesis ring glowed brightly. The protagonist looked back sharply. He saw a crowd of monsters rushing towards him. Turning to them, the protagonist realized that they had come for the smell of blood. The monster stamped his foot hard. Many monsters rushed at the boy at once. With a swing of his spear, the protagonist killed one enemy. The monster behind him stuck out its tongue, attacking with it. With its tongue, it grabbed the protagonist's spear. A moment later, the spear shaft was broken. Elpom's eyes widened in shock. The monster opened its mouth, appearing behind him. Flames began to concentrate in one point. Using a fire arrow, the protagonist killed the enemy and retreated. Frowning, he decided to use the ring. The fire arrow flew in the air. The protagonist extended his hand. Using the ring's telekinesis, he took control of the arrow, killing the enemies with it. Soon, the arrow began to dissipate. Many corpses of monsters fell to the ground. Their comrades standing to the side roared. The protagonist took a stance, wanting to use the arrow again. His eyes stared at the staff in disbelief. The boy quickly jumped to the side. His fire arrow did not activate. Looking at the staff, he realized that it was on recharge. The monster, opening its mouth, rushed towards the guy. Elpom stepped on the ground with his foot. He hit the monster with the staff from a turn. Then he began to deliver lightning strikes, wanting to kill the enemy faster. The guy kicked the monster. The enemy's body was thrown back. Squinting, the guy tried to understand when it would all end. Soon, flames began to concentrate in his staff. A crowd of monsters, opening their mouths, approached him. The protagonist frowned at them. A fiery arrow flew forward. Elpom immediately activated the ring on his hand. The arrow changed its trajectory, starting to attack all the monsters. A hole formed in the monster standing right in front of the protagonist. The corpses of the monsters fell to the ground. The girl raised her head. Looking at the guy in front of her, she said that he was not an ordinary slave for bait. The protagonist looked at the girl. She gritted her teeth and said that he was too skilled for a slave. The bleeding girl asked the guy why he had this staff. The girl stared at the guy's hand with the staff in it. Frowning and angry, she screamed, saying that it was impossible for him to awaken while being just a slave. Abruptly freezing, the girl looked at the battlefield and asked if he had planned everything. Elpom turned to the girl without saying anything. His eyebrows rose as he looked at her. The forest became silent for a few seconds. The girl shuddered when the guy asked her if she had said everything. Bowing her head, the protagonist said that she was wrong, although nothing would have changed anyway. Charlotte gritted her teeth, saying that this was nonsense. The girl clenched her jaw until she ground her teeth. Elpom pointed the staff at the girl, saying that he despised her kind. The events take us to the city. People on the streets stared in shock at one person. Someone was walking along the streets of the city. People looking at the protagonist tried to understand how the slave returned alone. Elpom himself squinted, realizing that he needed to hurry so as not to repeat the previous outcome of events. Soon the guy reached the headquarters of the trade union. He stood in front of it, deciding to get rid of the label of a slave. At this time, other adventurers passed by. Biss, sitting in a chair, asked in disbelief how the slave returned alive. The man frowned and said that the guy returned without a single scratch, and all the adventurers who were with him there died inside. Biss shook off the ashes. Frowning at his subordinate, he said that this was interesting. Those who fell into slavery because of debts were again made bait, even if they managed to survive by escaping from the monster. However, if they tried to escape from the trade union, they were killed. Their skeletons could form a whole mountain. The man clasped his fingers. Raising his head, he asked if this was the approach of the Gapper trade union. The man closed his eyes, saying that there was one more important thing, namely that the slave had awakened the first circle. Ebis's eye widened in shock. Taking a drag on his cigarette, he asked if the slave had really awakened. He frowned again, realizing that the slave might have animosity towards them. The man wanted to turn away, but his subordinate said that the guy wanted to change the terms of the agreement, namely to register as an adventurer. Ebis's mouth dropped open in surprise. His subordinate put his hand to his chest, saying that Master Rakan had ordered him to personally handle this matter. Ebis jumped up when he heard the name of the boss. Imagining the leader of the Gapper Union, he tried to understand why he was interested in a simple slave. Looking at the book on the table, he decided that everything could be because of her. Soon the door of his office closed. The cigar was placed on the table. Standing up and walking to the window, Ebis thought about it. The Empress had long ago ordered the abolition of the slave status, but it was only a superficial decree. Because people have always been slaves to money, they were ready to kill each other for it. If a person borrowed money and could not return it, they had to pay by working in the mines with a pick and shovel. Such a simple concept created a group of slaves in the Maple world. When the protagonist's father, his only living relative, fell ill, shackles were placed on his neck. Black moss, a medicinal ingredient he bought for his father from the Gapper trade union, cost him many times more than the market price. Standing in the middle of the courthouse, the boy heard his sentence. The protagonist's mouth opened in amazement as he listened to the sentence. The judge hit the gavel, saying that he would be forced to atone for the debt with work. This is how this young man spent 6 years under the control of the Gapper Union. Now he sat in front of Ebis, preparing to pay his bills. Frowning slightly, the protagonist introduced himself. He knew that in front of him sat one of the close subordinates of Rakan, one of the leaders of Gapper. The man closed his eyes, saying that he had been introduced to his story, so he would be brief. He placed the cup on the table. Frowning, he said that he would transfer him to the rank of F-class adventurers. Elpom grinned, surprised by such a quick agreement. Ebis narrowed his eyes. The protagonist smiled widely and said that he needed E-class. The man leaned back in his chair saying that he could not hand him over because he did not even have a rating in the Adventurers Association. So looking at the cup and the table, the interlocutors began an argument. The protagonist said that the first adventurers became famous because they survived after fighting monsters. Ebis leaned on the table and said that he admitted it. Looking at his hand, he said that not everyone could definitely survive as bait for 3 years, but that was all because he had only been in low-level portals. Taking out a cigar, Ebis asked if he considered them idiots. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought. The man watched the boy open his eyes and felt creepy. Suddenly the boy looked up at Ebis when she said that there was a place where there were already 12 marks and only 5 people could enter. Ebis smiled widely. Remembering the tree with marks, Ebis said that more than 12 teams had already died in that gate. The protagonist frowned at the man telling him to prove what he was capable of. He held out the contract with a grin. The events take us to the forest. The group stood in front of the protagonist and asked him if he was the newbie who agreed to go with them. The leader of the group extended his hand and introduced himself. Pointing to his comrades behind him, he said that they knew his story and they didn't care that he was bait. The protagonist looked at them sadly and greeted them. A tan guy approached and asked if he was a mage after receiving confirmation. He asked if there were rules for elementalist mages. Shev smiled and said that mages could only use their attribute. He glanced at his comrade saying that any items of another element are useless for elementalist mages. 3 members of the group smiled at the protagonist saying that their goal is to get items left behind by groups that died earlier. Shev grinned and said that they need to return the items to the Union later. His comrade sighed and began to whine saying that the money the Union pays is 2 times less than the real price. So the group began to discuss the plan of action standing in the forest. A huge forest grew inside the portal. The group stopped in the middle of the gloomy forest deciding to set up a base. Pointing to a huge tree, one of the group members said that this tree was big enough to set up a base. Nails and ropes fell to the ground. A tan guy approached the protagonist and told him to rest while they were setting up a base. Having built the base, the group gathered under the tree. Tom, Mask, and Ro were the first group. Shev pointed at the protagonist and said that they were going west to survey the situation. If something happened, they needed to give a signal. Elpom followed Shev. Shev frowned and said that there were no objects or even tracks. Elpom stopped when the commander asked him if he liked his first mission as an adventurer. Looking at the commander's back, he said that he was a little nervous. Shev smiled and said that he still gets nervous when he enters the gate. Looking at the sky, he said that he was able to be brave because there were good people around, although he was a little embarrassed to say it. Elpom looked at the guy's back and listened to him say that he was sincerely sorry to hear his story. Turning to the protagonist, Shev offered to join them. The guy stared in shock at Elpom, who remained standing behind. Seeing that the guy was looking at his tracks, he told him not to worry about it. At night, the group gathered around the campfire. Shev chewed chicken and told everyone to stop talking about work while eating. Elpom drank some water. Soon the fire went out and the forest became completely dark. Snoring was heard on the constructed Baja. Someone lit a torch approaching Elpom. Shev frowned and asked the guy if he was asleep. The guy wrapped in a blanket did not answer. Someone put his hand on the captain's shoulder. Tom smiled widely, taking out his blade, saying that the boy was fast asleep. Approaching Elpom, he said that he would be very lucky if he did not die. Swinging to strike, Tom decided to get to work. The blade pierced the canvas. Tom froze, his eyes widened. Removing the blanket, he saw a log and a couple of pillows under it. The group screamed and stepped back in horror. Shev turned sharply, ordering to find the guy. Suddenly, part of the base behind him exploded. The protagonist standing on a tree nearby watched everything. Shev and Max looked at the fire with alarm and screamed. Max pointed his hand to the side and called the captain. A huge eye of a monster appeared right in front of the tree. Shev's eye opened wide in horror. The monster opened its mouth. The group quickly jumped down to escape. A moment later, the monster yanked the base apart. The protagonist, sitting on the tree, mentally said that if the group wanted to deceive him, they shouldn't have shown kindness. Looking at the fleeing people, he said that at the gate where more than 12 teams had already died, where it would be difficult for veterans, they couldn't have greeted him so warmly. Looking at the monster, the guy realized who it was. He had already guessed by the traces of corrosion, but in real life the monster was still bigger. The trees were torn out by the roots when the monster passed by. The fleeing chef said that their compatibility was terrible. Looking at Max behind him, he said that it was a golden slug. Looking at the boss rushing at them, Shev said that this was an extremely rare boss encountered in the Red Gate. The monster's slime, like itself, consisted of acid. It corroded everything. Shev looked back. The stream of acid almost hit him. Shev and Max stopped trying to get up. The group stopped, realizing that the monster's skill allows it to shoot acid from its body. Max trembled, screaming in horror. Starting to run again, the group tried to figure out how they could save themselves. Pointing to the core, Chev said that they needed to destroy it. Tom grinned, assuming that the monster had a recharge. A moment later, he turned around and rushed at the monster. In a couple of seconds, it flew up to him. Chev extended his hand, shouting at the guy to stop. With one shot of acid, the monster killed the guy. Chev's pupil shrank to the size of a pea. The monster's eyes looked at him intently. The slug opened its mouth and fired. Its slime quickly began to corrode bodies. The protagonist, hiding behind a tree, said that now it was all over. Turning to the monster, the guy mentally told Chev that he was not mistaken. But the golden slimes became stronger by absorbing items, so the recharge time decreased. This monster had abnormal sizes and attack speed, no wonder the previous teams died. This monster that left a trace behind it was so strong that it could threaten people even in the yellow gate, which is 2 levels higher than the red one. Standing behind the tree, the protagonist assumed that the task had failed. He involuntarily remembered Ebis holding out the contract. The guy grinned. The slime turned its head to look around. He squinted, noticing something. Suddenly, a fire arrow hit its head. Its slime splashed on the ground. The third eye of the monster was destroyed by the protagonist. Elpom looked at the eye and said that he needed to shoot 5 more times. He grabbed the dagger. Taking it out of its sheath and grinning, the guy was going to prove everything to Ebis. A stream of slime rushed straight to him. The protagonist easily dodged it. The monster opened its mouth wide and continued to attack. Elpom, being in the air, found it difficult to dodge. He gritted his teeth in anger. The guy grabbed the rope tighter. Using telekinesis, the guy thrust the dagger into the tree. The protagonist, like Tarzan, dodged all the attacks. He had already decided to attack the core using all his strength. Elpom created a fire arrow. A moment later, the arrow hit the monster. The slug did not give up, starting to shoot acid again. The protagonist grabbed the rope flying through the trees. Stepping on the tree, he began to run along it. A moment later, the shot hit the tree. Elpom, again enveloping the staff with mana, used a fire arrow. The arrow hit the same place as before. The slime opened its mouth, starting to shoot at the protagonist again. The guy, using the rope, dodged the attacks. Suddenly, the monster itself approached with an open mouth. The protagonist turned around and used the fire arrow again. Having landed on the tree, the guy said that the slug was quite fast for its size. The ring on the guy's hand flared up. The arrow changed its trajectory and flew towards the monster. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. The core of the slug was now visible. The protagonist immediately found himself above the monster's body. His staff began to concentrate the flame. The slug formed a hand, wanting to reflect the attack. Its palm began to approach the guy at great speed. Elpom glanced back. His ring flared up again. The dagger immediately stuck into the ground. Thanks to the rope, the protagonist was able to dodge the attack. His feet slid along the ground. Elpom immediately began to concentrate the flame in the staff. The fire arrow rushed towards the target. The slime covered its head with its hand. The protagonist only grinned seeing this. The arrow changed its trajectory thanks to the ring. A moment later, she hit the monster's head. Its core cracked and began to disintegrate. The monster's body swelled. The protagonist's eyes bulged with tension. A few seconds later, it exploded. Its acidic slime began to fall to the ground. The protagonist barely managed to escape. He swung the dagger again. Elpom threw the dagger forward. Thanks to telekinesis, the guy attached the rope to the tree. Immediately after that, he climbed the tree. The protagonist glanced down. The monster's slime was destroying all the trees. After dying, the monster's slime ate away the ground and the trees nearby. The protagonist stepped onto the ground. He walked on the molten earth. He stopped and squinted. The guy stretched out his hand towards the glowing thing. The sphere flew into the protagonist's hand. Elpom carefully looked at the sphere in his hand. The sphere was glowing brightly. Suddenly, mana burst out of the sphere. The protagonist was enveloped in a bright barrier. The events take us to Ebis's office. Ebis, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the protagonist. Frowning, he told the guy that he was worth something. The protagonist, clenching his fist, said that the guys he sent to him were newbies and tried to steal what he came for. Closing his eyes, he said that when they split up, they ran into the boss and apparently died. The man frowned even more. He shuddered when he heard that the guys were killed by a golden slug. He immediately realized that all the items were missing. The man squeezed the cigarette in his mouth. All these things were borrowed from the Union. This could not be ignored. Ebis looked at the guy carefully. The portals had rules. Firstly, the number of participants was indicated on the tree nearby. When the portal entered the number of people indicated on the pole, they became inactive until all those who entered died. There was also a restriction on entry depending on the difficulty of the gate and the level of the circle. The color of the gate indicated the difficulty from red to purple. Another condition was only one attempt to clear the dungeon. If you failed to clear them, the trees dry up, closing the portal forever. Ebis sighed, looked to the side and told the protagonist that since the slug swallowed everything, it was impossible to deliver anything, which means the task was a failure. The protagonist froze for a moment. He surprised the man by saying that he had not finished yet. Taking off his armband, the protagonist said that the golden slug was dead. The man's eye opened in shock. He saw a grinning guy on whose hand a second circle appeared. Ebis almost jumped up and shouted, asking if he swallowed the mana stone that fell from the slug. The protagonist, sitting opposite Ebis, said that this would be enough as proof. The boy stopped smiling and stared at Ebis in shock. He approached him with a grin on his face and said that he would give him a D class, and if he worked for him, he would be treated as if he were a C class. Soon, the protagonist signed the contract. Ebis stood next to the boy, thinking that giving such a title to someone who had not yet reached the third circle was a bit too much. The adventurer class depended largely on the circle. The circles demonstrated strength. The difference in the pyramid was obvious. Looking at the protagonist, the man told himself that he was too unusual because he developed his circle simply by absorbing a mana stone. Remembering his face during the previous conversation, Ebis calmed down. He grinned. The protagonist had a survival instinct, incredible talent. This was a man who had just awakened the first circle. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the second. Ebis smiled widely, realizing that he needed this guy. Elpom sighed and closed his eyes, realizing that the attitude towards him had improved faster than expected. Very soon, the first raid in history would take place in the Red Gate, a gate that 100 people could enter. Around this time, a large-scale event occurred that attracted the attention of all the merchant unions and guilds of the port city of Lys. Naturally, Gapper was also quite interested. Putting his pen on the table, Elpom decided to speed up the implementation of his plan. The protagonist, sitting opposite Ebis, said that he had a request for him. He raised his hand. Extending his hand, he asked Ebis to lend him money. The man froze with a smile on his face. Ebis did not move, starting to mentally curse. The huge gate marked the beginning of the era of adventurers, but it was only a trap of a dark magician who manipulated everything. Many died inside the gate. On the last day, the monsters waiting for their time broke out of the gate. Ebis, with a cigar in his mouth, looked at the window. Through the window, he looked at the protagonist leaving. The guy looking at the bag of money said that it was not enough, although it was enough. Walking through the streets of the city, he mentally said that now they found the red gates, the limit of which is about 100 people. Looking at the emblem of Gapper, he said that these gates are extremely important to the unions, so they allowed him to participate. Looking around, walking through the streets of the city, the guy decided not to spend all the money on equipment. Soon the protagonist stopped near the passage. He stood right at the entrance to the slave market. Elpom stared at the sign. His cloak fluttered in the light wind. Soon a merchant approached him, wanting to see him off. The protagonist, looking around, noticed people bargaining with the sellers. In the meantime, someone bought a companion, a warrior who could fight with him. The protagonist shook his head and said that he needed someone who could see him off. The merchant froze for a moment. Entering the underground part, the man said that here they keep the guilty. He stopped near one of the cells. Pointing at the keeper, he said that he was a great example. The guy's hands were entangled in chains. The merchant swallowed. Turning to the protagonist, he asked him if he was sure he wanted to buy him. Elpom walked right up to the cage. The guy looked at him angrily. Before the protagonist's return, an incident occurred in which one person died, which accelerated the destruction of the world. She was one of the heroes. The heroine of the Tree of Aaron, a girl with long hair, was killed, and her first and only disciple was the one who laid the foundation for the future. He was now held back by chains. This guy, bound on all sides, was called the hero killer Debo. The protagonist stood calmly watching him. Debo spat, saying that they did not know each other, so he should leave. The merchant worriedly approached the protagonist, saying that this slave was not himself. Debo gritted his teeth in anger. His behavior was very different. He treated adventurers so despised that even in his current situation it was rude. The merchant closed his eyes and said that this mad dog was one of a kind. The protagonist's lips stretched into a smile. Debo was one of the few who deserved respect after the fall of the world. He and Elpom were often compared because they were both from the same region. The torch burned brightly in the dungeon. When Debo came out of the cage, the protagonist asked him how much he was worth. He angrily asked him if he would pay as much as he said. Grinning widely, he said that he was worth $1 million. Elpom did not move, looking sadly at the guy. Debo had a sister who suffered from the black blood disease. Closing one eye, Debo told the protagonist to leave if he did not have money. Elpom himself reached for the money. Debo's eye shone brightly in shock. The protagonist took out a wad of money. The boys stepped back, seeing such a sum. Debo swallowed and thought, Elpom closed his eyes, telling the boys not to rush and listen to what he had to say. They would sign a contract for a year and split the spoils 70-30. The merchant's eyes widened in shock. He did not believe that a slave would be made a member of the group. The protagonist held out the contract. Debo snatched the paper, saying that there should be no tricks here. A moment later, he bit his finger. He immediately sealed the paper with blood. The protagonist saw this and grinned. Closing his eyes, he said that they would go to the gate if they had finished with the formalities. Opening his eyes, Elpom told Debo that he would have to justify the price. Debo grinned, saying that he would be the hardest working horse. The events take us to the forest. Debo held a halberd in his hand and followed the protagonist. Looking at the weapon, he said that he usually uses a two-handed sword, so they should go back and change it. Elpom turned around and told him that from now on he will use the shaft. Soon they came to a pillar with the mark 8. Looking around, Debo asked where the rest of the comrades were. The protagonist turned around, looking at the guy like he was an idiot. The guy frowned, realizing everything. A moment later, he sighed in relief when the guy told him that they had enough people. The protagonist raised his hand. Pointing at Debo, he surprised him, saying that they were enough. Debo and Elpom froze, looking at each other. The guy's eye widened and he screamed in horror. Elpom kicked him, throwing him into the portal. The guy screamed, flying straight into the portal. A bright flash of mana appeared in the middle of the dungeon. Debo fell to the ground. Very angry, he stood up, saying that it was suicide. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in irritation, looking at the guy. He turned around, seeing clouds of dust. A huge number of stump monsters were rushing towards them. The guy held his weapon out in front of him, realizing that he shouldn't have screamed like that. The protagonist stepped forward, telling Debo to step back. He took the staff in his hand, walking towards the monsters. A fire arrow pierced the monster's head. Debo's mouth opened in amazement. The protagonist's arrow changed the trajectory of the monster's holes. The fire divided the stumps into pieces. In an instant, the arrow pierced dozens of monsters. Their burnt and whole bodies fell to the ground. The protagonist, standing in front of Debo, told him that his behavior immediately after entering the gate was disappointing. Turning to the guy, he told him not to repeat his mistakes anymore. The events take us to the headquarters of another trade union. The subordinate, kneeling, said that they were still working on a plan, but had already decided on the people they would send. The man raised his glass of wine. Looking at the man by the window, the girl asked for permission to continue. The man glanced at her, giving permission. She immediately bowed her head. A moment later, her body began to dissolve. The man raised his glass, saying that everything was going according to plan. Looking at the moon in the sky, he said that he would achieve the freedom of the Maple World. The burnt corpse of the monster lay on the ground. Debo, holding a bag in his hands, said that he had collected all 27 mana stones. Walking forward, the hero noted that in this case, it was time for them to go. They walked further under the scorching sun. Looking ahead, the killer realized that he was not joking after all, but was quite serious, and assumed that telekinesis had been used earlier because he had never seen a fire arrow used in this way before. Smiling broadly, his partner knew that a team with such talent could earn a fortune, because since they had agreed on a 70-30 share, it would be possible to cover medical expenses and still have enough left over for life. Suddenly, the protagonist said that he had found it. In front of them were stump monsters. Peeking out from behind the corner, the ally noted that there were about 9 of them, and the hero said that this number was excellent. Turning around, the comrade asked again. The protagonist stared at him. Suddenly, a stone fell in front of the stumps. A guy with an axe was already flying at one of them from above. With one blow, he cut the monster. All the other monsters opened their eyes. Shifting his gaze, he understood that it would not be an easy task to cope with these stumps alone, because he was holding such a weapon in his hands for the first time. Jumping back, the fighter knew that even 10 thoughts were not enough for such a thing, and suddenly exclaimed that the boss was crazy. The hero, looking at the battle, realized that from the clumsy movements one could tell that his weapons had previously only been swords. Intently watching the fight, the young man knew that he would soon understand everything himself, because the halberd was the very weapon that was destined for him by fate. Remembering how his ally was imprisoned, Elpom remembered that there was no doubt about this man's talent, because he was the only one whom the heroine Aaron chose as a student. Stump flew to attack. Having cut several at once, the fighter could not understand what was happening with the halberd. Cutting enemy after enemy, Debo thought that this weapon had a long range, great power, and was more convenient than a sword, and having removed the excess tension, it became much lighter and it was possible to swing it smoother. The comrade swung the halberd. With a sweeping blow, he cut another enemy. The killer cut enemy after enemy. Looking at him, the hero realized that he really was a quick learner, although he had not even awakened the circle yet, and he was already so good. Suddenly, the fighter's eyes widened. Raising his head, the ally did not understand what kind of earthquake it was. Something began to collapse into many pieces. Something crawled out of the mountain. The warrior's eyes widened. The monster made an attack that sent Debo flying. His mouth wide open, he couldn't understand what it was. In front of him was a giant tree stump. The protagonist saved his comrade from the blow. Running away a little, the hero threw him to the ground. His staff began to fill with flames while he was talking about how size is not important. Firing an arrow, Elpom noted that this would make it easier for him to hit. Grinning, the ally realized that the magic should work. The stump managed to reflect the attack with one of its limbs. Preparing another projectile, the young man realized that the enemy's speed was unexpectedly high. Firing an arrow, the protagonist decided to use telekinesis. It was aimed straight at the enemy's back. The latter was able to block even such an attack with his limbs. With his eyes wide open, the hero could not believe it. As he ran, the boy shouted that magic didn't work either, while his ally shouted that they should run away if they didn't want to die. Looking to the side, the protagonist realized that it wasn't that the attack wasn't working, he simply wouldn't have blocked it in that case. Running further, the mage realized that the problem was in the branches. Suddenly, the monster struck right behind them. It swung one of its limbs for another attack. Debo opened his mouth wide. The hero put out his hand and used telekinesis. A huge stone flew into the air. The two of them soared into the air on it, dodging the attack. Having landed, the ward praised the boss for his excellent work. Coughing, the fighter also said that he already thought he was going to die. Looking ahead, the boy noted that these small enemies were for him. The same one exclaimed upon hearing this, but the protagonist explained that he would fight the giant. The killer held out his hand and asked him to wait, but he didn't have time. The guy's staff filled with fire again. Another arrow was flying at the monster. The ally's eyes widened and he realized that such an enemy could not be defeated, so now was the best time to just get rid of it. The monster parried the attack. Suddenly, it began to quickly shift its gaze to the side. The second attack managed to hit it. The ally's mouth wide open, he could not believe that he had managed to hit such a monster. The hero, frowning, looked ahead. Having fired another arrow, the guy remembered that the branches moved faster than expected. The boss parried the attack, while the young man was thinking about the fact that he most likely would not be able to dodge and strike using telekinesis. The second attack was already directed at the enemy from above, because it is thanks to the second circle that the protagonist can use 2 spells at a time. Thanks to the direct hit, one of the stump's limbs was torn off. Debo smiled widely, holding back the attack of his enemy. Remembering 2 attacks in a row, the fighter realized that he hid one fire arrow behind another, because no matter how fast the opponent was, it was impossible to repel such a series of attacks. Looking at the beaten monster, the killer realized that he was losing ground and also that the hero was an even bigger monster than he had previously thought. Suddenly, the warrior's eyes widened. Many small stumps were heading towards the protagonist. Opening his mouth wide, his comrade shouted to him that enemies were approaching him from behind, because there were so many of them that some of them accidentally passed. One arrow killed most of the enemies. Looking to the side, the young man wondered if he could not even deal with the little ones. Suddenly, the monster's eye opened wider. Its attack was aimed straight at the guy. The hero quickly jumped back, realizing that he could not be distracted for a second. The magician found himself behind this monster. Another attack from the boss was already heading for his face. Someone grabbed him by the shoulder. The ally knocked him back and repelled the enemy's attack. The fighter landed on the ground. Looking back, he asked his leader to apologize because he had just saved the hero. The young man's mouth spread into a smile. Preparing the arrow, the guy noted that he had really started to be useful. Smiling, the two of them said that it was time to begin. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him. 2 arrows flew forward. The monster parried one of the arrows, but the limb was still cut off. The monster quickly began to turn. The second arrow was aimed at another paw of the monster. Debo was already flying to attack. Another fire arrow flew out from behind his back. It hit another limb of the monster. The hero was looking straight at him. Looking at his ally, the young man realized that he was being attacked from both sides at once. Preparing his staff, the guy said that he would deal with the right paw. Swinging his halberd, the fighter shouted that he would deal with the left one then. The warrior cut it off with a sweeping blow. The same thing happened to the monster's second limb thanks to the arrow. The comrade was slowing down with his feet on the trunk. Suddenly, he made a dash forward. The fighter managed to inflict many blows on the enemy with the weapon. Suddenly, one of the stump's attacks hit his side. Blood spurted from his mouth. The boss had already opened his mouth to eat the defeated man. Suddenly, one of the boulders flew into the air. The hero, using telekinesis, saved his ally. The monster smashed this flying stone. Raising his hand, the protagonist realized that it was getting troublesome. Many stones flew into the air. Debo landed on one of them. Another attack of the monster was aimed at him and he shouted that he could not escape. The warrior managed to dodge it, running along the flying boulders. At this time, one of the arrows was circling around the monster, chopping off its limbs. The monster looked away as the hero shouted for his ally to finish him off. The warrior swung his halberd for a powerful blow. It hit the enemy right in the eye. A liquid, like blood, spurted out of the stump's eye. Suddenly, Debo's hands released the halberd on their own. The boy fell onto a rock. The killer raised his head and looked straight at his opponent. The ally jumped straight towards the monster and shouted that the show was not over yet. The hero clenched his fist. The halberd filled with a light blue light. The young man pulled his hand back. The weapon flew out of the enemy's eye. It flew straight into the hands of its owner. Gritting his teeth, he said that it was time for dessert. The fighter struck the other eye of his opponent. He continued to strike countless times. Suddenly, the ally flew back. The boy landed on the ground. The monster with its mouth open was already approaching him. 2 fiery arrows flew over the warrior's head. They were aimed straight at the monster's mouth. Its core was damaged by such an attack. The stump was engulfed in flames. Approaching his ally, the protagonist praised him for his good work. The hero put one hand on his side, looking at the defeated enemy. Looking up, Debo said that it was mutual. The monster's body was still blazing with bright flames. A certain house was visible. A girl, sitting at the table, was saying that it was already late and therefore it was time to eat and quickly go to bed. Folding her hands, she prayed and gave thanks for the food. Suddenly, the girl turned around, hearing a knock on the door. Opening the door, she asked who was knocking. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Debo was standing in front of her. Her hands were shaking from her brother's words that he was finally home. Tears began to flow from the girl's eyes. She jumped into his arms. A certain house was visible in the forest. The protagonist stood in front of a bed. He looked down. There was a photograph on the table showing the hero and another person. In the bed lay a rotting corpse. Elpom squinted at it. His staff began to gather energy around it. The house was burning behind him. The guy lowered his head. Sitting at the table, the man said that things were bad. Looking at the papers, Ebis said that soon it would be time for a raid of 100 people, but he did not understand how he could organize it because Mr. Ratkin was responsible for him and it would be bad to screw up. Remembering what the portal looked like, the man also noted that the attention of dozens of major trade unions was riveted to such an event because in such gates you can definitely snatch elite or even epic equipment. Putting out his cigarette, he also said that given all the circumstances, it would be difficult not to be offended. Remembering Natasha, 3 sisters from the Goldrich Trade Union, the organizer said that their enormous strength raised doubts about the presence of the girls in the second circle, because in comparison with them, the same adventurers from Gapper were not fit to hold a candle to them. Remembering the flags of the other unions, the man noted that not only Goldrich, but all the other 10 unions could pose a threat, because besides, the other unions were ahead of them in the rating. Holding the protagonist's dossier in his hands, the organizer said that he was a real pain in the ass. Looking at the door, he asked who dared to enter without knocking. His eyes widened. The man jumped up from his chair. In front of him was Mr. Ratkin. Bright light poured from the windows and a question was heard about whether the raid participants were ready. Standing near the table, Ebis apologized and answered negatively, but the leader said that this was not like him and asked about that guy. The leader exhaled, slightly baring his teeth, listening to the words of his subordinate about how he still doubted Elpom because Shev's entire group died in the gate. So unfortunately there was no one to tell about the current state of affairs, as well as the words about how he was undoubtedly talented, but this was the main problem. Raising his hand, Ratkin clarified whether they could transport him. Ebis opened his mouth in surprise because of the leader's words about him knowing a good option, and also heard his order that all the candidates needed to be gathered. There was an ominous grin on the boss's face while he was talking about how this time there would be many witnesses. Someone was standing on the ground. Debo, smiling, noted that there would probably be many people with them now. Someone approached them and asked if they were the 5th team. Ibiru, crossing his arms over his chest, said that they were just 2 former slaves. The young man looked away. Looking at a certain mage, the boy thought that they were not very friendly. Looking at 2 more fighters, he realized that they saw them as a hindrance because more experienced groups would think so. Looking at the hand of the interlocutor, the boy realized that everyone here was somewhere in the 1st or 2nd circle, but they did not look like Shebu's team at all, since these were professionals who did not need bait. The man, standing in front of the crowd, said that they had already arrived too. Standing with a cigarette in his teeth, Ebis noted that he would be brief and explained that all participants would be tested and those who proved themselves would be rewarded. Opening his eyes wider, the adventurer inquired about how they would be rewarded. Spreading his arms, the organizer explained that they would try their luck in the gate for as many as 40 people. Opening his mouth wide, Ibiru asked again about the number. The hero looked ahead, listening to the words that those who showed themselves would be given special treatment. On the tree trunk by the gate was the number 40. The portal was shining bright red. Someone had already exited inside the dungeon. Looking around, the adventurer was surprised that it was a forest again. Turning around, he asked the mage if they only worked together during the boss hunt. The crowd split into groups after the words that they would only gather together after the signal. The protagonist walked next to his partner. They walked deeper into the forest. Dahlin, turning to the team, explained that there was little time and therefore they should destroy everyone in their path. Suddenly, the mage noticed something. In front of him was some kind of mushroom monster. The adventurer used some skill, saying that it was a waste of time. An explosion thundered throughout the area as a charge of energy was used. Looking at the monster, the mage told the team to gather mana stones and keep going, while thinking that this was all extremely boring. Smoke cleared over the place where the monster was. It was still alive. Stepping back, Dahlin asked if it was so strong that his magic didn't work on it. Suddenly, something rushed through the forest. The commander, his eyes wide, told the team to be careful. They were surrounded by many similar monsters on all sides. Someone was striking after striking. The monster's corpse fell to the ground. One of the warriors, his mouth open, was breathing heavily. The group stood in front of many defeated enemies. The adventurer, with her eyes wide open, shouted that the monsters were stronger than they thought and also asked what they should do. Dahlin, frowning, noted that they should forget about winning by the number of kills. After all, at this rate, the whole team would soon be exhausted. Standing in front of his ally, he explained that his next decision could be risky and said that they would leave the alliance and fight the boss alone. Looking ahead, the protagonist noted that most people would come to the same conclusion. Leaning on his spear, Debo said that it was quite possible and added that the young man was just talking and not trying to help him. The hero explained that there were only 3 monsters. Looking at the leader, the fighter clarified about the short amount of time. The same one explained that this was true and they should hurry. Frowning, the warrior exclaimed that they needed to kill the boss here. Elpom, looking up, said that they should destroy all the enemies of the dungeon. Looking at the leader, the adventurer asked if he had said earlier that he wanted to catch the boss, but the young man explained that others would think so they should just cut everyone down. There was a small pond not far from them. The hero said that they would be assessed not only by killing the boss, but also by their mob hunting skills, and they would not be the only ones who wanted to kill him, which would clearly complicate the task, because it was unclear what the opponents would think of, although they usually followed the rules, but there were exceptions. Gritting his teeth, Debo thought about how he spoke as if he knew everything. Frowning, the young man also noted that there was a sense of danger in this dungeon. The mage group was walking through the forest. The adventurer, pointing somewhere with her finger, asked the commander to look in that direction. Dahlin, looking at a certain altar, explained that this was the exit, which they were not going to look for now, and told the girl to leave marks along the way. One of the fighters, bowing his head, burst into laughter, and the commander told him to shut up. With his mouth wide open, the ward continued to laugh. Taking him by the shoulder, the magician said that with this laughter they would attract monsters. The fighter turned to him, continuing to laugh. Suddenly, everyone else also leaned over and began to laugh loudly. Covering his face with his hands, Dahlin realized that this was poison and that he needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The commander rushed to the exit altar. A huge monster appeared behind him, emitting vapors of this poison. These vapors continued to come out of the holes. The adventurer looked at him, his eyes wide open. The monster opened its mouth wide and suddenly laughter was heard. Removing his hand from his face, the leader laughed. His mouth opened wide as he continued to laugh furiously. A stormy river flowed through the gorge. Looking at the boss, the adventurer realized that he had not entered into battle even once today. Suddenly, the fighter looked up. Looking up, the guy exclaimed and said that this was a signal fire. They were approaching another group while Debo was talking about how he had previously known to send a signal if someone found the boss, but even so, it was still a bit of a surprise. The boy's eyes were slightly closed. Looking at the people gathered, the hero realized that there was one team missing. Crossing his arms over his chest, Ibiru noted that everyone was already in place and that he should start. Extending her hand, the girl asked if Dahlin's team was still there, but the man said that it didn't matter since there was no point in waiting. With his mouth wide open, the team leader explained that his group had already found the boss. Remembering the monster, he also added that the mage destroyed team was found along with it, since the boss turned out to be a crazy poisonous mushroom. The monster's mouth was covered in blood. With her eyes wide open, the girl asked again. Ibiru lowered his head while the others were talking about how the teams weren't ready to fight him because if they weren't lying, then it would be better to abandon this hunt and get ready to leave. Debo asked if this mushroom was really that dangerous. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that such a boss would be the worst option for their current levels. Putting his hand to his chin, Elpom realized that the spores wouldn't let him get close to the monster, and he wouldn't be able to take it with numbers either, which meant that to win, he would need to use long-range attacks. But half measures wouldn't work since the boss was quite strong and fast. All this time his partner was trying to draw attention to himself. The man crossed his arms over his chest and explained that unfortunately the mushroom was blocking their way out, so they couldn't escape without meeting it. The fighter punched his chest and asked if they had scared him and said that this boss was nothing because an invisible fire arrow would be enough. but the hero suddenly interrupted his words and told him to shut up. The fighter gritted his teeth in anger while the commander explained that they were all here and would die without a further plan. Debo opened his mouth wide in surprise after hearing that the young man's arrows wouldn't even scratch him. Looking at the other teams, the guy also said that even the regular enemies here were pretty tough, and the boss was even tougher. The man closed his eyes and called him Captain Obvious, but his comrade noted that now was not the time for that. Raising his hand, the hero named the price of 50,000 miso. Ibiru asked again with his eyes wide open. Raising his hand, Elpom explained that they needed 50,000 from each, and since there were 30 of them, they only needed to pay 1.5 million. Pointing his thumb at his comrade, the protagonist said that for that price, they would become bait. They looked at each other and were silent. Clutching his head, the fighter thought that the captain had already gone crazy. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted at him to stop getting cocky. Frowning, he shouted that just because he was used to working like that, it didn't mean it would always work because their boss wasn't that stupid. Looking at them, Ibiru continued shouting that if they did that and those two died, the teams would immediately go to the afterlife after them, since slaves only got in the way in high-ranking gates. Pointing his finger at Debo, the man added that he didn't even look awake, because what could a second circle adventurer and a slave be capable of? Gritting his teeth, the warrior was already starting to get annoyed by these words. Holding out his hand, the hero asked what he would suggest otherwise, because did he really have a better plan? The man tried to say something, but the protagonist explained that if they had a plan earlier, they would not have gathered everyone together with a signal fire. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy also noted that there was one second circle adventurer in his team. Debo looked at his wrist, hearing the hero's words that he also had a first circle fighter, but he could not understand since when he received it. The man gritted his teeth, listening to the boy's words that the rest most likely have 1 or 2 people with the second circle. The girl, putting her hand in front of her, asked him to stop. Putting her hand on her chest, she said that she was ready to pay if he really wanted to be bait, but added that they did not have such an amount on them. Raising his hand, the protagonist explained that it was no problem since they could pay after they got out of here, and also wondered if it would be better for them all if they all stayed here. Opening his eyes, he began to say something. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero explained that every person here had to agree. Ibiru frowned, listening to the words that they had to decide this issue. Poisonous fumes enveloped the exit altar. The monster was still eating the corpses of the adventurers. Suddenly, something began to approach him. An arrow flew straight at his head. It hit him right in the face. A purple fog began to cover everything around him. Holding his staff in front of him, the guy explained that they should leave immediately after the enemy noticed them. 2 red dots appeared from the fog. The monster rushed towards them and Elpom said that it was already approaching. Running away, Debo asked why he was so fast. The enemy was running right behind them. Turning around, Jalbert shouted at the others to quickly activate the gate while the decoys were still alive. She pressed one of the pillars. A small blue glow began to appear. The blue gate opened and the girl shouted at the others to hurry. The monster continued to pursue its targets. The warrior's eyes widened. He noticed something. Many small enemies were flying towards them. He squeezed his halberd tighter, shouting that he really seemed so weak to them. The fighter swung his arm to strike, shouting for them all to disappear from sight. With one blow, it cut all the small monsters. The boss, his mouth wide open, approached. The monster flew back after being hit by a fiery arrow. It growled, baring its bloody teeth. Another arrow was aimed straight at the mushroom cap. The monster dodged it. The hero raised his hand, glowing blue. The arrow suddenly changed direction. The monster rushed to attack with a roar. It ran right after them and the fighter shouted that the enemy was already catching up. Suddenly, the protagonist noticed a hole ahead. They were falling down. The mushroom made a blow with its hand, but missed. The monster's holes stopped emitting poisonous gas. Grinning, the warrior shouted for the creature to catch the gift. 2 red dots were reflected in the hero's eyes. It was a direct hit on the mushroom, which caused a huge explosion. They both fell into the river. The current of this river was incredibly fast. Touching the dry land with his hand, Debo noted that he almost died because of this mushroom. They were standing on the shore. Raising his head, the guy asked what it was all about. The protagonist, wringing out his cloak, explained that, as he had heard, it was the local boss and they needed to better prepare for the hunt for him. The killer looked at the boss with his mouth slightly open. Opening his mouth, he asked if they were really going to try to kill that thing. Continuing to wring out his clothes, the young man said that he understood everything correctly, but his partner shouted that he was really kidding. Standing on the shore, the protagonist asked him about these complaints, because wasn't that why they came here? The ally noted that this was before they found out what kind of boss this was, because didn't the leader know the concept of tactical retreat? but the hero explained that if they left the gate, it would close forever. Gritting his teeth, Debo thought that since they were no longer bait, it was time for them to leave here, because how are they going to kill someone who even a fire arrow couldn't handle? And he also remembered the words of the young man that he would die himself if he tried to defeat the monster. Closing his eyes, the guy said that the situation had changed, and since the competitors had eliminated themselves, there would be no problems and they would even get a bonus. Looking at his partner, the hero also asked if he really wanted to break the contract. His mouth dropped open in surprise. Rubbing his head, he replied that he didn't really want to, but also added that the boss still had to pay him more. Smiling, the protagonist said that he understood everything. Standing in front of the young man, the partner asked how they could defeat someone who couldn't be hit by either melee or ranged attacks, and also said that he didn't want to risk his life for nothing. Looking ahead, he also asked if they could defeat such a monster at all. The hero turned his head in his direction. The portal flashed with a bright light. The organizer, looking at those leaving, noted that they left too quickly for this level of the dungeon. Looking at the girl, the man asked her how everything went and noted that several were missing, while Jalbert screamed that they had failed. With her mouth wide open, she said that Dahlon's team was wiped out and Elpom was still inside, but the others only managed to get out because his group became bait. Ebbis looked at her and listened to her words about how they couldn't handle that boss. The organizer asked again with a frown. The man in front of her asked if they had done anything and just ran away, and the adventurer explained that their enemy was a crazy poisonous mushroom and there was nothing they could do. The organizer put out his cigarette with his foot. He turned away and ordered everyone to retreat, but the girl asked him to wait. With her eyes wide open, she screamed that the protagonist's team hadn't returned yet, and since the gate was still active, that meant they were still alive. Without turning his head, the man said that they would die anyway, because it was only a matter of time, because she herself said that the boss there was a crazy poisonous mushroom. The girl raised her hand, listening to the boss's words that if they wanted to, they could wait, but he had no time. Frowning, Ebbis thought that they were all just useless, but maybe they were just unlucky. As he left, he also thought that most likely, the second round adventurers would do nothing to the damn mushroom, although even so, he did not need such mediocre ones. The monster emitted toxic fumes. The hero stood on the mountain, aiming an arrow, and Ebbis knew that he needed those who could overcome all difficulties. The youth frowned as he aimed, while the organizer thought that he needed those who could make the impossible possible. Looking ahead, the boy said that it was time to begin the hunt. The arrow quickly flew forward. It flew down the cliff. While it was flying, the protagonist thought that this boss was much faster and more resilient than the others, and also had a deadly poison, so it was not so easy to deal with it, and in such cases it was only possible to keep a distance and attack with the most powerful blows. Using telekinesis on the arrow, the young man understood that its current ability was not powerful enough. The arrow emitted a blue glow from the use of telekinesis, and the hero knew that if he used it on it to rotate at high speeds, its penetrating power would increase significantly. The projectile flew through the forest with lightning speed, and the guy realized that this was what he was inspired by thoughts of bullets. This was a technique that only he could use in the Maple world, because this is the skill that makes the impossible possible. The arrow was aimed straight at the monster's head. This skill was called a revolver. The monster, opening its mouth, let out a scream. The projectile hit the monster's body. It opened its mouth wide. The arrow continued to spin after hitting. It pierced the monster. The hero looked ahead. There was a huge hole in the tree behind the boss. Looking at the enemy, the young man realized that he had tried to pierce the head containing the core with one shot, but it seemed to have missed a little. Poison began to come out of the holes of the mushroom. Opening its mouth wide, it roared. The monster rushed towards the rock, emitting a bright light. Another arrow did not reach its target. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that it was not so easy to change direction while controlling the revolver, but there was also a big problem in reloading. Another arrow was heading towards the monster while the guy was thinking about how to deal with it before it climbed up. Behind one of the trees stood an ally. The monster, opening its mouth wide, was making some sounds. Opening its eyes wide, the protagonist screamed that the moment had come. The fighter squeezed the rope with force. He pulled it hard. The rope stretched between the trees. The monster ran straight towards the suspended barrier. Splashes rose. The boss was covered in mud after the fall. It rose to its feet again. The young man looked down, looking at the enemy. Opening its mouth again, it made strange sounds. A halberd was flying at him from behind. It sank into the mushroom's head. The warrior held the weapon by the handle. Debo squeezed it harder. The poison almost stopped coming out of the holes clogged with mud, and the killer said that he could finally breathe normally. Calling the enemy with his finger, the guy noted that the air was incredibly pleasant and offered the monster to dance. The comrade stood opposite the boss. Looking down, the protagonist thought that now they had a chance to win, because the monster was now standing in a swampy area, which meant that he was deprived of his strong points. The monster opened its mouth wide. Looking askance, the warrior teased the enemy by saying that his spores were clogged. Spinning the axe, the boy suggested that the enemy cry. His hands let go of the weapon for a moment. The blow hit the boss directly. He held the tip of the axe in his palm. Dozens of blows wounded the monster. Waving his hand, the creature screamed in pain. Looking at how the creature made a dash towards his friend, Elpom reasoned that this place was not chosen to clog the mushroom spores. Looking at the holes filled with mud, the mage knew that a dirty swamp is the worst place for nimble monsters. The mushroom stalk got stuck in the swamp. The protagonist used an ability called a revolver. The shot hit the enemy. He, trying to stop the projectile, continued to scream in pain. A moment later, there was an explosion. With his eyes wide open, Debo hoped that the boss was dead. Looking at the silhouette of the creature, the young man realized that the opponent was very tenacious. With his mouth wide open, the protagonist shouted to his ally to aim for the core, which should be in the head. Throwing the axe, the fighter declared that he knew it. The blade was approaching the monster's head. The enemy grabbed the weapon, flying at him. The boy made a surprised face. Having torn himself off the ground, the warrior was unhappy with this turn of events. The hand on which the ring was located was covered with a blue aura. A huge log rose into the air. The trunk of the tree hit the boss. He pushed the log away from himself. Debo prepared to kick. The guy's foot hit the cap of the mushroom. The fighter jumped back. He touched the tree with his hand. The warrior made a dash. He began to run around the enemy. Elpom began to squeeze his fingers. Water rose around the monster. A powerful stream hit the enemy's face. From behind the water, the silhouette of a fighter with an axe was visible. Looking ahead, the monster made a sound. The creature extended its nappa. The creature's hand scattered the water in front of it. The warrior struck with his weapon. He frowned. A moment later, the monster's head was cut off. The mushroom cap fell into the water. The enemy's body stood in the water. Debo was breathing heavily. Looking up, the warrior pointed his thumb up. His friend smiled. Suddenly, the mage's eyes widened. He saw how the monster's body was about to hit his comrade. The fighter fell face down in the mud from the blow. The axe flew far from the place of impact. The boss made furious sounds with his arms outstretched. Pulling the bowstring, the protagonist was surprised that the creature was still alive because it had lost its head. A powerful shot shook the ground. Smoke rose. The monster's blow caused several tremors. Using the ability, Elpom realized that something was wrong here. The log and the body rose into the air. The creature jumped. The boss prepared to grab the rock. Looking down, the boy saw the enemy climbing up. Looking at the approaching enemy, the protagonist thought about the fact that there was only one fire arrow left, so shooting at random was pointless. The warrior bared his teeth. Raising his weapon, the bloody youth screamed that he was tired of his opponent. The boy used an ability called an explosive strike. The axe was approaching the target. The blade cut off the monster's leg. The limb fell into the water. Smiling, Debo began to rejoice. Looking at the monster continuing to move, the attacker could not believe his eyes. Seeing that his partner was about to shoot, the fighter warned him that it was very dangerous. The boss dodged the projectile. A crack appeared in the creature's skin. The core was visible through the gap. Looking at the real head, the magician was glad that he found it. Holding the cannon, Elpom thanked the enemy for showing his weak spot. Making a surprised face, Debo realized that the previous projectile was a flare that fooled the creature. The staff was covered in fire. The protagonist used the ability called a revolver. The projectile hit the core. A moment later, the bullet pierced the enemy's body. A powerful explosion was heard below. Strange smoke was visible from the forest. Making a surprised face, Debo shouted that he was with the creature until the very end. The ropes pulled the warrior up. Having landed, the young man was glad that he survived. The smoke continued to spread. Opening his mouth, the fighter asked if they were done, to which Elpom said that it was the end. Looking from under his brows, the boy praised his partner. Turning his head, the protagonist offered to take the mana stone after the poison dissipated. The mage glanced to the side. The monster's body flew up. The shattered core glowed brightly. Poison continued to flow out of the creature's corpse. Debo laughed as he looked up. Raising his hand, the man at the table was surprised that his subordinate had simply left. Smiling, Rakan said that time was passing and nothing had changed. Opening his mouth, Ebis suggested that the leader entrust the matter to the Knights of Cygnus. Turning around, the man said that whoever was knocking on the door should not disturb them. Opening the door, the man informed that he was entering the room. Making a surprised face, the member of the trade union could not believe his eyes. Tilting his head, the protagonist said that he had returned. The leader smiled widely. Looking at the new arrival, the man said that it was interesting. Sitting in a chair, Rakan asked the subordinate why he was so surprised. Tilting his head, the chief introduced himself to the youth and stated that he was aware of his survival skills. Closing his eyes, Elpom thanked the interlocutor for the praise. The leader of the union leaned on the table and said that he had only one question. Looking at the protagonist, he asked if the boy could show her in the 100-man gate. The boy opened his eyes. Opening his mouth, the boy said that it would not be easy. Rakan raised an eyebrow. Making an angry face, Ebis ordered the boy to watch his language when he spoke to the master, because the protagonist did not become an adventurer to express his dissatisfaction. Closing his eyes, the protagonist listened to the words about how he must remember his duty. Smiling, the leader repeated Elpom's words that it was not easy, but not impossible. Sitting at the table, the man decided to change his question. Tilting his head, the protagonist wanted to hear what the boss would suggest. Debo spat out his drink. Turning his head, the warrior shouted that they had a chance to get 5 million pesos per person. Looking at his wet partner, he apologized. The fighter slammed the table and said that his friend was asking for too much, as he was unlikely to be given that much money. Wiping his face, the mage said that he didn't care because it would be decided by those who gave him the task. Extending his hand, Debo said that if they failed to complete this task, they would have big problems with Ebis. Hearing the words that they were lounging around, the warrior turned around. Making a displeased expression, Ibiru complained that it was very difficult for them to keep up with the others. Opening his mouth wide, the fighter reminded that he and Elpom had saved his group and said that the face of this brute immediately aroused their distrust. The team bowed and asked for forgiveness. Sweating, the leader of the group explained that he was asking for forgiveness because he doubted the abilities of the saviors. Holding out a bag of coins, Ibiru explained that it contained the promised 1.5 million pesos for everyone saved. Raising the mug to his mouth, the protagonist reminded that they had discussed everything. The boy lowered his head and explained that they had been paid for the work they had done, so they could forget about gratitude. Opening his eyes, the young man added that they should not be mistaken. The pirates looked at the magician in surprise. Frowning, Debo realized that he would have to recount all the coins. Turning his head, the protagonist asked the man again if he remembered his name correctly. Looking at the surprised adventurer, Elpom asked if he could do the work they were paying him for. With his mouth wide open, Ebis shouted that it was impossible. Stretching out his hand, the man reasoned that 10 million pesos was the amount after which the one who received it would become arrogant. Looking at the documents, the subordinate continued to insist that it was necessary to renegotiate his payment. With a sideways glance, Rakan asked if his employee really thought so. Looking at the man's surprised face, the boss expressed surprise that the boy did not ask for twice as much. The leader handed over a piece of paper and ordered him to read the text. Taking the document in his hands, Ebis read that only the protagonist's group would be sent on the raid. The man's eyes widened, unable to understand how 2 people could go on the raid. Sweating, the Alliance member could not believe that this was true, to which his boss replied that he did not want it to be a lie since he had to pay a lot for this information. Introducing the masked man, the man with the bandage realized that the target was the Dark Lord Jin. Reaching out for the handle, Rakan asked his comrade not to delude himself. Frowning, he explained that the war had already begun. The bright sun was visible. There were many people standing near the portal to the dungeon. Sitting near the fire, the adventurers were talking about something. Hearing the words that no one expected the conditions to be met, one of them looked back. Opening his mouth, Elpom asked his ally to concentrate, to which he replied that he was now an experienced adventurer. The mage had a trade union badge on his scarf. The fighter turned his head. The assassin looked at the newcomers. Looking around, Debo was dissatisfied with the atmosphere of this place. Extending his hand, Showdown realized that the newcomers were members of the Gapper Alliance and introduced himself, saying that he was from Zenith. Looking at his new acquaintance, the guy said that he was a C-class adventurer. Making a surprised face, the man said that people whose level is higher than the second circle are not allowed into this gate. Closing his eyes, the young man listened to the words that this dungeon is not for his class. The adventurers looked at the woman, who asked them to leave these people alone. Crossing her arms, Kiri explained that a preliminary agreement was made with these guys. Turning his head, Showdown was surprised that the knights had an alliance with this team. Opening his mouth, Elpom asked why he had to do this. Sitting at the table, Ebis told him to do as he was told. The Cygnus mark was visible. Introducing the Cygnus Knights, the man explained that they would be allies of the Merchant Union. Introducing the woman in the dress, he explained that these knights were members of the most powerful organization that followed the teachings of their empress. Opening his mouth, the Union member said that the gate was filled with the best adventurers, so Gopper needed allies. Closing his eyes, Ebis guessed that they had ulterior motives, but the proposed conditions were acceptable to everyone, so they needed to cooperate. Lowering his head, the protagonist agreed to the deal if they would just work together. Turning his head, the man said that they were a bit strange. Putting on a serious face, Kiri introduced herself and said that she was the leader of the Cygnus Knights cadets. With his mouth open, Debo listened to the warrior's words about how she didn't like it when people created unnecessary problems, so it was necessary to follow orders. Frowning, the knight was surprised that Gapper sent only 2 fighters here. With her eyes closed, Kiri assumed that the Union was completely desperate. The heroes heard the sound of footsteps to the side. In front of them stood members of the Dig Chamber of Commerce from the Crocus team. On the other side were fighters of the Mardia Trade Union from Kubal's group. Making a surprised face, the guy was surprised that the elite of the merchant unions were here. Girls were approaching the group. All three were named Natasha, who served the Goldrich Trade Union. On the chest of one of the sisters, a badge was visible. Crossing her arms, the head of the cadet was displeased with how self-confident they were. Opening his mouth, the man asked everyone to listen to him carefully. Baring his teeth, Lonko said that he would be the raider's guard. The guard extended his hand and asked the people present to remind them of a few rules. While introducing various equipment, the warrior explained that unlike mana stones, legendary items would not necessarily go to those who found them, since the rights to them belonged to the unions, meaning that payment would be received based on contracts. Looking at Lonko, the protagonist listened to his words. He explained that it was forbidden to steal other people's items. Turning his head, the man warned that the thieves would be fighting his team of B-class adventurers. A tattoo was visible on the fighter's arm. Debo's eyes widened, realizing that he was from the 5th circle. Looking at the guard's team, the young man realized that all of his fighters also had such tattoos. Looking at the portal, the warrior ordered everyone to take their positions. Turning her head, Kiri said that she would lead her group. Frowning, the girl said that they would definitely succeed. Making a surprised face, the warrior could not believe that they had to work with her. Looking ahead, Elpom was glad that he would soon enter the dungeon. Looking at the gate, he thought about how much effort he had put in to get here, so failure was unacceptable. Moving towards the portal, Debo promised that he would not lift a finger if the raider died there. After a while, a report on the results of the raid appeared. All fighters from the trade unions and chambers were killed. The result of the raid was a failure. A red flash was visible. Moving away from the explosion, the leader of the group ordered to follow him. Opening his mouth, the warrior was surprised that the Tarawa here was so high. Frowning, Kiri ordered him not to lag behind because they did not come for a walk. Looking at the knights, the young man said that he would not tolerate such treatment. Turning around, he saw his friend sitting on the ground. Holding an axe in his hands, he asked what was happening. A moment later, the clatter of hooves shook the ground. The fighter frowned and couldn't figure out what the noise was. Looking at the crowd of pigs, he realized that they were ribbon pigs. Looking at the approaching beasts, the guy shouted that there were more than 1,000 of them. With her mouth wide open, the cadet leader ordered everyone to scatter since not all teams had arrived here. Baring her teeth, the adventurers listened to the words that they couldn't attract attention. Raising his hand, the man told Al Nido's group to run after them, to which they said that they would run in the other direction. The huge number of pigs divided the raiders into two halves. The knights ran away from the enemies in fear. Sweating, Kiri ordered them to go into the forest with many obstacles. Hearing the words that the guys from the Gapper Union had disappeared, the girl opened her eyes wide. Looking at the tall grass, Debo said that the wind was very refreshing. Smiling, the warrior asked his friend how he knew that enemies were approaching. Opening his mouth, Elpom explained that such plains are usually full of monsters that travel in packs. Introducing the ribbon pig, the protagonist explained that these monsters have a body length of 2 meters. Their nature is very ferocious, and they often act in groups of hundreds, sometimes thousands of individuals. Looking ahead, the mage thought that everyone understands that pigs can be defeated, but it will take a lot of effort, so the raiders will avoid fighting them. Remembering the gate, the boy understood that pigs are not their only enemies in this dungeon. Imagining the battlefield, the boy thought about how the raid of 100 people in the sleepy forest ended in failure because all the adventurers died. Turning his head, Debo asked his partner what he was thinking about. His foot pulled the rope. The young man looked down. Wooden stakes appeared right in front of his comrades' faces. Sitting on the ground, they realized that it was a trap. The warrior, with his mouth wide open, could not understand who had set it here. The sword cut the rope. Another stake was flying towards Babel. The man struck with his sword. The projectile was cut in half. Putting his hand on his hip, the swordsman said that such traps were left by amateurs. Looking at his squad member, Crocus asked him to remain vigilant. The man in the white mask looked at his guys. Looking at the many traps, the squad leader assumed that only one type of monster had the intelligence to build such mechanisms. Introducing the green monsters, Crocus explained that they were hobgoblins, which were equated with the boss of the Red Gate because they were very difficult to defeat. Closing his eyes, the masked man warned the guys that if they were not adventurers of his level, they would simply die here. Turning around, he asked everyone to follow him. Looking away, the squad leader asked them to make sure they did not forget anything. He saw Babel's head. A moment later, the rest of his squad lost their heads too. The head with the mask flew up. The dead body fell to the ground. The assassin smiled and laughed at the way the man he had killed acted as if he knew everything. Looking at the tall grass, someone was saying that someone's idea of using a herd of pigs to distract the incoming adventurers had worked. Sitting on the rock, the sorcerer realized that now was the perfect time to work. Opening his mouth, the man said that this was annoying him. Taking his staff, he suggested that they get down to business. The sisters stood still. They could not even move their hands. Holding the staff in his hands, the sorcerer said that they would not be able to move for the next 30 minutes. Covering her mouth, the warrior asked why he was doing this. Opening his mouth, the sorcerer was surprised that the victim could speak. Having cast the spell, the sorcerer decided to get rid of the girl because he considered her dangerous. Her sisters looked at what was happening in horror. Holding his chin, the man said it was hard to say why he was doing all this. The mage's eyes widened. By forcing his weapon to speak, the madman assumed that it would make things clearer. Smiling broadly, the sorcerer explained that he was doing this for the dark mage. The girl saw the enemy use a fire arrow. A moment later, the warriors' bodies were torn apart. The madman stood in the pools of blood. Hearing another explosion in the distance, the man was unhappy that they happened so often. Closing his eyes, William realized that he needed a break. He remembered standing in front of his master. Looking at the flags, the sorcerer listened to the words about how they had waited a long time and built up their strength. Frowning, the dark mage said that it was time to reap the fruits of their efforts. Lowering his head, the sorcerer promised that he would not let his master down. Handing the pen to his subordinate, the villain said that it was a gift from a friend, to which the recipient declared that he would not tolerate failure. Sweating, William decided that after something like this, he definitely could not screw up. Leaning on his staff, the man moved forward. Walking forward, he reasoned that he would have to try hard. Some walls made of stakes were visible. The goblin, baring his teeth, growled. This was the camp of these monsters. The protagonist and his ally watched from behind a tree. Debo, wide-eyed, could not understand what kind of enemies these were. Looking at the young man, he asked if all these orcs were bosses, but he explained that only one of them was a boss. They were collecting something in bags, and the hero said that the problem was not in their numbers, but in the strength and endurance of these guys, because this could really cause problems, and, moreover, they appropriated the items of the adventurers they killed, and therefore it would not be sweet at all. The fighter introduced a monster with a weapon after the boss said that some creatures can use skills through items. Standing in front of the hero, the comrade asked if the leader was joking, because this was the same army of adventurers and would they really go out against them together. Elpom noted that this was absolutely true and the interlocutor grasped it very quickly. The same one said that he was just trying to reach common sense because now they urgently needed to find Kiri and not stand here. Rubbing his chin, the guy asked why the ally needed this, because he himself wanted to get rid of them. Debo explained that this was so before they learned about these monsters, with which they themselves could not cope. The creatures were walking through the forest. One of them was staring at something. Suddenly, something started approaching him from behind. The fighter made an attack with a halberd. His mouth wide open, he wondered if this was all on purpose and added that he didn't want to do all this himself. The monster was already making a roundhouse attack with his fist. The killer rested the handle of his weapon on the ground. Thanks to the skill, the fighter ended up behind the orc. The guy landed on the ground. The hero's ally dodged the countless attacks of the monster that rained down on him. Having hit one of them, he screamed for him to finally shut up. The young man plunged the halberd into his body. The monster fell to the ground after such a blow. The weapon was covered in a bright yellow light. Soaring into the air, the mercenary shouted good night to him. The monster dodged this attack at the last moment. Debo looked at him with wide eyes. The monster made a punch. The warrior flew into the tree trunk behind him from such a hit. Gritting his teeth, the adventurer asked him why he was so tenacious. The orc was preparing his fist for another blow. The guy dodged it. The fighter pressed his foot hard. The enemy's hand was cut off by a blow from the halberd. With the other hand, it grabbed the young man by the head. Thanks to this grip, the orc knocked him to the ground. The warrior grabbed the monster's arm with his legs. Thanks to this, he can twist his arm. After that, the comrade-in-arms hero fighter jumped back. Suddenly, the guy made a sharp lunge. Screaming, the mercenary swung his weapon to strike. Leaves rose from the ground. The monster's corpse was already lying on the ground. Stretching his arm, the ally said that he expected help from the protagonist. Looking at him, Elpom noted that there was no need for this, and he now knows that it is quite possible to defeat them. But the same one replied that he, on the contrary, now has big doubts about this, because there are many of them here. Suddenly his eyes widened. In front of them was a pile of corpses of other adventurers, and the companion asked what could have happened here. The heads of the knights were cut off, and the warrior shouted that these were the Knights of Cygnus. Someone, gritting his teeth, groaned. Frowning, Debo asked the boss to look somewhere. One of the soldiers was sitting near a tree. Approaching him, the hero asked if they were really attacked by hobgoblins. Frowning, the survivor said that these monsters were not even close to here because it was trolling. Ebis, sitting in a chair, smoked a cigarette. Looking somewhere to the side, the man said that this was just nonsense. A man with a bloody blade stood over the corpse, a member of a trolling-based team that uses the gate's specialty and understanding of the internal situation to attack other adventurers, and if they manage to escape, the gate will disappear along with the evidence of their misdeeds. A pedestal was visible, and it was explained that this battle would most likely be without a winner, since it is already difficult for members of such groups to rob complex gates with a small number, but they will not be able to avoid suspicion even if they clear them out and get unique items. Puffing on his cigarette, the man thought about whether someone really wanted to get rid of the elite of the trade unions, because if this is really their goal, then they will not be able to avoid a war in the event of an information leak, since no chamber of commerce will risk such an adventure, so there may be something more hidden behind it. Looking at the survivor, Debo said that this cannot be. Remembering Kiri, the soldier said he couldn't see her. He punched the ground. Bowing down, the knight said it was his fault that such an enemy could hide among them. The hero, listening to the sounds of the surroundings, said he didn't understand why a member of the Knights of Cygnus would troll. There were corpses lying around, and the surviving warrior explained that he himself found it extremely hard to believe, but added that he thought those orders at the entrance to the gate were part of her plan. Tears flowed from his eyes as he told her that she had said something herself before finishing here. Remembering her, the knight relayed her words about her being a follower of a dark mage. The hero's comrade asked again, his eyes widening. A man had a bright red eye. It was a dark mage who, 800 years ago, being a transcendent, threatened the Maple world with his many followers. The warriors stood before this mage. 6 heroes appeared to confront the powerful being, and the tide of the Balahad war changed when the dark mage and the heroes were sealed together. All these heroes were seen with the mage, and it was said that it was then that the allied forces launched a counterattack against the confused army of this sorcerer's followers, thanks to which they eventually won. Looking somewhere, Debo asked again, not believing that she could be a follower of the Dark Mage, and also understood that any resident of the Maple world knew this story. Looking down, the protagonist noted that now was probably not the best time to hunt monsters. The knight opened his eyes, hearing the question of whether he would go with them and also the words that they would fight her as soon as they could catch up with her. Frowning, the soldier said that this was exactly what he was counting on. Someone dug their foot into the ground. Kiri was running somewhere quickly. Her gaze was fixed on someone. William stood in front of her, saying that they were waiting for her. The 2 killers grinned, looking at her. The mage's eyes looked in different directions while he was talking about how she apparently managed to deal with the band of pigs, and added that when everyone dispersed, it only played into their hands, and so now they can slowly wrap it up. The girl pursed her lips after asking if she received their gift. She put the blade in front of her, asking them who they were. Treetops were visible, and Debo's words were heard that if the knight was in too much pain, then they could take their time. Since the boss still went forward, the same one answered that he was fine. Looking at the soldier, the protagonist's comrade added that he could not worry, since his boss knew how to find people and they would definitely meet Kiri soon. Taking out the blade, the survivor noted that this was indeed good. A large field was visible. The killer jumped. He blocked Kiri's blow with his dagger. William was surprised by the strength of the knight's commander Cygnus, smiling. Watching the battle, the mage wondered how long it would last. The knight's stomps shook the ground. The girl used an ability called the Rising Sun. Preparing to attack, the dark mage swordswoman shouted that it was time to end this fight. With her blow, the commander cut the attacker's weapon. Making a frightened face, she asked her opponent to stop. Using a sun strike, the warrior tore the enemy into pieces. Kiri was breathing heavily. Opening her mouth, she offered her opponents to tell her plan if they did not want to die. Frowning, the sorcerer ordered the fighters to finish off the knight. Preparing to attack, 3 fighters shouted death wishes to their opponent. Debo dashed out of the grass. The attackers were cut into many pieces. William could not believe his eyes. With wide eyes, the warrior recognized her savior. The warrior turned his head. The boy, holding the wounded man, assured him that they would soon find the commander of their squad. Clutching a dagger in his hands, the traitor said that this was good. Preparing to strike, Pittman shouted for the fighter to say hello to Kiri when they met. A shot of fire tore off the bastard's arm. Looking at the wounded man, Debo could not understand what was happening. Opening his mouth wide, the knight shouted that his arm hurt a lot. Making a surprised face, the warrior asked his friend what had happened. Looking ahead, Elpom said that there was nothing surprising in what had happened. Looking at the cadet, the protagonist said that he was a disgusting actor. The traitor made a frightened face. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that he did not trust people. Standing on wobbly legs, William thought that this was strange. Looking at the warrior, the sorcerer reasoned that he did not expect guests. Turning her head, the girl assumed that their plan had failed since the guy was alive. Remembering Pittman, the man realized that the coward had failed his mission. Looking at the tired warrior, the mage said that he was irritated by this situation. Smiling, he said that since those 2 were so strong, the elite would join the fight. With her mouth wide open, Kiri shouted at her partner to be careful. Holding an axe in his hands, Debo assumed that they were terrible villains. Extending his hand, William ordered to quickly deal with the warriors. Looking from under his brows, the guy told the girl to take on one while he dealt with the rest. The young man used a skill called a wild strike. The fighter barely dodged the next attack. Preparing to deliver the decisive blow, the warrior declared that his opponent was weak. A fiery arrow flew in front of the young man's face. Baring her teeth, the girl prepared to fire another shot. Frowning, Debo said that she was a coward. The boy looked back. The blow had hit him in the back. The young man bent over and realized that he had been hit by the enemy's attack. Grabbing the weapon with both hands, the opponent shouted that he would put him out of his misery. The villain used a jumping strike. Turning around, Kiri asked her comrade what he was doing. The warrior dodged the blow. Frowning, he said that he was playing along. A moment later, the blade of the axe cut the opponent in half. Swinging his spear, the man shouted insults. Debo dodged his attacks. A second later, the young man used an explosive strike. His opponent barely stayed on his feet. Looking at the warrior with the axe, he could not believe that he was so strong. The fighter made a surprised face. He dodged the body of his ally. Frowning, the knight captain laughed at the fact that such weaklings were called elite. Baring his teeth, the villain continued to utter insults. William opened his mouth and declared that his patience had snapped. Pulling the bowstring, the mage was dissatisfied with the fact that so much time had been wasted on these guys. Making a surprised face, Debo realized that the enemy was using a fire arrow. A moment later, the projectile flew towards the young man. Opening his eyes wide, he thought that this arrow was much faster than his friend's. A powerful explosion thundered. Smiling, the sorcerer was glad that his arrow was so strong. Looking at the burning field, the villain suggested that they begin clearing the dungeon. The man opened his eyes wide. Elpom stood in front of him. The protagonist looked at his opponent. He, opening his mouth, asked who he was. The young man's hand began to be covered in a blue aura. Looking from under his brows, the protagonist declared that he was another guest. A ribbon pig ran out of the bushes. The villains turned their heads. Several monsters pounced on the scoundrels. The enraged monster opened its mouth wide and began to roar loudly. The monster fell to the ground right in front of the man in the robe. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, William declared that they were annoying creatures, and then added that they dumped dirt on them and dumped them. The magician called out to the herald, to which the latter, looking back, apologized to the master. Holding a bloody sword in his hand, the guy clarified that he had just finished. Lowering his eyebrows, the man said that there was no time to regroup, so they needed to quickly follow them, and received an affirmative answer. The sorcerer wondered what would happen if they somehow got out of the gate, when suddenly the main character appeared in front of him, and William thought that this was an annoying guy, and the other one was quite creepy. The tall grass swayed in the wind, and the sorcerer thought that there was something strange about him, and the subordinate called the master and reported that he had found tracks, to which he replied that if the fighters found the guy in the cloak first, they should not lose sight of him, and he himself would deal with him. Opening his mouth, the herald asked the leader again and said that maybe he shouldn't say that, but the enemy is not simple, to which the sorcerer clarified whether the subordinate knew who he was worried about. Looking at his palm, the sorcerer exclaimed that there was no one stronger than him in this gate. Someone's foot appeared on the ground. Debo closed his eyes and asked if the ally had seen their faces, and admitted that he hoped that those pigs trampled them to death, to which the protagonist replied that they would not die so easily, and then noted that he needed to watch his step and not forget about the traps. The boy smiled widely and said that he remembered about it, and then asked why the boss didn't just finish off the opponents when he could have caught the right moment. Elpom explained that it was all because the sorcerer was stronger than him, to which the ally widened his eyes in alarm and asked how that was possible. Closing his lips, the young man thought about that fire arrow. The magic projectile flew straight at Debo. It flew through the grass, leaving fiery traces. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion, from which the fighter fell and screamed. The adventurer released the bowstring. The arrow, surrounded by fire, rushed forward. The protagonist's eyes widened in fear. Lowering the corners of his lips, the protagonist realized that his fire arrow was of little use because it barely changed the direction of the opponent's magic. Smiling, the partner exclaimed that the captain was a joker and asked him to stop mocking him. The heroes were standing in the middle of the forest, and the guy asked why he would joke, to which his ally asked if they really ran away and received an affirmative answer. The fighter looked questioningly at Elpom, lifting his sleeve up. 2 stripes were glowing on the adventurer's wrist, and he assumed that the circle had expanded to its limit, to which his friend was surprised and asked what would happen now. Clenching his fist, the guy explained that the thicker the circle, the greater the difference in speed and power of the same spell, and since he was at the peak of the second, they should have been at least equal. A tall flame appeared behind William, and the protagonist noted that his magic defied logical explanation, and considering that the sorcerer had entered the gate where the mage was of the same circle, but still his skills were somehow stronger. The protagonist said that now this man was the strongest adventurer among them, to which Debo, with his mouth wide open, asked if the interlocutor was joking. The fighter did not understand what to do now, and suggested using the same tactics on the hobgoblins, to which Elpom, looking down, replied that this was not an option, because they were different from simple ribbon pigs and would sense that they were enemies, using this against them. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips, hearing his ally say that he did not understand what was being discussed, and did not the captain see what was happening. Kiri frowned and stated that what was important now was that the follower of the Dark Mage was hiding among the Knights of Cygnus, and that was extremely important information that would determine the fate of the Maple World. The protagonist lowered his head, and the girl exclaimed that they needed to get out of here quickly. Taking hold of the hilt of her sword, the leader of the cadets said that they should abandon the cleansing. Elpom objected that it was useless, to which Debo widened his eyes and did not understand why the boss was saying such a thing. Angrily lowering his eyebrows, Kiri said that she knew that her ally was a former slave, but did he still really want a reward that much? Looking away, the young man asked what would happen after the adventurer warned the people outside, and whether she thought that was the best way to get rid of them, after which he stated that one should not underestimate the enemy whose followers had been hiding for hundreds of years, building up their strength. The ants' underground passages were visible, and the protagonist explained that even if they were exposed, they would only lie deeper on the bottom, and if they decided to hide, no one would find them, and they would become parasites, destroying the Maple World from within. The captain of the cadets bared her teeth in fury. Grabbing the guy by the clothes, the girl exclaimed that nothing suited him, and ordered him to say what they should do. Opening her mouth wide, Kiri shouted for him to shut up if he had not come up with a plan, and then added that they were being chased, and they needed to get out quickly before they were caught. Grinning, Elpom said that they had to show themselves to the enemy. Taking his ally's hand, the protagonist added that they needed to explain who the real hunters were here. Rays of sunlight fell on the tree trunks. Suddenly, someone pushed off the ground with their foot. Sheldon rushed forward. A bead of sweat appeared on his face, and the man shouted for his allies to find the enemy, and if they ran away, they would be finished. A moment later, Debo appeared behind him. The adventurer smiled evilly and greeted his opponent. At the same moment, the man dodged the blow of the halberd and screamed. His subordinate pointed the tip of the sword at the enemy and exclaimed that he ran to them himself, and the leader shouted that this time he would finish him off. The blade of the weapon pierced the tree and broke the rope. The log fell on Andres, and Sheldon loudly called out to his subordinate. Taking the blade out of the tree, the leader of the cadets thought about it. Swinging the halberd, the guy asked if the man missed him. Dodging the attack, the E-class adventurer tried to plunge the knife into the opponent's neck and screamed for him to die. The youth abruptly lowered his head. The fighter, his mouth wide open, did not understand how it happened. At that very moment, the killer began to fall on his back. Debo threw the weapon out of his hand. The guy struck his opponent in the face with his fist. Raising his leg, the enraged youth delivered a crushing attack. His hand pressed down on the opponent's face, to which he began to bleed and groan. The girl stood behind and took aim at the crossbow. Suddenly, Kiri hung over her, and the adventurer asked in fear what was happening here. Crouching, the killer dodged the attack. The mark from the blow of the magic sword rushed right past her face. With her mouth wide open, the girl began to fall to the ground. A moment later, she tried to hold the blade of the weapon with her crossbow. Kiri, her eyes wide in irritation, ordered the useless creature to look at her and then declared that she was already furious about what was happening. Leaves were falling from the trees in the light forest. William held the magic staff and assumed that everyone had already started, but he was curious about something. An unknown silhouette appeared in the distance, and this person asked if the dark mage was waiting for them. Elpom held a staff for a fire arrow in his hand. Streams of fire surrounded the sorcerer's magic equipment. The protagonist's staff for an arrow also emitted flames, when suddenly the sorcerer laughed and suggested to begin. The man looked up and smiled widely. Closing his lips, the protagonist decided to use a fire arrow. The projectile quickly flew through the air. A powerful explosion occurred behind the adventurer. The guy covered his eyes. The young man launched a fire arrow at his opponent again. William's eyes bulged, exclaiming that it was amazing. After the collision, a powerful explosion occurred. The protagonist covered himself with his hand from the black smoke. A gray veil enveloped everything around. Suddenly, something began to approach the protagonist's head. The boy lowered his eyebrows in fear and wondered if it was a stone. A sorcerer appeared behind him, asking if that was all. Elpom pulled his hand back and used the fire arrow skill again. The ground around the opponents was covered in flames. The dark silhouette of the sorcerer was visible in the distance. The adventurer held a burning staff in his hand. The black mage stood in front of the boy and did not understand how he managed to neutralize it. Smiling widely, the man exclaimed that it was a surprise and then said that he was sure that the opponent would not have enough strength to stop her. The wounded fighter remained silent, his lips pressed together, hearing his opponent's question about how this happened. Grasping the magic staff with his fingers, William assumed that the opponent was not very talkative, after which he decided that they could not chat carefree in the midst of a fight. Having released the projectile, the sorcerer said that he would find out everything himself. The protagonist frowned in alarm. The protagonist tried to hold back the flow of flames with the revolver ability. The sorcerer's eyes noticeably shrank, and he did not understand what it was. A fiery funnel appeared, and the man thought that the enemy was rotating the arrow with telekinesis, and it pierced his magic. Two magical forces collided, and the dark magician realized that he had never seen anything like it. A strong explosion occurred in the large forest. Lowering his chin, William admitted that he did not believe that his opponent was using telekinesis to enhance his skills, but now everything is clear to him. A small crater formed in the ground, and the sorcerer said that his opponent was one of the so-called geniuses. Smiling evilly, the man said that he hated them more than anyone. Having released a fiery arrow, the sorcerer suggested that the guy have fun and asked him to show what he was capable of. Suddenly, the adventurer's fist appeared. A huge boulder formed in front of the projectile. The stone shattered from the impact with the arrow, causing the protagonist to fall to the ground. The dark mage lowered his eyebrows and asked what it was and whether Elpom had come up with anything better than hide and seek. The protagonist's palm began to emit blue magic. Bowing to the ground, William did not understand when his opponent had managed to do this. The guy moved his hand from side to side. Fiery arrows flew past his opponent. The man tried to dodge the attacks. The veins on the black sorcerer's body bulged. Having delivered a crushing blow, the sorcerer exclaimed that it was time to end this farce. The projectile flew straight towards the protagonist. Having twisted the arrow into a funnel, the guy used the revolver ability. A powerful explosion appeared in front of him. Smiling broadly, William was happy about what had happened. The ring on the sorcerer's finger lit up, and he asked if the opponent had used both shots. The man released a green stream of poisonous breath from his mouth. The protagonist looked at his opponent in fear. The toxic substance covered everything around. Trees appeared in the forest. Taking a step forward, the wizard said that it was a useful thing, but it left one defenseless while it was being prepared, and then asked if Elpom had telekinesis and fire. Raising his eyebrows, the sorcerer admitted that he had decided that he could neutralize his opponent if he could time the reload of the fire arrow. The protagonist stood with his hands down, and the sorcerer muttered that someone was now immobilized for 30 minutes. Taking hold of the weapon's handle, the man said that his arrow was now also reloading, so the young man would die from the dagger. Smiling broadly, the sorcerer admitted that now would be his favorite part, and he was even bursting with impatience. William ran his tongue along the blade of the dagger and exclaimed that he wondered what the expression of despair would be on his opponent's face, and how long he would tremble or howl. At the same moment, Elpom swung his fist. Thick veins appeared on his hand. The enemy's eyes widened in fear. A moment later, the dark mage received a blow to the face. After the attack, drops of blood began to fly around. The protagonist frowned angrily. His opponent flew back. Ibiru opened his mouth and wondered how they did it. Sitting at the bar table, the man asked his interlocutor how he managed to overcome the poison of the crazy mushroom, and his boss left, so he can tell, and then said that he will even pay for the drink. Closing his eyes, Debo clarified what the point was, because he would not succeed anyway. The adventurer remembered how the protagonist raised his hand up and said that Elpom called the skill that pulls and holds air with telekinesis a room, and he himself already thought that they were finished, but the captain went and sucked out all the poison. The young man said that there was nothing special in it, and noted that he told an Ibiru should buy a drink, to which he, gritting his teeth, said that it was a scam, and the interlocutor laughed and said that his boss was a real swindler. The protagonist dealt blows to William's face one after another. The sorcerer opened his mouth wide, missing a couple of teeth. After the crushing attack, the dark mage screamed. The adventurer prepared to beat his opponent again. The sorcerer's body was left with the imprints of his opponent's fists. Suddenly, the young man threw his opponent back with all his strength. The staff of the fire arrow was surrounded by a blue glow. The fighter grabbed the handle of the magic staff with his fingers. The young man pulled the string of the flaming bow. Sitting near the tree, the wizard screamed in pain. Suddenly, the man's eyes noticeably shrank from anxiety. The fire arrow pierced William's body. The dark mage's hand fell to the ground. The sorcerer bent down and opened his mouth wide. Releasing poisonous breath at the protagonist, the sorcerer shouted that this guy was a bastard. Suddenly, the protagonist spread his fingers. Extending his hand forward, the young man used the room skill. Looking away, Elpom wondered if this was an act and decided that his opponent was pretending to go crazy, but was actually aiming at something. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips, realizing that since the poisonous breath had not worked, his opponent would try to get the staff back. A flash of fire appeared behind him, and the protagonist wondered what would finish him off at that moment. A shockwave of flame rushed forward. The protagonist's eyes widened in alarm. A magic seal appeared above the mage, and he laughed. Smiling widely, the sorcerer shouted that pieces of his opponent's body would decorate the trees. A deep mark appeared on the ground from the impact. The young man spat out blood from his mouth. Lowering his head, the boy realized that he had let his guard down. The sorcerer released bright balls from his hand, and the adventurer reasoned that he had not even thought that William had a fire sphere hidden away, and this was a fatal mistake that he would not have made before the regression. The fiery area approached the protagonist's body, and he realized that he had lost his grip. Debo's eyes widened in fear, hearing a loud explosion. Grabbing Sheldon by his clothes, the guy assumed that his boss was there. A bright yellow flash appeared in the air. Swinging her sword, Kiri chopped off the soldier's head. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl asked her ally to stop playing, because Elpom could not handle it himself, to which he exclaimed that he was going to do just that. At the same second, an arrow flew into the eye of the E-class adventurer. Large paws appeared on the ground. It was a squad of enraged goblins led by a crossbowman. Gritting his teeth, his partner exclaimed that he was wondering why they hadn't been there yet, to which the head of the cadets asked him to focus so that they could quickly deal with the green hobgoblins, to which the young man told her not to underestimate them, because these guys are not that simple. One of the monsters held a staff in his hand. The servants carried a cart on their shoulders. A troll in a fur coat sat on the throne, and the boy noted that this one looked somehow scary. The leader of the monsters grinned evilly. Standing in front of the burning earth, William asked if this damned boy was dead. Suddenly, the veins on his neck began to bleed. Blood poured out of the dark mage's mouth. Smiling, the sorcerer admitted that it was very good, after which he asked if it was worth it to find out the name of his opponent before killing. From behind the wall of flames, his opponent was heard calling his name. The wizard's eyes widened and he exclaimed that it was impossible. The protagonist's leg appeared and he asked his opponent to remember that name well. Lowering his chin, the guy noted that it would be the last name the enemy would ever hear. The dark wizard's eyes turned red and he said that Elpom was tenacious, and then declared that it was useless because no bluff would make him stronger, to which the young man replied that he had abandoned the idea. The guy held a glowing ball in his hand and admitted that it would be almost impossible to catch William with the second circle. Lowering the corners of his mouth, the man was surprised that his opponent had a mana stone. The opponent, smiling broadly, asked if he had hoped to absorb the magic stone to awaken the next circle. Opening his jaw, the wizard shouted that this was not enough, and what was really needed was the insight from the experience. The protagonist, in an unusual aura, said that it was true. William raised the corners of his lips in bewilderment. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand was surrounded by a blue glow. He extended his elbow and exclaimed that the enemy should not worry, because he had more than enough of this trash. The man, his eyes bulging, asked if he wanted to scare him with his tricks again, and added that he should die already. It was visible how the fiery arrows rushed straight at the guy. A moment later, the young man menacingly lowered his eyebrows. Suddenly, the archer released the bowstring using the fire arrow skill. It seemed like the magic projectile left fiery traces behind it. The dark mage abruptly released a fiery sphere, which appeared above him. Suddenly, the ring on Elpom's finger shone brightly. The magic projectile headed in the opposite direction. The man's pupils suddenly narrowed. The fiery sphere quickly caught up with the enemy. William opened his mouth wide in pain. There was a powerful explosion, leaving behind thick smoke. The forest could be seen suddenly catching fire. Blood was flowing from the protagonist's mouth. The powerful attack left a huge crater in the ground. The dark mage's body quickly burned, and the protagonist muttered that he forgot to know his name. A green paw with claws stepped on the ground. The hobgoblin in armor looked around. Kiri was hiding from the monsters behind a tree. Holding her partner by the arm, the girl realized that everything had gone wrong. Debo's halberd was covered in flames. Striking in different directions, the guy counted the goblins he had killed. Turning around, the head of the cadets did not understand how the young man could kill them so easily. Smiling maliciously, the adventurer laughed loudly and exclaimed that it was as easy as pie and he could see right through his opponents. The hobgoblin swung his fist and growled. The fighter dodged the attacks, jumping from one tree to another. Having descended, the boy killed the 18th opponent. A flash of fire rushed over the monster. The monster began to run away when suddenly a powerful explosion occurred. The goblin smiled. Frightened, widening her eyes, Kiri screamed that her partner was there. The leader of the monsters formed a fire seal over the staff, which made the fighter exclaim that it was an orbital flame and did not understand when the monsters learned to cast spells. Sitting near the tree, the captain of the cadets realized that this monster was using objects, although she did not even think about it, so things were bad. The hobgoblin brought his hand closer to the adventurers, and the girl thought that now she could only wait for Elpom in cover and hope that he was alive. The monster slapped his palm on the ground where the adventurers were sitting. The goblins ran after them and tried to attack. Suddenly, the girl turned around and saw that the monster was about to strike. Kiri grabbed her partner's wrist. Throwing it aside, the leader of the cadets chopped off her opponent's head. A moment later, she picked up the body of her ally and said that neither of them gave her peace, but she decided that she could deal with one. Her eyes noticeably narrowed in fear. A squall of fire rushed over her. Smiling widely, the leader of the hobgoblins laughed, and Kiri realized that she could not cope with him. The girl began to run away from the explosive attack. At high speed, the leader of the cadets tried to break away from the flames. At the same second, a powerful explosion occurred. The head of the leader of the monsters glowed red. A cough was heard through the veil of smoke. Debo rose from the ashes. Kiri lay on the ground and called out to her partner. The guy's face was almost invisible. Spreading his arms to the sides, the adventurer broke away. The hobgoblin chieftain motioned to his men to attack the boy. The fighter chopped his opponent into pieces with one blow. The other monster began to strike with an axe. The boy dodged and attacked in response. The goblin's eyes widened in alarm. The chieftain thrust his magic staff forward and growled loudly. Kiri frowned and said that this couldn't be. Debo loomed over the main monster, and the girl asked if he was sure he was on his first circle. The adventurer's eyes were emitting flames. The tip of the halberd approached the monster's face. The hobgoblin chieftain parried the boy's attack with fire. The adventurer, letting go of the weapon, flew back. The monster opened its mouth wide. Its face was covered in blood. Veins bulged on the monster's forehead. The goblin leader raised his magic staff. Taking hold of the sword handle, Kiri ordered her partner to step back and shouted that she would fight on her own from now on. The hobgoblin released a fire attack. A stream of flame began to envelop the adventurer's energy. The fire swirled into a funnel and went straight to the goblin. Frowning, the monster growled in confusion. The girl's counterattack was reflected in his eyes. The energy stream struck the goblin, and his head flew off. The captain of the cadets, her mouth wide open in alarm, did not understand what it was. A hand appeared, surrounded by a blue glow. Lowering his chin, the protagonist assumed that he had not missed everything yet. Lonko held his head with his hand and said that they had been hanging around here for 3 days already, and there was no sign of the fighters, and then added that he had not earned money by doing nothing for a long time, but his body had already gone numb, and he decided to refuse escort missions because they were not for him. The man pressed his lips together, not understanding why everyone was fussing so much. A magical passage appeared. The portal began to break into pieces. The wooden shell cracked in several parts. Grinning, Kite ordered someone to call the bishop, to which Lonko asked what was going on and asked for a report on the situation, and the guy shouted that they had survivors here and the gates were destroyed. The man lowered his eyebrows in confusion. Bodies appeared on the ground, and the fighter clarified whether anyone had survived. The protagonist's pupils suddenly shrank. Elpom sat down on the bed and did not understand where he was, and the guard muttered that the young man had woken up. The man frowned and said that the protagonist should listen carefully and answer the questions honestly, and then asked what happened at the gate if the best adventurers participated in the raid and only 3 returned. The protagonist, with his mouth open in fear, asked his interlocutor again. The guy lowered his head and admitted that he thought the others had died, to which the man asked him to answer normally if he did not want to lose his life. Closing one eye, Elpom said that there was a demon inside, and his interlocutor asked again with alarm. The protagonist asked to give him paper and a pen when suddenly these objects appeared and began to say that he did not know the name of the creature. Lonko looked at the adventurer in fear. Closing his eyes, the man said that this was interesting. A white tent was visible and someone was heard exclaiming that this was some kind of nonsense. The representatives of the trade unions were sitting at the table and shouting that 100 people had died, who were the elite representing the best trade unions, and the gate was only red level, and people did not believe that it could have been destroyed by monsters, and the fighters were supposed to clear everything in one go. Clenching his hand into a fist, Toriel shouted that his cousin was there. Showing a paper with a drawing of the goblin leader, Lonko explained that it did not look like Elpom was lying. But this is what the boss of that gate looked like, to which everyone shouted if it was a green hobgoblin. Someone asked if these were the creatures that could use objects, to which the interlocutor raised his hand and said that he heard that because of their intelligence it felt like fighting a human army, and the man opposite said that it really would not be that easy for 100 people. Running his fingers over his mustache, the man exclaimed that this was not at all convincing. Franco winked and said he didn't know what was wrong with the others, but their Natashas were too much for those lesser creatures. Lonko turned down the corners of his mouth and asked what the Goldrich Trade Union representative meant by that, to which the man asked if he really didn't understand. The man lowered his eyebrows and explained that it was trolling and it was pointless unless they were attacked inside the gate. The Sky Trade Union representative folded his arms as Franco explained that there was no way to know what was happening on the other side, so it could easily be used, whether intentional or not, and the three survivors were working together. The man held a cigarette in his mouth and said he couldn't listen to this anymore, then asked if the other man was accusing them of betrayal, since it turned out that one of his people had reached the third circle, so the three had survived and the others hadn't, and that was the end of it. The representative of the Goldrich Trade Union touched his mustache and asked if the other was implying that their adventurers were worse than his, because anyway, it was just a statement of facts, and if Gopper had so many talents, they would be in the last 10 of the best trade unions. The man with the cigarette exclaimed that it was because they were new and the ranking would gradually change, so it was better to be careful of them, at which point both interlocutors laughed loudly. Looking up, Lonko thought about them stopping already. Frowning, Franco asked if they had any solid evidence, to which the man asked him again. Ebis took the cigarette out of his mouth and replied that they had not taken a single item from there, so they had no motive. Elpom bowed and thanked the guard for the treatment, and then said that they had to go, to which the man asked the adventurers to take care of themselves. Lonko stood with his arms folded, and Kite asked if they were really going to leave so easily. The man closed his eyes and said that everything had already been decided. Trees appeared in the forest. A snail crawled out from behind a trunk. Holding Debo's arm, Kiri said that it really did follow them. The cute snail smiled. Lowering her eyebrows, the head of the cadets asked what her partner was waiting for. The adventurers stood in the middle of a burning city, and the girl said that they had already destroyed both the followers of the Black Mage and the horde of green goblins, and now they were going to get rid of all their things, cripple each other and leave this place. The protagonist looked at her, pursing his lips. There were 2 bright feathers on the book, the head of the hobgoblin leader, and it was said that they really needed to defeat the boss and throw away the found items. William's burning body lay on the ground, and he remembered what he had. A bright phoenix feather was visible, which increased the damage of fire spells, and unlike other items, its effects were cumulative. Looking away, Elpom realized the reason why adventurers died here before, and he desperately needed to take this unexpected boost with him. Lowering her chin, Kiri said that if they went out with anything other than the pre-declared items, they would be suspected of trolling, and noted that the protagonist himself said so. A fire was burning between the 2 towers, and the girl asked the guy not to be so greedy and stick to his plan since they found a gate to exit. There was a flower on the snail's shell. The adventurers looked at the animal and asked if it was a snail. Lying on the ground, the pet snail was collecting jewels into itself, and it was said that it was not aggressive and could sniff out and collect items, and its shell became larger depending on the number of items collected. The protagonist picked up the animal, and it became clear that it was a life form whose existence was only discovered after the gate had been opened in the previous life. The creature began to pull something out of its shell. Elpom smiled as he picked up 2 phoenix feathers. Kiri asked if her partner had managed to sneak her in unnoticed, and how he knew about them, to which the guy gritted his teeth and replied that he thought it would be better to try something than run empty-handed. The head of the cadets, her eyes widening, said that she had done everything the protagonist had told her to do, and what were her plans now, to which he asked her not to rush. Standing in the middle of the forest, the protagonist explained that since they had infiltrated the ranks of the Knights of Cygnus, they should be more careful with the information they had received, otherwise the enemy would lie low even deeper. The corners of his mouth drooping, the young man said that they should have returned by then, and then suggested that they wait. Someone squeezed a piece of paper with their hand and said that the elite of the best trade unions had been destroyed, and it was a complete failure. Bijou lowered her head and said that the raid had failed, because the boss monster had defeated everyone, and only Gopper's close associates had survived, and then added that there had been suspicions of trolling at the meeting, but only regarding others, but the doubts had been dispelled due to the lack of evidence. It was raining heavily outside, and the girl said that although the mission had failed, they had fortunately not been exposed, and then suggested that they return to preparing for the next operation. Ivok stood by the high window. Lowering his chin, the villain asked if they had been caught. The henchwoman frowned and began to speak. The chandelier was visible, and Bijou explained that their plan was to eliminate all the groups and then the boss himself, and those 3 would probably encounter William. And yet Elpom's report didn't say anything like that. But does he have a reason to hide the truth? And even if so, their people are in several alliances at once, so it's impossible to determine the correct one. The girl knelt before Ivok, who reasoned about the reason for hiding it and suggested that the protagonist realized that they were behind all of this and not one of the trade unions, so his team would be the only ones who knew about the return of the Black Mage's followers, and then asked what would happen if they decided to tell everyone. Bijou, her eyes wide with alarm, exclaimed that this could not be true, and if it was true, then they were in danger, so they needed to cut off all the members who had infiltrated each union before the situation got out of hand, to which the man let slip about the invitation. Smiling evilly, Ivok clarified whether it was an invitation, and then added that it was interesting and he would accept it. Lightning struck the tall trees, and the villain suggested that they should adjust the difficulty. A huge plant with red marks appeared, and the man continued that this was necessary so that they could become the first 100 contenders. Suddenly, many monsters appeared and destroyed the city, and it was said that it was hell. Debo, with bulging eyes, said that he suffered from extreme poverty and considered a decent life a luxury. He watched his younger sister suffer and lived in agony day after day. His legs were covered in scars, and the boy added that he was unable to catch her last moment because this place had always been a living hell. Erin, baring her teeth, asked if there was anyone left there. Sitting down next to her student, she said that he was having a hard time and asked if she could help him. The young man narrowed his eyes and told the teacher to leave, and also explained that this was his first meeting with Erin. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth fiercely and roared loudly. Debo was seen deadly cutting through his opponents and saying that he was in first place. The warrior opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that if only he were 30 seconds faster, and the fighter said that the issue of washing dishes was resolved for today. But he was too smug. The girl smiled and said that they were done here, and it was a good job, and asked if they could leave. The boy watched the teacher, who was standing on a mountain of monster remains. Debo, raising his eyebrows, said that a year was enough for him to change his values, and called the teacher a smart and kind heroine who leads and protects her people, and added that watching her from the sidelines gave him a new look at the world, and his goal was to help her. In the dark cave, one of the boys laughed that he would have to wash dishes from the abandoned mine to the Cave of Trials, to which the young man objected that it was all because he was not feeling well, and they laughed at him that it was impossible, that his skills were not that good. The warrior, putting his sword on his shoulders, said that he was their self-proclaimed student Erin, and he would have to work if he wanted to gain recognition, and Debo asked not to talk about it. And at that very second the girl asked Shannon if they were on the right path, to which she confidently answered that the mark on the ceiling was left by her brother. Huge ruins of a cave were visible, and it was heard that something had changed, and whether there was such a place under the mountains. After some time, a window of a house appeared, through which someone was shouting loudly. The girl, crossing her palms, explained that the depths of the abandoned mines in the Elnas Mountains were too dangerous, and she could not go alone, but no one wanted to help her, and she needed Lady Erin's help to find her brother. The hero of the shaft, lowering her eyebrows, exclaimed that she had come to the wrong address because she did not deal with personal matters, and the place where she should take her with her was nonsense, and even though she knew a lot, she should understand that the rest would only be a hindrance to them. Shannon burst into tears when she heard that there was no guarantee that the boy was still alive and that she should ask other adventurers. Debo extended his hand and apologized for interrupting and said that they were her last hope and no adventurer had visited the Cave of Trials since the Day of Judgment. The boy scowled menacingly and shouted that he wanted to help her and keep her safe, and asked if she could change her mind. Suddenly, it seemed like there were many arrows and swords sticking out of the ground and they were covered in smoke. After a while, Erin, standing over the dead mage, asked if this was the body, to which she received the answer that it was not her brother's body, and she could not understand how the man died because it did not look like the wounds were from a monster. The team was visible from afar and it was heard that they felt like he had been dead for a week. Suddenly, a powerful blow was heard on the ground. Rocks from the shockwave flew in different directions. Debo, holding the axe, wondered what was going on here. The monster's eyes appeared, glowing green, which confused the boy. The evil spirit suddenly reached for the adventurers, and the warrior ordered everyone to step back. An unusual aura was visible, cutting through the wind. The fighter jumped high and powerfully attacked the enemy. The girl, opening her mouth wide, shouted to her student that they were taking the left flank. The young man, swinging his axe, exclaimed that they would finish everything quickly. One of the adventurers quickly rushed forward. The warriors dealt strong blows to the monster. Shannon, her eyes bulging, watched the fight. The entrance to the cave appeared, around which smoke was swirling. Debo bent down and said that, as rumors said, it would be difficult with him. The swordsman, shaking his head, clarified where the girl was and whether anyone had seen her, which surprised the boy greatly. There was a rabbit hairpin on the floor. The warrior picked it up and wondered if she had gone there alone and didn't understand what she was doing. Erin lowered her eyebrows and shouted for everyone to get ready because she didn't know what it was, but she felt a strong aura coming from inside. The team gathered together and one of them asked if there was anything else there, to which he received an answer that there was something very strong and dangerous there. Debo opened his mouth and said that he would find her. He clenched his fists and explained that he was assigned to protect Shannon and that they should stay and guard this place, and the swordsman asked him to calm down. The guy's eyes narrowed sharply when he heard that he would go with him. The girl looked to the side and said that whatever was inside was a threat to the Maple world, and her task was to stop this threat. The fighters stood inside the cave and they decided to go forward. Thick lava was visible, which was shining brightly. White smoke was coming from it. Suddenly Shannon appeared, who was sitting under a tall tree trunk. The guys standing near the bridge noticed her. They shouted the girl's name and were surprised by the corpse next to her. Shannon stroked the guy's face and replied that it was her brother. Aaron sharply frowned. Debo, opening his jaw, asked the girl to stay put because he was already on his way. Suddenly, the girl smiled enticingly. She, lifting the corners of her lips, said that the guy really came and she knew that he would not let her down because he was kind, and added that she could not go back. Suddenly, an iron chain surrounded the dry branches, and it was heard that this was the devil's tree, and many consider these walking statues to be Zakum, but they are only a means for him, and the real Zakum is a giant tree. Shannon explained that they had yet to encounter the real thing, to which the fighter asked in confusion what she was even talking about. Erin, holding out her hand, thanked him for the warning and added that she did not know that he had a body, and not to worry because she would cut down this demon tree. The teacher walked across the bridge and said that she should stay away from here because it was dangerous, and if she caught it, she could be crushed. The girl narrowed her eyes and clarified if she needed to do anything else with her brother as a sacrifice. Shannon, taking the magic ball, said that they still did not understand what she was talking about. The girl dilated her pupils and added that everything had already started from the moment they set foot here. The unusual ball began to crack, and she continued that Zakum uses mediums, and they are not limited to just statues. Suddenly, a sword pierced through Debo's stomach. Aaron turned around in confusion. Suddenly, a warrior attacked her, trying to hit her with a spear. A powerful purple explosion was visible. The young man, opening his mouth, asked Miria what she was doing. A moment later, his pupils narrowed. The swordsman bared his teeth menacingly, and a scream was heard that he had killed his friends. The girl, opening her jaw, exclaimed that it was useless because in their eyes he was only an object of revenge. A bright flame appeared, and she added that now it was time for the final act. The stone monster lay on the floor, and Miria said that they needed to make every effort and finish the performance. Her eyes lit up red, and she said that this was all for the sake of the dark mage. A strong explosion was heard from afar, from which the stones flew apart. Debo, clenching his jaw, wondered if Zakum had possessed her. The teacher opened her mouth wide and yelled at the boy to stop hesitating and finish faster, because this was no longer Miria, so let him wake up. Suddenly, the swordsman bared his teeth invitingly. His body was covered with dark power, and an answer was heard that he knew. Erin suddenly jumped up and swung her axe, shouting an ability. A devastating blow appeared, from which the boulders broke. Suddenly, stalactites began to fall down. Debo, sweat on his face, clenched his jaw. A magical shockwave was visible. The fighter, falling to the ground, realized that he had screwed up and shouldn't have agreed with the girl. A moment later, the student rushed from his place. The swordsman coughed up blood, and the young man thought that it was all because of him. The guy pierced his partner with a spear and apologized. Suddenly, the warrior's hand reached for his face, which surprised him greatly. Debo cut it into two. The swordsman stroked it with his palm. He, smiling widely, thanked him and asked him to take care of Aaron. A second later, the guy bared his teeth harshly. Suddenly, the girl jumped off the ground and flew high. She swung her axe, leaving a magical trail, and asked if this was his true body. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The hand of the stone monster began to fall right on Aaron. The warrior tightly clutched the weapon. The young man, flying above the huge enemy, offered the teacher to destroy him. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl screamed loudly. The fighter's spear caught fire with a bright flame. Multiple attacks on the enemy appeared. Suddenly, the guy tried to hold back the debris approaching him. Opening his jaw, he exclaimed that this was bad. Miria, holding out her dagger, said that she was giving her life to the Great One. Suddenly, a strong blow pierced her body. Aaron stopped and directed her gaze back. A stone monster appeared, and she realized that only he remained. Debo said that most likely he would not allow them to win so easily, and his pupils sharply narrowed. A moment later, the guy grabbed his head in pain. Frowning, the girl was very surprised. The young man, opening his mouth wide, screamed for her to quickly kill him before he did something he would regret. The teacher tightly clutched the weapon and apologized to her student. Suddenly, Debo began to smile menacingly. It was visible how the boy was handcuffed, and he thought that it would be better this way, and perhaps this was his punishment for his stupid behavior. An unusual red glow appeared, and the warrior said to himself that he was asking for forgiveness from the guys, and added that Aaron needed to hurry. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed. It seemed like the girl's eyes bulged and fell to the ground. The young man, clenching his fists, did not understand why his sister was here and who brought her here. A dark aura surrounded the hero of the shaft, and Debo wondered if she had killed her. The teacher, lifting the corners of her lips, said that he should not worry because it would all be over soon. The warrior's face was covered in a red glow, and he asked how she dared to touch his sister and added that he would not forgive her. A moment later, the girl bent over from the blast wave. The fighter sharply pointed his axe at her, leaving a magical trail behind him. Erin lowered her eyebrows in confusion. She pulled out her axe and tried to hold back the attack. Through the sweat on her face, the teacher said that his senses had become heightened. Many slashing blows were visible, and the sharp part of the girl's weapon lit up with a blue flame. A second later, she swung her axe powerfully. The blow pierced the limb of the stone monster. Debo stopped in place, and his eyes emitted dark power. The guy turned around sharply. A furious attack rang out, from which the monster's arm split into two parts. A moment later, Erin fell to the ground. Suddenly, she rushed from her place, leaving a blue trail behind her. The girl flew high above the huge monster. The teacher, her mouth wide open, decided to end it. The final blow appeared, causing an unusual aura to swirl in the air. Suddenly, Debo appeared on the head of the evil spirit. The boy jumped back sharply, clutching his spear tightly. Baring her teeth, Erin thought that there would be no more chances, so she couldn't stop. She abruptly attacked with her axe and apologized to her student. A trace of a magical blow appeared in the air, causing everything to fly apart. The young man, clenching his jaw, did not understand what had happened. Opening her mouth, the teacher said that he had finally come to his senses. Smiling widely, she said that she thought that he would leave without saying goodbye. The warrior, his eyes bulging, replied that this could not be. Stretching out his hand, Debo said that he asked to kill him. Crouching down near the stone, Erin said that 800 years ago they had already failed, and she was no longer the one who would stop the dark mage, and moreover, he was very talented and much superior to her. The boy, through the sweat on his face, exclaimed that even if he spent his whole life, he would never become like her. The girl, grinning, asked to take care of the maple world. A small haze was circling above the guys, and the teacher added that she was sure that he would succeed. Squinting her eyes, the adventurer said that he was her only student, adding that she was a little tired, so she would rest, which made the young man bewilderedly ask her to wake up. It seemed like the warrior was holding his axe and telling that this is how Erin fell into eternal sleep, and he had to tell her friends everything, so he set off again, because without her there was no place for him in this world. Introducing the monster as a skeleton, Debo explained that this was hell, and he could not fulfill the purpose of his life, which he barely found, and also could not repent of his sins, and did not fulfill the requests of his loved ones. It was seen how the guy stuck the tip into the ground. A bright flame lit up in front of him. The young man closed his eyes from the light. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. After some time, the fighter raised his eyelids. The warrior, with his arms spread out in different directions, was lying on the bed. His sister, smiling, exclaimed that he had finally woken up, and she began to worry because he had not woken up, although there were no wounds, and asked if he had a nightmare because he talked in his sleep. Debo scratched the back of his head and answered that he did not remember anything. And suddenly there was a knock on the door, to which the girl said that she did not remember them waiting for anyone. She told her brother to go out because guests had come to visit him, and a second later the guy stood up and held his hand in his pocket. Elpom, folding his elbows, exclaimed that they needed to hurry up, so he should get ready faster, to which the warrior clarified whether he was on vacation. During the day, a house was visible, and the main character asked if he had a bad rest, and asked him for money, which surprised him greatly. After some time, the protagonist sat at the table and asked about the hobgoblin base, to which Ebbs explained that they killed 97 people, and clarified whether he managed to survive, having received a new circle, and the guy answered positively. The man bared his teeth menacingly and wondered what he was planning. The member of the trade union lowered his eyebrows and asked if he knew anything else, and reminded him that the reward would only be when he told reliable information, and also asked if he needed money. Elpom reached into his pocket and answered that he seemed to be mistaken. A second later, he took out a large stack of bills and said that he would first repay the debt. Ebbs, through the sweat on his face, heard that 2 million and they were settled, and wondered where such money came from, because they do not pay that much, and it seems that the guy had an unknown source of money. The man wondered if he was trying to get the most out of it, and sighed heavily, saying that he was now a free adventurer, and in that case it would be necessary to sign a new contract. The member of the trade union added that he should name the desired amount, and he would try to meet it, to which the protagonist said the figure of 50 million. Ebbs, opening his mouth wide, was greatly surprised by what he heard, and exclaimed that no one would give that much for some C-class adventurer. Suddenly, the protagonist placed his palm on the table. A moment later, he clenched his fist and explained that then the conversation was over. After some time, Debo, frowning, asked how everything went. Elpom, waving his arms, replied that he refused when he heard the amount of the advance, and his partner clarified how much he asked, and the protagonist said the figure of 50 million. The warrior was very surprised and asked if he hit his head, to which the protagonist, opening his mouth, answered that it was not so. Raising the corners of his lips, the guy said that he never consulted him, and asked why they suddenly came here, and the boss inquired in response if he had been here before. A dark alley appeared, and it was heard that these were slums, and from a young age he tried to get out of here at any cost, and he will not say that now he lives in luxury, but the atmosphere there is certainly better. A stranger was visible, who was sitting barefoot on the floor, and they said that earlier this was the most prosperous area in Fox, but everything is in the past, and now it is a den of criminals. The girls, looking at the guys, offered to play with them, and Debo said that this is the worst area on Victoria Island. Suddenly it seemed like the man, breaking the boards, began to fall. He landed on a stone road, which left the boys perplexed. They were surrounded by bandits with weapons in their hands. The uncle bared his teeth and thought that everything was going well. The warrior sighed heavily and said that there would be a fight now, so they needed to move away. The man opened his mouth wide and asked the older brothers why they were so late. The gentleman hid behind the boys and said that they accused him of stealing and started beating him, and asked them to help him. He begged to save him, to which Debo, frowning fiercely, asked what he was even saying, and who would believe him with such a face. The stranger's leg appeared, who told his partners that it seemed like the truth, which surprised the guy very much that they believed him. The big guy pulled out a knife and exclaimed that their uncle stole and sold his thing, and if they repaid the debt, they would let him go, so let them give him 3 million. The man, harshly opening his jaw, asked if he saw what he stole, and how he could even distinguish people with his own eyes, and also added that he should not blame honest workers for nothing. The jock frowned angrily and shouted whether he wanted to die. Suddenly, 3 million in monetary currency flew at him. Elpom, waving his hand, told him to take it and leave, to which the gentleman asked why he did it. A moment later, the protagonist turned his gaze to the side. The man scratched his chin and heard his name being called and told to follow him, which made him wonder if they knew each other. After a while, the boys were standing in a dark alley, and Ralph asked him if he was there to hire him and how much he would pay, to which he replied that he had given them everything, so there was nothing left. The uncle asked who he worked for, and the protagonist said that he worked for no one, and then the man asked why he wanted to join their team, and Debo, clenching his fist, exclaimed that he should return their 3 million. The gentleman smiled and said that he had not asked for payment for him, but that they had decided so themselves. Crossing his fingers, he explained that since they had come to such a remote place, they must know about his skills, so they would have to fork out, and he would also give them a discount and would be happy to join for only 3 million. The protagonist's partner exclaimed that he should drop it, and suddenly a stranger's hand appeared and addressed the guys. The girl, raising her fist, said her name and added that she was from the Kenya Trade Union, and asked which of them was Mr. Elpom. A moment later, the protagonist turned his gaze to the side. The guy, grinning, replied that it was him, and Ralph was surprised to hear about the trade union. Bijou, stretching out her palm, explained that it was an honor for her to meet them and had hoped to pay a more formal visit, but circumstances did not allow it, and continued that they highly appreciated their abilities after clearing the gate for 100 people. The girl, lowering her eyebrows, said that they would like to recruit their team, and there will be a formal test in the form of a raid on the gate, and they will also provide a deposit of 3 million and another 50 million after passing the test. The uncle's pupils sharply narrowed. A question was heard whether they wanted to join them, to which Elpom bit the corners of his lips contentedly. Bijou, leaving, said that the test would be in 3 days at midnight and wished them luck, and Debo exclaimed that they were lucky. Suddenly, it seemed as if several stacks of money flew up. The man, taking them, opened his mouth wide. Looking at him, the protagonist said that this was his deposit, and the contract would be for a year, and he would receive the remaining 7 million after successfully capturing the gate, which made his partner perplexed. It was apparently night time, and the guy asked if he would spend 10 million on this gentleman, to which the protagonist said that they had to go, otherwise they would be late for the next meeting. Suddenly, the warrior's pupils narrowed. A girl appeared, who turned her head away in displeasure. Debo, pointing at her, asked what she had forgotten here, to which Kiri exclaimed for him to shut up, and added that she had come to fulfill her promise. After some time, someone could be seen stepping on a puddle. The team approached the magic portal, and the young man said that it was a great day to take the gate. The fighters stood biting the corners of their lips, and it was heard that there were only 5 groups, and a total of 50 people, to which the guy said that this should be enough for the raid. Ralph, baring his teeth, clarified that wouldn't that reduce his share. The girl, putting her hand on her side, greeted everyone and introduced herself, and also added that everyone knew that this gate was orange class. The number 50 was visible on the wall of the portal, and Bijou was sure that most of them could handle it. Elpom, looking ahead, expected Kenya to contact them, but did not think that they would come here, and sees that they have reached this place. The protagonist lowered his eyebrows and thought that he had cleared them before, but at a different time, so the plan did not change. It was raining heavily, and the boys listened to remember that all teams should give a signal to regroup when they found a secondary gate, to which Debo wondered what a secondary gate was. A movement pattern appeared, and it was said that the gates were divided into different levels depending on the color, and the presence of another gate showed that there was a dungeon within a dungeon. Kiri turned around and said that since there was a secondary gate, it meant that they were waiting for 2 raids, and added that the terrain and monsters were different from the original. Ralph said that he did not suspect that he was so inexperienced, which caused the young man to open his mouth wide and ask him to shut up, and he turned to Elpom and offered to clarify one point. The man, smiling broadly, said that even though he hired him, it doesn't decide who will be the leader of the group, and asked if it wouldn't be better to choose the leader based on skills. The main character looked back and asked if he was greedy, and also answered that everything can be decided based on the contribution to the raid. After a moment, the gentleman frowned. The girl and the guy, turning to each other, talked, and Ralph thought that when he becomes the leader of the team, it will be hot. The team approached the magical entrance, and Debo exclaimed that they will earn 50,000, and recommended the boss to quickly sort everything out. The uncle mocked the guy, to which he, opening his jaw, asked him again. Showing him the middle finger, the young man said that he was already fed up with him, and offered to fight, and the man asked why, because for him everything is obvious, and he does not work for free. The warrior, looking back, clarified with the leader why he hired him, and added that he only spoils the mood. Suddenly, he noticed how the monsters were devouring the participants of the test, and they were calling for help and trying to keep the line. The monster stuck out its tongue, and someone shouted for everyone to run. The evil eye attacked Debo, causing him to fall. The enemy was licking his face, and he did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, the monster swung its claws. Ralph kicked it and helped his teammate. The enemy hit the tree trunk hard. The man, lowering his head, told the guy to concentrate, and Kiri shouted if the entrance was in the center of their territory. Suddenly, several monsters opened their mouths wide and screamed. Suddenly, a fiery glow appeared. The main character held his staff, which emitted magic arrows, and thought that then they did not attack them immediately at the entrance, and everything is different from last time. A moment later, the girl jumped high and used the ability of the rising sun. After striking, she wondered if he had dodged. The enemy was quickly turning his head, and the swordswoman could not hit him. The warrior, narrowing her eyes, could not catch his movements. Suddenly, the monster pushed her with its tail. Many monsters headed straight for her. Kiri bared her teeth menacingly. Suddenly, the girl tore all her opponents into small pieces. It was visible how Debo tried to protect himself from the enemy's mouth. The monster grabbed his axe tightly. Suddenly, the monster pierced through. Ralph quickly swung his arms. It seemed like the evil eye suddenly exploded. The boy's pupils narrowed, and it was heard that with this there would be 2 for the young man and 1 for the miss. The man, clenching his fist, said that this was a fascinating spectacle and was ready to accept gratitude in advance, and also added that they should continue fighting. Kiri was surprised by how good he was through the sweat on her face and realized that the 3rd circle was on another level. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth wide and roared loudly. The master punched it hard. After a moment, he dodged the enemy's attack and muttered that their movements were chaotic, but nothing more. After landing another strong blow to the enemy's head, the uncle thought that they had dealt with 2, but another one appeared. It was possible to see how the monsters were torn apart, and Ralph thought that the boss's skills were more than enough to attract Kania, and he did not know about fighting the leader, but he knew that he was faster than him in hunting. Suddenly, the man lowered his eyebrows, and Evil Eye appeared behind him. The monster quickly rushed forward. The master grabbed it tightly and said to himself that the guy was definitely useful. His fist was covered in blue liquid, and he thought that not everyone could get 50 million for the initial payment, and judging by the way the union spoke, they might pay him even more in the future. The fighter narrowed his pupils in satisfaction. Imagining a mountain of coins, Ralph muttered that he would control the boys. The girl, looking back, exclaimed that he was probably enjoying himself there. You could see how the man clenched his fist in joy. The monster, his eyes bulging, was very scared. Suddenly, the gentleman was pushed in the back. Elpom kicked him hard. Uncle, breaking on the ground, asked if he decided to fight him. The main character said that he did not deserve thanks, and Ralph, frowning, did not understand him. Suddenly, the stranger shot all the monsters with magic bullets. A small haze was visible, and the fighter clarified what it was. A huge number of evil spirits quickly rushed towards the participants of the test. It seemed as if an unusual aura surrounded the arrow. The archer powerfully pulled the bowstring. Lowering his head, the guy wondered if he was there. A second later, a crowd of monsters pounced on him. Magic arrows quickly cut through the air. The charges hit the opponents straight, causing them to fall to the ground. Suddenly, the stranger's eye turned white. Elpom covered his face with his elbow. The protagonist, holding his staff, wondered if he had already fired. The archer's pupils were burning with a bright flame. Suddenly, a fiery projectile was flying towards him. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. Ralph, opening his jaw, muttered that he used the evil eye as a shield and counterattacked, and that this was a bold idea and execution. Through the sweat on his face, Debo warned the boss. The protagonist turned around in bewilderment. Several unusual arrows were quickly heading towards him. A blast wave was visible in the distance. It seemed as if a piece of clothing had burned. The guy, holding his hand, did not understand what had happened because he was sure that he had hit, but he instantly found himself behind. Kiri, opening her mouth wide, shouted to the boss that it was dangerous here and they needed to retreat. The man raised his head in surprise. Suddenly, many magic arrows rushed straight at the guys. One of the test participants, lowering his eyebrows, exclaimed for everyone to run away. Suddenly, a projectile pierced his body. Magic bullets hit the warriors, causing them to scream loudly. The girl swung her sword sharply. The fiery trail from the blow protected her and the fighter behind her. The swordswoman, closing her eyes, asked what they were doing and ordered them to run into the forest if they wanted to live. In the depths of the forest, a huge number of monsters were visible, and the answer was heard that they would do so if they could, but the creatures were waiting for them at every step. Suddenly, a fiery blow deadly cut through the opponents. Elpom, standing near the trees, said that the path was clear. Ralph abruptly rushed from his place and explained that he would go forward. The swordswoman, waving her palm, asked them not to hesitate and move. It seemed as if a leg pushed off the ground. Magic arrows fell down. Debo, through the sweat on his face, exclaimed to the boss that they were all going to die here. A moment later, the protagonist released a fiery projectile. An explosion was heard in the forest, and the protagonist, turning to his partner, asked him to listen carefully. A gray haze was visible, and the stranger wondered how he instantly recognized his location. Pulling the bowstring, the archer thought that Sir Ivok was right to worry. The guy rushed from the spot, and the shooter, remembering the name of the protagonist, silently said goodbye to him. Elpom ran through many projectiles flying at him. The enemy, frowning menacingly, did not understand where the magician got such speed from. The stranger quickly ran past the trees and realized that there were 6 of them, and one was missing. A bright flame appeared behind him. The archer looked back sharply. Powerful explosions were visible in the forest. The protagonist, spreading his fingers, muttered that this time he definitely saw a hit. Debo quickly slid along the ground. Taking off his hood, the guy said that the undercover operation worked, and all thanks to him, who was stalling for time. Suddenly, a magic arrow pierced his stomach. The young man began to fall, and Kiri, noticing this, screamed loudly. The protagonist turned his gaze to the side in confusion. He noticed an unusual projectile flying towards him. It was visible how the magic bullets were aiming at the participants of the test. One of them called for help, but a second later he was hit. The girl, grabbing her partner, exclaimed that they needed to run faster. Suddenly, an arrow pierced her leg, causing her to scream. The swordswoman and Debo fell to the floor. It seemed like magic projectiles were cutting through the air. Kiri, clenching her jaw, waited for the blow. Suddenly, Ralph caught them, who exclaimed that they should not slow down. Holding them under his shoulders, the man said that he did not think that he would become a father and added that it was troublesome. The archer parried past the tree trunks and muttered for them to run since they couldn't hide anyway. A second later, he began to pull the bowstring. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed in surprise. The master, running up to the bushes, asked why he asked him to run here, to which he was told to just shut up and do what the boss said, and the uncle added that Debo was barely standing on his feet and was still muttering something. The boys made their way through the foliage. Suddenly, their eyes widened. A magical portal was visible, and Ralph realized that it was a secondary gate and wondered if Elpom knew where to find it. Smiling broadly, he said to himself that at least he would survive, and the distance to the enemy was about 100 meters, so it was quite possible to reach the portal faster than an arrow. The guy, opening his jaw, asked if he was planning to enter the secondary gate without the boss, to which the man asked in response that wasn't his plan to bring them here. Turning his head back, the gentleman exclaimed that they would go first and wait for the protagonist. Suddenly, magic arrows hit the guys straight. A moment later, Debo fell to the ground. Uncle bent down and did not understand what happened and why the attack came from the front, because he could not overtake them so quickly. Suddenly, blue shells approached him. The axe handle flew up sharply, leaving an unusual trail behind it. A magic shield appeared above Ralph, which reflected the enemy's attack. The warrior, reaching for the weapon, remembered that the boss took it. Suddenly, a log was quickly rushing towards them, and the guy hoped that the protagonist would save them. In anticipation of the blow, the young man calmly narrowed his eyes. A moment later, the tree pushed the team forward. They could see how they flew into the magic portal. An unusual flash appeared, which shone brightly. A thick log stopped near the entrance. The archer, his eyes bulging, thought that Elpom was an amazing person. Someone quickly rushed past the trees. The arrow pierced the evil eye. The monster fell to the ground dead. Covering his face with a mask, the assassin realized that it was an ordinary monster again. But he also could not understand why his opponent had not moved yet and why he was hiding and waiting. The assassin, pulling the bowstring, thought about what they would play in this case. Remembering Sir Ivok, the fighter remembered that he had taken him in 13 years ago, and that was when the selection began in which only 5 out of 300 assassins were supposed to survive. The guy held another corpse by the hair, remembering that the massacre lasted for 7 days, but his victims were never able to find him, for which the master granted him the title of ghost. Suddenly he looked to the side. His arrow pierced another monster. Frowning, the killer realized that he had missed again. A fiery arrow flew past him, piercing the tree trunk. Jumping through the trees, the ghost knew that his enemy was not so bad. He landed on one of the branches. Having fired 3 arrows, the assassin understood that most likely his enemy guessed that he would give himself away with such an attack. The projectiles split the tree trunk in 2. Another arrow of the protagonist was flying at it. Having dodged it, the ghost realized that his opponent used telekinesis to hide his position. The guy landed on the ground. The assassin made a quick dash forward. 2 more fiery projectiles were flying behind him. Pulling the bowstring, the assassin is ready to attack with 3 arrows. The projectiles of the 2 fighters collided, causing a strong explosion. The archer squinted from such an explosion. Behind him was another fiery arrow. He also shot at it to block. An explosion of the same force thundered in the air. The assassin fell to the ground. One of his eyes was closed. The fighter rested his trembling hand on the ground. Getting up from his knees, he realized that this was all really interesting. His eyes had turned completely white. Tree trunks were visible. Listening, the young man did not understand why it was so quiet. Looking away, the hero assumed that his enemy hid thanks to the ability to hide his presence until he completely disappeared. Sitting by the tree, the guy reasoned that in his past life, there was no one so skilled in this gate, and most likely this killer was sent by the Kenya trade union, and therefore it can be assumed that the future could have changed after that raid on 100 people. His eyes opened wider when he heard a scream from the other side. The hero turned around abruptly. Realizing this, raising his hand, the killer shouted that his enemy was not a stupid guy, so he should have realized by now that nothing would change if he continued to hide like a rat. Throwing his head back, the assassin shouted that he had heard earlier that his opponent should be fearless, but in fact he was a common coward. Running closer to the enemy, the protagonist could not understand how he ended up in that place, because it was simply impossible. Without making a sound, also thinking that it could be teleportation. Looking out from behind the trunk, Elpom also suggested that it could be a trembling stream. Opening his eyes wide, the assassin exclaimed that he had found his enemy. Several arrows flew into the hero's back. Snow-capped mountain peaks were visible. A bright light illuminated a certain place. Flying away from the explosion, the team screamed. Gritting his teeth, Debo said that they left the boss there alone, and Ralph asked if he was really to blame for this situation. The fighter's hand was shaking as he spoke about whether the hero was really going to cope alone, also adding that he still had his tricks since it was not for nothing that he was the last one left. Suddenly his mouth opened wide. Looking at the guests, the warrior shouted that there were only 3 marks on the gate and did not understand why there was a whole mountain of corpses since at least 100 groups had died here. Frowning, the girl explained that it was all because of the bastards from Kenya since they were the ones who had set everything up. Remembering the coat of arms of this guild, she explained that the sudden recruitment offer, trolling from the first level, and the number of corpses not corresponding to the marks indicate that Kenya are simply followers of a dark mage. Turning his head towards her, the guy asked again. Kiri explained that this guild had always lured intrusive adventurers here, and now there was a murderer here, and Elpom was right that they had swallowed the bait. Grinning, the man said that he did not want to interrupt such a fascinating story, but asked them to postpone the conversation for a little while longer. Raising his head, Ralph said that the owner here was a little out of sorts. In front of them was a huge monster. The monster was baring its teeth and the fighter could not believe that it was the boss here. Raising his hand to his neck, the healer noted that it was probably time for him to work off his rent, and the guys were lucky. A certain sign appeared in his after he said that not everyone had seen something like this. Squinting, Ibiru said that Ralph was a complete scumbag, just like the man behind him. Jaubert, closing one eye, explained that this man would do anything for money. A certain man, holding a knife in his hand, said that if you describe Ralph as an adventurer, then he is quite a useful guy whose skills are truly amazing. In his hands was a sign of healing. The man said that he is the best bishop of the third circle. The bodies of his team members were covered in a green glow. Bringing his hand to the wound, Debo realized that they were all instantly healing. Being enveloped in a healing spell, the fighter realized that their comrade belonged to the bishop class and not a rogue. With her eyes wide open, the girl could not understand how he fought in this case without combat skills. Grinning, the healer said that when they were completely healed, they would have to work off this favor. The monster's eyes glowed blue and the man noted that he was also tired of waiting. The monster was about to grab him while he was shouting that his teammates should show their skills right now. The blow landed right in front of the team. The young man grabbed the edge of the flying rock. The boss was preparing to eat them with his mouth wide open. It bit this huge rock. Debo had already caught one of its fangs. The blow with the halberd landed right in the eye of this monster. The girl also made an attack with her blade on the enemy. The monster was already reaching out to the fighter, hitting himself in the place where the warrior was sitting. The guy flew back. Suddenly, the man hit the monster in the face. It tried to hit back. Dodging, Ralph shouted that his allies were stupid weaknesses. The girl gritted her teeth, being healed. The boy's mouth wide open, he realized that the man was now not only healing, but also acting as a tank, and besides, the healing itself wasn't mindless, because he only healed when they could no longer continue the fight. The healer put his hand in his bag and also said that the first time would be on the house. Using the blessing, the bishop shouted that they would have to pay from now on. The girl's eyes wide open, she felt the power flowing through her entire body. The man grinned and said that it would cost them 100 at a time. Kiri's mouth wide open, and he sent him. The boy's eyes widened, and he said the same thing. The monster lay dead, and someone from the team said that they were finally done. Sitting on the ground, the girl noted that this creature was simply terrible, and the healer replied that everything was quite normal and asked if it was time to count the money. Suddenly, the monster opened its mouth and growled. Looking around, Debo said that his breath was really stinking and it was time to ease the suffering of this creature. Suddenly, the enemy's wound began to close with a thick layer of ice. They all looked at it. Frowning, the guy asked if this was a joke. The monster raised its head. Its eyes lit up blue again. The hero opened his mouth wide, breathing heavily. Many enemy arrows flew right next to him. Running away, the young man tried to understand what was wrong here because it was unknown where all these attacks were coming from. Imagining the work of one of the skills, the protagonist remembered that the third circle archers have access to the trembling flow skill, which only returns to a given point, and since usually only one marker is available, such an attack simply cannot be possible. Frowning, the assassin shouted that everything is useless and his opponent is too slow. Elpom prepared a huge fireball for an attack. Jumping on the branches, the killer asked him about where he was aiming, because it was not worth wasting spells so thoughtlessly. Blood spurted from the hero's mouth after the enemy's words about the mana shock that should have overtaken him in this case. The archer was still jumping on the trees. Numerous explosions thundered throughout the forest, while the mercenary reasoned that most likely the hero was trying to distract him and escape to the secondary gate. Looking around, the guy realized that he could no longer fight to exhaustion with someone whose location was unknown, because when the mana shock came, everything would be over. The young man was knocked down by one of the arrows of this killer. He took a small vial from his bag. Numerous enemy projectiles flew at the young man when he realized that there was no more time to think. The protagonist drank some potion, realizing that he would have to take such risks. The guy released a huge fire sphere. Dodging it, the assassin screamed that his enemy was a complete fool. The archer stood on one of the trees. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Many fire arrows were flying at him at the same time. The protagonist held his hand out in front of him, while the assassin thought that he had used the maximum of his third circle skills while in mana shock, which made him suicidal. The hero clenched his teeth. His hand was glowing light blue and he understood that if this was the secret, then he would be forcibly pulled out of him. Looking at the arrow attacks, the assassin could not believe that his opponent was already bombarding them indiscriminately and had apparently gone completely crazy. The protagonist prepared another fire sphere. The archer jumped away from it. The assassin again jumped from trunk to trunk, dodging the attacks. There were already some purple stripes on the hero's face, but he knew that it was too early. Multiple explosions thundered across the area again. Blood spurted from the boy's mouth, but even now he needed to hold on even longer. Looking back, the assassin wondered if the boy had really decided that he would just get hit. Imagining his corpse, the assassin knew that his enemy's fate was already sealed, as he would die in terrible agony while his body would self-destruct from mana shock. Blood flowed to the ground. Another explosion broke the trees in its path. The boy again put his hand in front of him. Another strong explosion was heard nearby. The black stripes on the hero's face continued to progress. He used the fire sphere right in front of him again. The assassin jumped somewhere. His eyes widened in surprise. Flying towards the tree, the archer realized that there was fire everywhere, and this was most likely what the opponent had originally intended. Covering his face with his hand, the mercenary realized that he could now burn alive. Suddenly, the assassin saw an open area with a clearing in front of him. With his eyes wide open, the fighter thought that this was quite suspicious since it happened too suddenly. Something quickly ran through the fire. Looking around, the ranged fighter shouted negatively. A certain person, standing far away on a branch, shouted that it was a trap. Closing his eyes, the assassin could not understand anything. The protagonist was already swinging his fist, covered in blue energy, to attack. The assassin's eyes opened wide. From a direct hit, he flew away. He prepared an arrow to attack. Suddenly, the fighter began to fall to the ground. Someone jumped through the flames again. Putting the blade in front of him, the young man said that the time for the first had already come. The archer took out his weapon from behind his back. The assassin rested it on the ground. Thanks to this, the enemy was able to dodge the katana attack. The mercenary frowned. The assassin was swinging his arm to counterattack. The young man dodged the attack with his foot. Gritting his teeth, the hero understood that he could not hold out any longer and needed to deal with this as soon as possible. The protagonist knocked down the bow with his blade. The assassin began to fall to the ground. Elpom swung his weapon again to attack. The enemy flew back. The young man held the katana out in front of him. Gritting his teeth, the assassin grunted. Someone fired an arrow. The hero jumped back, dodging it. The assassin's brother, running up, told the first one to get up. Preparing even more projectiles, he also said that their enemy could no longer use offensive magic, so it was time to finish him off. A dagger was already flying at his back. He managed to dodge it. Running away from the dagger attack, the brother assassin realized that he was going to fight with mana-consuming telekinesis. The assassin prepared to attack. The assassin, swinging his blade, hung in the air. The protagonist managed to repel many of the enemy's attacks. The flying dagger flew around the arrows. One of the archers tried to shoot at the blade, but missed. Frowning, he told the young man to stop such tricks. Many different stones were flying at him. The hero swung his katana to attack the assassin's brother. Having repelled the attack, the archer could not understand why the magician was so good at close combat. The same one kicked the enemy in the side. Opening his mouth, the guy knew that even so, he must not let his guard down. The dagger controlled by telekinesis rose from the ground. It was heading straight for the assassin. Suddenly, the controlled knife knocked the weapon out of the enemy's hands. The hero was already hanging above him, preparing to attack. Suddenly, an arrow flew into his hand. One of the archers opened his eyes and said that this was just great. The assassin kicked the hero away and thanked his brother. The staff fell to the ground. The assassin picked up his dagger from the ground. He attacked the boy. Swinging the blade, the assassin asked what the mage would do with only one hand. Suddenly, the sorcerer knocked the weapon out of his opponent's hands with his active hand. The archer's eyes widened. The protagonist grabbed his hand. The mercenary screamed with his mouth wide open. His eyes widened and he screamed for him to let him go, because there really weren't enough holes in his body. The bracelet on the boy's hand glowed with a bright yellow light. There was already a fiery sphere above his hand and the archer screamed that the boy had simply gone crazy. Frowning, the assassin's brother screamed for him to be careful. He had to cover his face from the explosion of such force. The assassin flew back, his body hitting the trunk of a tree. Ner fell to his knees and coughed. His mouth wide open, the enemy realized that he simply couldn't breathe. His head dropped very low. His brother, raising his head, couldn't understand what it was. Some green hemisphere was in front of him. Turning around, he tried to find his brother. The assassin started running in some direction. The hero was already running towards him along the tree trunk. The guy swung his arm to attack. With his mouth wide open, the assassin screamed that his enemy was no longer a tenant. Having prepared his dagger, the enemy shouted for him to die. Blood splashed onto the ground. Raising his head, the fighter realized that the barrier was broken. He rushed through the flames, realizing what had happened. His eyes opened very wide. His brother's body was lying on the ground. Grabbing him, the warrior begged him to come to his senses. Having raised him to his feet, the assassin said that now was not the time, because they had been here for so long and needed to quickly take the phoenix feather. Nier was lying on the ground. The assassin called out to him again, his eyes wide. The hero's blade pierced him. The bloody dagger fell to the ground. His mouth fell open. Having fallen to the ground, the guy realized that these archers had made him sweat. The mountains of this area were covered with thick layers of snow. Some kind of rock cracked with a crack. The monster threw Debo away from itself. There were some kind of ice growths on the monster's body. It attacked the fighter again. The guy fell to his knees, breathing heavily. A huge Yeti towered over him. The enemy was about to strike with his fist again. Ralph was already behind the monster. The opponent swung to repel the attack from behind. Grinning, the man shouted that he was slowing down. The blow hit the monster's head. Looking at the place of the blow, the bishop did not understand why their enemy was so impenetrable. The Yeti covered the man with its huge paw. The healer opened his mouth, screaming. Kiri cut the monster's arm with a sunstroke. With her eyes wide open, she screamed that they were now even. The knight took the wounded ally with her. The girl descended to the ground. Suddenly, the monster began to prepare for something. The monster soared into the air. Closing its paws behind its head, it roared furiously. The blow of enormous force shook everything around. A green glow of healing was visible from the raised dust. All three were covered in an aura of healing. Looking to the side, the warrior asked if his comrade had figured out how to catch this monster, because it was impossible to continue in this spirit. The enemy's hand was already reaching for them. Dodging this attack, Debo asked for a specific plan of action. The man told him to shut up and draw the enemy's attention to himself. There was a sword in the ice on the Yeti's body and the healer shouted to try to get to the weak spot. The warrior blocked the blow with his halberd. With his mouth wide open, he shouted that now was the time for their plan. Two allies ran towards the monster from behind. With a roundhouse kick, the monster threw back the people approaching it. Running along the enemy's paw, the adventurer shouted that this monster was not just a huge blockhead. It swung again to strike. From the blow, the warrior flew down. The boy was on his knees. With her eyes wide open, the girl shouted to Ralph that they needed to use healing. The monster struck the place where the boy was. Looking at her ally, she called out to him. The monster's eyes were still glowing bright blue. Standing in a fighting stance, the healer shouted that he only had 4 charges left and therefore they should dodge such attacks. The enemy was already running towards them, while the man was telling them that they should spread out to find a good moment. Numerous blows shook the icy expanses. With his mouth wide open, the Yeti roared. Kiri flew back from another blow. Having used healing, Ralph shouted that he was probably crucifying himself for the wall and not for his allies. The girl fell to the ground and the bishop realized that she had switched off and the charge had been wasted. The man was running away from the monster. Debo was lying in one of the craters. His entire body was covered in blood. With his mouth open, the fighter asked if he really needed to develop the circle. The protagonist, holding a mug with some drink, answered affirmatively and explained that his comrade already had enough experience for the second circle, and this could really come in handy in the future. The adventurer asked if it was so easy to get such a circle. The young man explained that enlightenment is a state of mind, and then his protege asked him to teach him. Sipping something from a mug, the hero noted that everyone has their own enlightenment and even sharing experience will not help. Bowing his head, the mercenary asked what he wanted from him in this case. Elpom asked his partner to choose the right keywords for him, since it could be comprehending mana or searching for knowledge. Suddenly, Debo's heart began to beat faster after the protagonist said that such a word could be an unforgettable memory. A powerful explosion thundered behind the monster. It looked back. The fighter's eyes were completely filled with gold. He was already running towards the enemy. The guy cut the monster's attacking arm with an explosive strike. Opening his mouth wide, Ralph understood that he had just pierced his opponent along with the ice in one fell swoop. A second circle had already appeared on the warrior's wrist. The young man was already flying into the attack, but the man could not believe that his ally had already managed to develop a second circle. The blow hit the opponent's eye. The guy swung to strike the vulnerable area. The attack came straight at the stuck sword. The blade almost reached the core of the monster. Suddenly, it covered its mouth. The monster turned around and began to fall on its back. The warrior was pinned by the ice spires on its back. Finding himself behind the enemy, the healer praised his comrade. The fighter's body was covered in a green glow of healing. The guy made another attack with the halberd on the enemy's back. The monster with the wounded eye growled. The young man soared into the air. Suddenly, his lunge was blocked by the creature. The fighter clenched his teeth. His body was covered in a green aura of healing again. The Yeti clenched Ralph in his fist. Grinning, he called him a stupid brute and also said that now he should not worry about the healer. The fighter swung for another blow to the blade in the monster's back. Opening his mouth wide, the enemy growled. The mercenary clenched his teeth with force. An incredibly powerful attack hit the sword straight. Its blade hit the core. Opening his mouth even wider, the monster growled furiously. The guy swung for another blow. Suddenly, his balance wobbled. The Yeti threw him behind his back. Clouds of raised dust were coming out of a hole. The fighter opened his eyes in surprise. Trying to get up, he did not understand what was happening. Looking at his ally, Debo asked him about what was happening here. The monster's gaze was directed at them. The ice on his body began to crack. Suddenly, one of the monster's arms fell off. It looked at the severed limb. The arm fell to the ground with a crash. Pieces of ice also crumbled to the surface. The Yeti's icy leg also fell off. The monster fell to the ground. It opened its mouth wide, growling furiously. The enemy was falling apart, still growling. The girl opened her eyes slightly. Sitting by the fire, the guy was glad that she had woken up, and she asked what had happened to that monster. They were sitting in a cave and the fighter was telling that he was very hungry and tried to eat the meat of that monkey, which he failed to do. The knight noted that it was quite predictable and she also asked about whether he had really waited all the time until they came to their senses, and Debo explained that he had nothing to do anyway, since the gate to the exit was not visible anyway. Ralph lay unconscious while the fighter was talking about how the weather was very bad and that's why they decided to rest, and added that their allies' condition didn't look promising. The church was burning with bright flames and the killer's words could be heard that when the snowstorm died down, they should go out for reconnaissance, and also that it wouldn't hurt for Kiri to rest a bit. There was a strong snowstorm outside. The fighter was walking along the snow-covered mountains. He covered his mouth with his hand. A ridge was visible ahead. The guy realized that a day had already passed, but the boss had not been found. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him. A monster, opening its mouth, made some sounds. Taking hold of the halberd handle, the young man noted that he always came across such idiots. Outside the cave, the snowstorm had already died down. The girl stood up, asking if he had returned because he had found a way out. The soldier was covered in blood and the knight cried out, asking what had happened to him. The boy said that it was nothing special, just some difficulties on the way. Kiri, with wide eyes, asked about the presence of monsters and also added that she would go with him since it was really dangerous outside. Crouching near the wall, Debo said that someone should take care of their dying comrade. The young man turned away while the soldier said that she would go this time since he should not do everything alone. The soldier asked her to stop, explaining that it would be better for him to go there himself so as not to go to the same place twice. The girl looked at him while he said that she should not even think about wasting her energy in vain. Debo had already settled down to doze off, while Kiri thought about the fact that he was just trying to look cool but was burdening himself too much. The monster, opening its mouth, made shrill sounds. The guy cut it in two. The fighter stood on the edge of a cliff. He was surrounded by the same monsters. Open mouth, the warrior said that he was very cold. The enemies rushed to attack. One of the creatures pushed him off the cliff. They fell to the bottom of the gorge together. Getting out from under the corpse, the warrior said that it was close to dying. With his eyes wide open, the guy saw a man ahead. Someone was sitting with his head down and the fighter assumed that this was most likely not a corpse yet. Taking a letter from his hands, the adventurer noted that he had died very recently and this piece of paper could be some kind of will. Holding the paper in his hands, the guy said that there was something written on the outside and read that this letter was entrusted to someone whose name is unknown. There was something on the corpse's hands and the letter said that although it was a small reward, this person would be offered gloves because if that warrior had the warrior mastery skill, they would definitely come in handy. A gorge was visible. The letter also said that the writer had fallen into Kania's trap and his team had been destroyed by a snow Yeti. After reading the words that they had found a way out, the young man's eyes widened. A stone pillar was visible and it was explained that this exit was very unusual, since to activate it, you most likely need to defeat the main monster. And it was also said that at the end of the letter there would be a map with the approximate location of the gate. The fighter put the letter in his pocket, reading the text that the writer asked to pass it on to someone. A blade was stuck into the ground. Many monster corpses lay on the snow. The warrior pressed the stone pillar to open the gate. The girl, frowning, looked at the emerging glow. A turquoise exit portal opened in front of them. The fighter looked back. They came closer. The portal flashed with a bright light. The three of them went outside. Holding his comrade, Debo asked what they should do now, while Kiri said that first of all they should organize, but suddenly someone interrupted her words. The masked man said that he could not believe it at all. There were several such people in front of them and one of them asked if the Great Ghost had really been defeated. The fighter's eyes widened, realizing that it was Kania and that things were bad for them. The masked people rushed forward while one of them said that they should not be afraid because they would all die before they could blink. The girl parried the assassin's blow. Several kunai were fired by one of the attackers. They hit the knight. She closed her eyes and screamed. Frowning, Debo called out to her. Suddenly, he turned around. A bright glow illuminated everything around. A fiery arrow killed one of the unknown. The girl opened one eye, not understanding what was happening. The eyes of the man in the mask opened wide. The projectile changed direction many times. It hit enemy after enemy. The arrow pierced the chest of the main attacker. Kiri and his ally turned around. Grinning, the protagonist noted that he did not want to say this. Holding a staff in his hands, the hero asked if they missed him. Smiling, Debo sarcastically answered him that they did. There was a full moon above the location and the words of the warrior were heard that since he was late, he would have to buy beer for everyone. There were sincere smiles on the faces of the two friends. The animal, raising its head, bared its teeth. Ibok sat next to his pet. Stroking him, the man realized that a man with such a level of skill had appeared out of nowhere, but there was absolutely no information about him. Frowning, the villain realized that he would have to put up with the impending fuss. Liju, appearing in front of him, said that Elpom had returned and asked about the contract the boss had offered. With wide eyes, the boss ordered the boy to be killed. With her mouth wide open, the girl tried to object. Opening his mouth, the man said that now was not the time to care about public opinion, because this person was too unpredictable and most likely did not act alone, and added that they would come up with a reason later, but the servant answered negatively. Squinting, he asked again. The hero was going somewhere, and the girl said that he had a team. Holding food in his hands, Ralph said that it was tasteless. Debo, jumping up from his chair, shouted at him not to speak out about his sister's cooking. He noted that more salt could have been added, and his sister said that if this was not enough, then all you need to do is say, and Kiri thanked her. Gritting his teeth, the fighter said that this was the reason why he did not want to bring the healer here. Closing her eyes, the knight said that the news had already reached Kania, so they should not split up, and explained that his sister's home would be the best option for them for now. The door opened while the girl was saying that even if they hid, they would still be caught. The hero, looking inside, asked how they were doing here. Someone asked where the young man had disappeared to. He explained that he had been out on business. Raising his head, Ralph noted that he had come on time because he had just wanted to talk about dividing the reward. Raising his hand, the man said that for now it was possible to wait with determining the leader of the group, since their results were almost the same, and also asked about when he would receive his 7 million miso. The fighter shouted that he was crazy because he really wanted them to go to Kenya for them. Raising his finger, Debo also shouted that earlier, according to the healer, the warrior himself had defeated the snow Yeti, and also added that while he was looking for the gate to exit, the healer was simply sleeping. Still keeping her eyes closed, the knight explained that Elpom had most likely also dealt with the 2 twin assassins. Squinting, the bishop asked who had seen it. Turning to the protagonist, the girl asked him what he was planning to do now, and the guy began to say that Kenya would soon try to do something again, but was interrupted. Someone punched the wall and asked how much longer he had to wait here. The sister, raising her head, asked the man who he was. The hero's partners, wide-eyed, could not believe what was happening. Ebis, standing in the doorway, asked if the girl could tell the moose who had just entered to hurry up. Rakhun, frowning, ordered his subordinate to fix everything. Sitting at the table, the man realized that everything had gone wrong, as it was unexpected that the Kenya Chamber of Commerce would contact the protagonist. After all, they had started with a raid before he had time to do anything, and perhaps they should have stopped them somehow back then. Baring his teeth, he knew that he was finished. The man, hearing a knock on the door, raised his head. Ebis, crossing his arms over his chest, asked about whether the negotiations with Kenya had been unsuccessful. The young man said that he had been offered 50 million miso as a down payment for the test, and all that was left was to conclude an agreement. The man, laughing weakly, frowned. Steam was coming out of the mug on the table, and a question was heard about whether he had simply come to brag about it. Opening his mouth, the guy asked if he could be free if the interlocutor had nothing more to say. The union representative closed his mouth. Taking something out of his bosom, he said, the young man managed to convince him. Holding out an envelope, Ebis said that they were offering 60 million miso and asked him to sign. A grin appeared on the guy's face. While the hero was signing, the interlocutor explained that since they were now partners, they should be honest with each other. Raising his head, the young man said that the culprits of the trolling were the Kenya Trading Guild. The man exclaimed, not believing it. The hero immediately explained that the test raid was also their trap, since they deceived them, saying that all 3 marks were on the gates, although at least 100 people died there, and they also sent killers there. With his eyes wide open, the company representative realized that they went for the contract to get rid of witnesses. His mouth spread into a grin, and he decided that this time he would really take down Kenya. The man crossed his arms over his chest when the protagonist suddenly asked him if he was satisfied. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that his only evidence was his testimony, so Kenya could simply deny everything. Frowning, the interlocutor realized that this would be a fairly obvious outcome, although even with this, it was possible to somehow influence public opinion, because the other unions needed a scapegoat for the failed raid on 100 people, and Kenya could become one if the negative publicity affected her. Placing his hand on the table, the hero also noted that despite this, that union could still be destroyed. The man's eyes widened at the guy's words that the subsequent actions would not only displace this union from the 2nd place in the 10, but also subject it to complete disappearance from the Maple world. Ebis's office was visible, and his cry was heard that the interlocutor might still know, because it had previously seemed to him that they had decided not to hide anything from each other. The protagonist explained that it was not worth revealing the trolling incident yet, since it would be more effective to raise all the issues at once. Then the man asked him to tell everything. Lowering his head, the young man said that the followers of the Dark Mage had begun to act. The girl, sitting in front of the 2 people, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time and asked Ebis what brought him here. He explained that he simply came to apologize, but she did not understand the head's assistant. Sitting near the protagonist, the man said that a small misunderstanding had arisen between Elpom and their union, and the young man most likely turned to Kenya in a fit of anger, because he was still young. Raising his hand, he also clarified the situation, explaining that the hero had officially signed a contract with the Gapper Trade Union and apologized once again for taking him away from under her nose. Bijou, with her mouth open, explained that in this case they would not be able to provide the young man with the first installment of the contract and asked if this was okay with him, and he answered in the affirmative. Raising his hand to his chin, Ebis also noted that his next words might seem a little rude and said that this incident made him realize how valuable human life is, so he decided to treat talented people accordingly. But the interlocutor asked again, not understanding his words. A smirk appeared on the man's face. There were already guards near Debo's sister's house, and he said that in order to avoid any incidents, he planned to hire 24-hour security. Some were sitting nearby on the roof, and the union representative explained that this was all for the hero's team. The girl's eyes widened after the interlocutor said that the raid on 100 people once again confirmed how well coordinated their team was. Opening his mouth wide, the man said that all this only meant that if someone tried to harm the protagonist's team, then such a person would have to deal with the entire Gapper Union. Biju's mouth opened in surprise. Opening his mouth wide, Debo asked again about the amount of the contract. Standing in front of the hero, the fighter asked what kind of magic this could be. Kiri noted that they even assigned guards because Gapper really went that far. The Union people stood in front of the windows of the house. Smiling broadly, Ralph praised the young man for his excellent business acumen, but the latter asked him to stop dramatizing. The warrior's sister's house was visible, and the healer's words could be heard about how the protagonist always made them think about the value of their team, and it would be great if they just got rid of the useless members. And Debo exclaimed angrily. Pointing at himself, the man said that in the entire Maple world, there was no bishop like him. Holding a certain coin in his hands, the ally explained that he could both heal and be in the vanguard, so this made him a pretty good fighter. Pointing at the warrior, the man also said something about him. Squinting, the guy listened to his partner's question about what kind of monster he was. Grinning, the healer explained that during the battle he thought that he lost consciousness, but in fact, he developed a circle and also defeated the boss alone, so there is something about him that cannot be explained by just increasing the circle. Kiri opened her eyes wider and said that if you think about it, when he encountered the hobgoblins, the warrior seemed to be delirious and asked him about what happened then. Opening his mouth, Debo explained that he did not remember anything, although he said that he seemed to have had a dream. Introducing a certain woman, the warrior said that in his dream a strange girl appeared with whom they fought together, and it seemed as if they were very close to each other. The protagonist's eyes opened wider after his ally said that when he woke up, he no longer remembered her face, but only remembered that she used a halberd. The young man's eyes widened even more after realizing his partner's words. Remembering the fighter with this woman, the hero remembered that before the regression it was no secret to anyone that Aaron and Debo were together, and if the woman from his dreams really was her, then this means that while he is unconscious, part of his strength before the regression returns. Putting his hand to his chin, the guy tried to understand what was happening, because most likely something went wrong during that process and it somehow changed the past. Elpom still held his hand to his chin. While Ralph said that the fighter has only one flaw, which is manifested in his stupidity, the same shouted insults at the man. The healer added that this applies to the hero as well. Frowning, the bishop said that for a guy who not so long ago became an adventurer, he is too perceptive and has honed skills and an incredible speed of development of the circle, which is why it is not surprising that Gapper clings to him so much. The girl's eyes widened as the man began to talk about her. Raising his hand, he explained that she really had a good base and intelligence, which was to be expected from the commander of the Knights of Cygnus cadets, and that her skills were really good for the second circle. Smiling, the healer noted that there was nothing special about her. However, there were two guards standing near the door, and someone's words could be heard from inside the house, saying that the Gapper Union were not idiots, but because the team was bait, the Union paid. But now their main task was to fall into Kania's trap and find evidence that they were followers of the Dark Mage. Raising his hand, the healer said that he was ready to do any crazy thing as long as he was paid, and added that he somehow did not want to share money with the dead weight of the team, so he would be very grateful if the girl returned to her knights. She clenched her teeth hard. The building of the Knights of Cygnus was visible. Kiri was walking down the corridor and someone suddenly said that apparently she had a hard time this time. Kasim, standing in front of her, noted that he hadn't seen her for a long time and already thought that she had died in that gate for 100 people. The girl looked away and answered the guy's question affirmatively about whether she was heading to the master. Passing by her, the knight also said that he had heard rumors that she had joined some team of adventurers and had she really decided to degrade. Grinning, he said that perhaps this would be the best use of her skills. Walking away, Kasim added that her departure was the best solution for preserving the honor of the knights and the master, and told her to go to him because he was in his office. The terrace of this building was visible. The man, sitting at the table, asked her if she wanted to leave the knightly order. Bowing her head, the girl listened to the master's question about what was going on and whether he had made a mistake about her, to which she replied that she could not explain anything yet, but one day she would definitely be able to. Holding a pen in his hands, the commander-in-chief asked her again. The guy raised his head. Sitting at the table, he explained that her joining the adventurer team would be part of a secret mission and told her to come to him with reports every 3 weeks. Lowering his head again, the master noted that she was still his protege and would forever be a knight of the Cygnus Order. Looking at the team, she noted that she already knew that she was asking for a lot and explained that since even in the knightly order there were hidden followers of the magician, she could not return to the master until she did at least something. Clenching her fist, Kiri shouted that she did not need money, because if they could give her time, then she would definitely improve her skills. A small smile appeared on the hero's face. Ralph closed his eyes and said that she had no idea how the world worked, so she should understand when she was told to leave, when the hero suddenly asked him if he was sure of his words. Turning around, the man asked what he meant. Opening his mouth, the protagonist explained that if a knight with his characteristics went looking for followers, it would not lead to anything good. Opening his eyes wider, the man listened to the guy's words that now it was his turn to say something about the healer's skills. Frowning, Elpom noted that he was most likely confident in his skills, but added that more than one bishop was disappointed in the abilities of the team members. Remembering the situation in the dungeon, the hero reminded them that he sent them to the secondary gate because he believed that they could easily deal with them, and also said that as it turned out in reality, if not for Debo, everyone would have died. Frowning, Ralph said that this was no ordinary enemy because the young man had never fought one, and the latter asked if it was just a snow Yeti. Crossing his arms over his chest, the boy said that he had once hunted one of the same kind. The healer's eyes widened because it seemed like nonsense to him. The knight's eyes also widened in surprise. Debo's eyes widened in admiration. Lowering his head, the hero remembered that this was before the regression, because if everything had gone according to plan in the last raid, he would have had to deal with that monster himself. Remembering the battle with the magic archer, the young man realized that the skill of the assassin brothers had exceeded all his expectations, which is why he needed to revise the plan, because neither he nor his team members were that good yet. The healer opened his mouth wide and shouted at him not to make the others laugh, since the hero had previously been a slave, and the protagonist asked him if he didn't believe his words. The young man opened his eyes wide and asked if he wanted to see direct evidence. Raising his finger to his face, the man timidly said that he shouldn't and asked if the protagonist needed a healer at all. A smile appeared on Elpom's face. Rubbing the back of his head, he explained that their only goal was to become stronger, since there was about a month left until the next raid. Opening his eyes, the hero explained that only strength decides everything. Bowing, the girl said that the situation had become a little more complicated, since if they came into conflict with Gapper, they would definitely attract everyone's attention. Sitting on the couch, Ivan asked about what that alliance knew and whether the negotiations were a show from the very beginning, and his subordinate replied that she did not know yet, because the spy did not pass on such information to them, so perhaps only people of a higher rank possessed such information. The man frowned. Raising his head, the leader noted that there would be no problem with the Gapper alliance, because when the right day came, it would not be difficult to get rid of them and other trash. Remembering the people of the Maple Alliance, the boss said that they were their only enemy, because 8 centuries ago everything was exactly the same, because the coalition created by Empress Cygnus, the Knights of Cygnus, the Resistance, the Adventurers Alliance, and the Nova Tribe, and it was after the 6 heroes were sealed that this alliance became their #1 problem. And since this was only a conflict between trade unions, Kania would not need support from above. Looking at the pet, the man realized that he was overcome by a bad feeling, because did the hero really do this because he trusted Gapper? The girl, frowning, looked ahead. Looking at her, the leader ordered her to collect all the information about this trade union. The subordinate disappeared from the office. Squinting, Ivok said that he would hope that Elpom would be a worthy opponent. A forest was visible. Leaves were falling to the ground. Ralph flew to the ground. Getting up, the man asked what he was, because the protagonist was definitely not an ordinary mage. Taking a step, the guy asked what was wrong with them. The young man was walking towards them. Grinning, he said that they only needed to strike 1 blow. The fighter rushed to the attack, explaining that if he received at least 1 blow, then they would be done for today, but the healer shouted for him to get away from him. Debo was sitting on a rock and suddenly a scream was heard. He opened his mouth wide and screamed, saying that they were tired of yelling because it distracted him. Closing his eyes, the warrior said that he would also like to train like that and not do such nonsense. Looking at his partner, Elpom advised him to try to open the power that manifests itself only when losing consciousness, because he himself is not sure that this is even possible. Smiling, the guy also noted that if it does work, it will be quite interesting. The warrior opened his mouth, exhaling, and tried to understand if this could make him stronger at all, and Ralph's scream was also heard asking him to hit him easier. Debo's sister's house was visible. The healer's face was swollen from many wounds, and he asked about whether the protagonist really considered this training, and the fighter burst into laughter. Looking at him, the hero explained that he had only adjusted the difficulty according to the level of his circle, but the man noted that it was most likely something personal, while his partner continued to laugh. The sister went outside and someone asked if Kiri was sure they could leave her alone. The girl explained that there was security there, so there shouldn't be any problems, but she asked them not to overexert themselves so that it wouldn't interfere with tomorrow's training. The ally's eyes widened and he said that he wanted to talk to the hero about something. Handing over a letter, he said that he had found it in the previous gate, with the help of which they managed to escape, so he decided it would be right to give it to the boss, although the letter did not say where or who exactly. The hero's eyes widened and he realized that it was a cross ring, and the warrior asked if the leader had any ideas about it. A smile of a certain girl appeared in his head. Debo, with his mouth open, asked about what happened to the boy. Taking the letter from his hands, he explained that he had an idea. Putting it in his bosom, the boy said that he would take care of it and he could go to bed early. The warrior's mouth opened wide after Elpom said that from tomorrow he should also try to adjust to the rhythm of training. A forest was visible. Someone was chopping a tree trunk with a blade. The girl continued to strike it. She clenched her teeth hard. An image of Kasim appeared in her head, calling her a mediocrity. The knight clenched her teeth even harder. Her hands tightened on the hilt of the sword. The girl struck again with a scream. Someone was going somewhere. The hero was walking along the alleys of the town. He stood in front of a door. The young man knocked on it. The door opened behind him. Someone looked out of it and asked about the one who had happened. Picking up the letter, the boy introduced himself as the postman. The trunk of the gate was destroyed. This was the case of the destruction of the gate as a result of an unusual incident in which the entrance to the gate was destroyed by unknown assailants. One of the trade unions began an investigation, but the perpetrators were never found. The restoration of the gate trunk foreshadowed the emergence of a new teleport near the site of the destruction, and once this fact was revealed, they stopped being attacked. Looking down, the young man remembered that he later found out who was the culprit of that incident. Looking at the man, he could not understand why they did this at all. The guy went inside. The hero looked away when he heard the question of how he knew about this place. The girl, standing in the shadows in front of him, gave him 5 seconds to explain. In front of him were the Crusader hunters. Remembering their identification mark, the protagonist knew that they were a secret society that knew that the gate was a trap for the followers and that they were the ones responsible for destroying it, which was a noble sacrifice that would not even go down in history. The letter flew across the room thanks to telekinesis. The mercenaries began to take out their weapons. The paper flew towards the girl. Looking ahead, the hero explained that he came to return what they had lost and noted that they did not seem to be in the mood to reward him for this. Lowering her head, the girl began to count from 5. Standing in front of him, the young man said that he came to show them the right path because they, apparently, had reached a dead end and added that it was not in his interests for them to waste their time in vain. The girl's count had already reached 3. Standing near the door, the guy explained that due to the evidence, he could not say how he knew about this place. The count had already reached 2 seconds. The girl's mouth fell open after the stranger's words about the basement of the Edelstein Parliament. Looking ahead, the hero said that their leader's location would be revealed. She began to emerge from the shadows. Frowning, the girl asked who he was. Smiling, the guy said her name and noted that he was glad to meet her. Cheryl's eyes widened. Remembering life before the regression, Elpom understood that they simply hadn't seen each other for a long time because they were friends back then. Remembering the battlefield, the protagonist knew that she joined the resistance after the Crusaders disbanded and instead they fought in many battles. Many dragons were flying at them. Smiling, she said that she would catch up with the guy. It was on that day that she sacrificed herself. Approaching her, the guy suggested that she get straight to the point. She widened her eyes in surprise after the stranger said that they should call off the branch in Kerning City since the followers had already exposed them. He telekinetically retrieved a box and explained that he had picked it up recently. There was someone's hand in it and the hero said that the Kania trade union had something interesting. Cheryl asked him with her mouth open what it all meant, because if it was all a provocation, he would regret it. He raised the severed hand and asked the girl to look at it right away. She widened her eyes. There was a follower's tattoo on the severed limb. The people behind her, looking at it, also realized that it was this very sign, but they could not believe that it had anything to do with the Kania Union. Cheryl understood with her mouth open that followers put them on to prove their loyalty, and that the tattoo only became visible after infusing mana, making them difficult to detect, and therefore many did not even know about the followers' existence. Looking at the hero, she asked what he wanted, because it was unlikely that all this was just out of the kindness of his heart. The boy lowered his head. Frowning, he said that he needed information. A door was visible, which slammed shut with force. A chandelier was visible and a question was heard about whether Cheryl believed this man. She answered negatively, noting that he looked quite suspicious. Raising her hand to her chin, she explained that his behavior and sudden appearance at the right moment could be a trap for the followers. The hero was going somewhere. The boy was walking down the street, and the girl suggested that perhaps she should pretend that they trusted him. The ring was in one of his bags and he realized that he had received an unexpected benefit as well as the necessary information. Looking ahead, the boy assumed that Kania had already targeted these people and perhaps their plans were changing due to changes in the future. A skull was visible. A huge ship in the form of a whale was sailing on the sea and the boy decided that his next target would be the Nautilus. Seagulls were flying in the sky. Debo watched the events at the port. Smiling, he noted that since a month had already passed, he really wanted to get down to business. Sitting in front of the hero, Ebis offered him a choice. Smiling, the man said that there was a gate of 6 paths for 60 people, and there was also a gate of Alinea for 70 people, because these were the gates that would be of interest to Kania, and since a month had already passed, it was high time to start acting. The protagonist looked down. The representative of the union gritted his teeth after the interlocutor said that he was not sure, and the man asked if he was really scared. Closing his eyes, the young man explained that he had already decided to go to the tomb of the Eagle Eye. Opening his mouth wide, Ebis asked if the hero even understood what kind of tomb this was. Remembering Captain Nautilus, the hero knew that the captain's first apprentice, who led many pirates, was known as Lee the Eagle Eye. Her weapon lay on the ground in a pool of blood. The Eagle Eye Gate was posthumously named after her. Sitting in front of the guy, the Gapper representative explained that the gate had a reward of almost 10 million miso and many adventurers had already failed, so it was almost impossible to conquer it, and asked if Kania was really heading there. The door to the office opened while the man was asking another question about the source of such information. Rakhun, smiling, noted that there were quite interesting conversations going on here. The subordinate, turning around, asked what brought him here. The boss said that he decided to give the boy a gift since he was back with them. Ebis's eyes widened. Taking out the artifacts, the boss said that his trade union had specially prepared 2 phoenix feathers for him. Smiling, the boss asked him not to let them down. Looking down, the protagonist understood that he was hinting that the results should match the investment, because now he still had 4 feathers, which was indeed an unexpected catch. Debo asked why they were late. Standing behind the team, the guy explained that they were waiting for someone. The fighter's eyes widened when he heard a familiar voice. Ibiru, holding a certain bag, noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. The warrior asked him what he brought with him. Kiri and the healer looked down after the adventurer said that it was an order from their boss and also the words that he had to drag it here. The 2 men dressed in new outfits, noting that they were very nice and even free. The girl, raising her hand, noted that they were much lighter than she expected because it felt like she was wearing nothing. Smiling, the man explained that the material was the skin of a snow yeti since the hero had given it to him last time to make new equipment. Remembering this situation, Debo understood everything. The master noted that apparently their business was going uphill, which was generally expected due to the successful clearing of a dungeon for 100 people. The fighter whispered to him to be quieter. Holding another set in his hands, Ibiru said that it was hard not to guess when they brought him such a rare thing, adding that no one except him knew about it, also asking who the remaining set of clothes belonged to. The young man, looking at it, explained that it belonged to the master, but the man immediately did not believe in his generosity and said that he would hardly need such a thing, but the hero insisted. Opening his mouth, the man could not understand in what sense he meant this. The guy noted that there was little time, so he should quickly change his clothes. A certain man, raising his hand, said that it was simply boring to death here. The ship was near some island. 2 people were standing on the shore. Lady Minera was walking towards them with her wards, who said that the sea breeze was the best thing there could be. Someone opened their mouth wide and shouted that the girl had done it. Minera was walking through a certain room and shouts were heard around her that she had returned and that she was not changing the trend of raiding the gates. The pirate hat was lying on the table. A negative answer was heard. Standing behind the captain, the girl asked why she had given such an answer, because they had already passed the gate for 200 people with the crew, so the gate for 74 people would be even easier. With her eyes wide open, the girl shouted that she was stronger than the previous Eagle Eye and therefore there was no reason to refuse. Kairen, turning around, asked about whether the subordinate really did not care about orders and was throwing down a challenge. Lowering her head, Minera asked how they were then going to avenge Lee because she was trying especially for this. Looking at her, the captain ordered her to leave. The girl put her head on the table. Sitting in this position, she said that they probably won't get permission and maybe they should just ignore the order and take that poster. The pirate, standing on the floor, explained that Kairen was just taking care of her. Someone was running quickly in that direction. Opening the door, a certain person was shouting that trouble had come. The girl's eyes widened after the words of the person running here about someone tearing down the poster with the reward for completing the Tomb of the Eagle Eye. The pirate, frowning, asked if those people were from the mainland, and the woman simply asked again. The hero and his team were going somewhere. Gritting his teeth, Debo noted that the situation here was terrible. Kiri lowered her head and told him to keep quiet, because this was someone else's territory, and they had also broken an unspoken rule, so it wouldn't be surprising if their heads rolled. Someone from the group had asked about this rule. Remembering the board with announcements about raids, she said that the rules of Nautilus were quite simple and explained that in passing the gate, the one who took the poster has priority, and as soon as the announcement about the reward for the gate is torn down, the place is automatically occupied by the person who tore the sheet down, and also added that there are only 2 rules. But, like in all groups, there is one condition that prohibits taking those posters that someone has already taken. Looking at the poster in her hand, she explained that this was exactly the one. A girl ran towards them, asking them who they were. With her eyes wide open, Minera asked them a question about why they took that poster without even asking. The hero, looking at her, explained that she shouldn't have just left him, but the girl shouted that she was just waiting because she didn't have permission yet. Standing in front of her, the protagonist noted that he had never heard of something like this being required for a cleanup, but the pirate shouted that she needed it because Captain Kairen was her mentor. Raising a finger, she said that this wouldn't do and added that they apparently didn't know all the rules because the reward notices on Nautilus were only for pirates. The team stood there, saying nothing, while Minora explained that outsiders had no right to take them, because all these gates belonged to Nautilus. Debo, holding back his laughter, spat. Raising his thumb and laughing, he said that he understood everything, but the girl told him to stop laughing and give her the poster. Smiling, the fighter refused. Leaning on the leader, the warrior introduced the team as pirates led by Ibiru. Laughing, the man clutched the poster tightly. Frowning, the girl shouted that they can't just call themselves pirates since there is a whole procedure to become one. Closing his eyes, the protagonist's ally asked if she took it as a lie. Ibiru clutched the paper tighter when the fighter mentioned him and asked the girl if she knew such a captain. Smiling, the warrior said that their captain was a pirate since it was obvious since they ended up on the Nautilus, and added that since the leader of their team was a pirate, then they all automatically became one too. The protagonist turned around, hearing the question of whether he was getting ahead of himself with such words, since in fact, what he said did not imply that the others were pirates, while Debo asked who was so smart. Smiling, the girl was glad to see her friends back. Nuret stood up and asked what was going on here. The guy looked away and said that they hadn't broken any rules and realized that he had never seen a pirate like that before. The man opened his mouth and explained that Kairen was the creator of these rules, so she should be the judge, and also asked where the others were because most likely this wasn't their entire team. The protagonist lowered his head and said that there were only 5 of them, and the pirate called them crazy because didn't they know that these gates were designed for 74 people. The group stood in the middle of a large room. Nuret asked about the hero's name, who introduced himself, and some people in the hall remembered his name. Looking at him, the viewer explained that he had survived the red class gates for 100 people. Debo rubbed his chin, listening to the people from the stands saying that most of the adventurers died in that gate, and therefore this team was most likely not that simple. The fighter closed his eyes and suddenly heard words saying that it could not mean much. A certain woman, frowning, shouted that the raid was a failure and these people barely survived there, which made them just insignificant cowards, and the interlocutor asked why she was yelling at her. Minora put her hand on her head, while shouts were still heard from the hall about how this girl conquered the orange class gate for 200 people, which proved her superiority in strength over these people. Nuret, opening his mouth, began to say something. Standing in front of the team, he offered them to compromise because since they were the first to take the poster, they would have priority, but they could also give the remaining 69 spots to other participants. The protagonist opened his mouth and agreed, while his partner said that they had completely run away in their desires. Opening his eyes, the hero explained that he would give them a maximum of 10 places, each of which would cost 100,000 miso. A certain shelf was visible and a question was heard about what she was really going to buy. The girl explained that the group would die anyway, so they could just wait and only then go in. Counting the money, she said that it would be just in case, because if they ran away, saving their lives, then everything would be over. Gio, opening his mouth, reminded about the captain's ban on this dungeon. Minora explained that they simply did not have time to wait, so later she would beg the boss for forgiveness. Frowning, she said that she would not give up those gates to anyone. Opening his mouth, Ralph noted that everything started out just fine. Raising one hand, the healer could not believe that he was selling only 10 places, because of this, the losses amounted to 5,900,000 miso, and he also offered the hero to sell all the remaining places. Looking to the side, Kiri explained that in this case there would be 14 times more pirates, while the bishop shouted that this would not matter and they would simply smear everyone. Frowning, the hero understood what the goal of the Dark Mage's followers was now. Remembering the tree pillar at the portal, the guy knew that they were going to kill Minora at the gate where Lee Eagle Eye died. Presenting the Nautilus, Elpom knew that he had lost another one there. Kairen was so devastated that she retired, settling in seclusion because due to internal machinations of the followers who took advantage of the situation. The pirates of the Nautilus were completely destroyed, although originally it was supposed to happen after 2 years, but circumstances suddenly change. Looking somewhere, the hero was thinking about the fact that according to the information received from the Crusader hunters, Kania had already started transferring money via Nautilus, which meant they were rushing things and he should be one step ahead, also knowing that limiting the number of participants was necessary to ensure Minora's protection. The protagonist had some artifact in his bag and he remembered that in this fight he should minimize the use of mana since he could not repeat the same mistake again. Ibiru was looking somewhere, not understanding why he came here, while shouts were heard from both sides for the healer to finally shut up, because the leader probably already had some ideas on this matter, while the second ally was shouting that they would lose a lot of money in this case. The moon illuminated the sea. The young man turned around, hearing a knock. His hand was filled with a bright turquoise aura of telekinesis. Opening the door, the guy asked who was there. His eyes widened. Holding the door handle, the hero noted that this was very unexpected and asked the guests to come in. Captain Kairen and Murat stood in front of him. The lamp was on the nightstand. The hero's question was heard about what brought them here at such a late hour. One of them explained that they just needed to check something. The girl frowned. The protagonist's eyes widened after the question of whether he was a follower of the dark magician. Sweat appeared on his face while he tried to understand how Kairen could have learned about the existence of followers, because had the future really changed again? Lowering his head, Murat noted that he looked overly excited. Raising his head, the young man replied that he was not a follower because he was just a little surprised to hear from them about it. Then the pirate asked if the guy had any doubts about the existence of such people. Opening her eyes wider, the captain asked why she should take this man at his word, asking him to provide some evidence. I close my eyes. The hero explained that he has one of these, although the interlocutors probably already know this. The girl looked ahead, listening to the protagonist's words about his relationship with the followers, as well as the words that otherwise they would have shot him long ago without asking unnecessary questions. Their shadows fell on the wall. The hero noted that since they united with the Crusader hunters, they already have good connections. Closing her eyes, the girl summed up by saying that the hero is an enemy of the followers, as well as an enemy of the Kania trade union. Opening her eyes, she also explained that this does not mean that they will be on the same side. The building was illuminated with a dim light, and the words of the protagonist were heard that apparently there is an opportunity to be on the same side because that is why they came here. Lowering his head, he asked what business they had with him. Opening her mouth, the captain said that the situation is extremely serious. Looking down, she said that she knew that the followers of the dark magician who had already managed to infiltrate the Nautilus were behind Lee's death, and added that she simply could not trust the rest, except for Murat and a few others. Frowning, the guy understood the scale of the problem and how quickly everything was actually happening. Remembering his ward, Kania explained that since the followers had begun to act, their most likely target would be Minera, who had become the icon of this ship after Lee's death. Looking ahead, the captain said that if this girl died, chaos would reign on the ship and even she would not be able to cope with such a thing. The hero frowned, listening to the words of the interlocutor about the fact that it was time to move on to the essence of the deal. Having presented the riches, she said that if he returned the girl from the tomb of the Eagle's Eye safe and sound, then in exchange he would be able to receive an item from the treasury of the Nautilus. The gate was number 74. Standing in front of the gate, Debo explained that they would go ahead and so the pirates should not worry. The girl watched them go. A bright flash flashed from the portal. Looking around, the fighter noted that this was something new. Crossing her arms over her chest, Kiri said that he was not on a picnic and asked him to be a little more serious, while Ralph understood that the hero had only sold 10 seats. Suddenly, someone stomped in front of them. It was a small dinosaur. Suddenly, a larger shadow appeared behind him after the warrior said that he would lay such a small monster down in a moment. His eyes widened. A huge monster peeked out from behind a rock. Rubbing his head, the fighter realized that this small dinosaur was still with his mother. The floor of this cave was visible. Someone fired a gun. The pirates used firearms to fight the lizards, while someone shouted at them not to stop. Turning around, the girl screamed that this method only attracts more monsters. Geo asked her not to panic, because they will succeed anyway. The monster was already flying towards him from behind, while he screamed that the pirates were not afraid of these monsters, because they had previously cleared the gate for 200 people. Several bullets flew out from somewhere. The lizard's corpse shattered into many pieces. The shooter, standing at a distance, ordered Geo to return to the ranks. Holding 2 pistols in her hands, Minera said that she would sort this out herself. The monsters ran after the protagonist's team and Debo screamed, not understanding where they were all coming from. Gritting his teeth, the warrior remembered how the hero again went somewhere without them. Ahead was one of the stone pillars. The lizard hit it at full speed. It opened its mouth wide. The warrior struck with a halberd. With his mouth wide open, the fighter screamed. The protagonist lowered his head and explained that his ward's tactics were currently poor, as reckless actions were extremely ineffective. The team's eyes turned white after the young man said that from that moment on they would have to fight together as one team, as they were all one family. Debo chopped down enemy after enemy, as that was his job, to penetrate the enemy's ranks and create chaos. The guy swung his halberd, as he should have focused on inflicting wounds, as there was nothing wrong with failing to destroy a monster with one blow. Having struck a few more, the fighter remembered the main rule of moving forward at any cost. Another lizard was already running towards him, but he should not have paid attention to it. It was struck by the healer's blow. Grinning, the bishop called his partner a sonny. Crossing his arms over his chest, the hero explained that Ralph was his partner's shield, and therefore they should forget about selfish methods of fighting. The man frowned as he listened to the boy's words about how the healer's job was now to fight for Debo and to always protect him no matter what happened. 2 huge dinosaurs were running towards them. The man kicked the ground and decided to try something. The 2 of them slashed at enemy after enemy without stopping for a second. Suddenly, Ralph's eyes widened. The monster was attacking the warrior. The man blocked the blow with his body. Grinning, he said that fatherly love invigorates. Smiling, the boy explained that Kiri would have the most important role. She swung her glowing blade because her skill prevented enemies from healing from burns. The monster was running somewhere and she had to use the skill in one quick motion and finish off the already defeated enemies. In the dinosaur's pupil, a girl was approaching. She cut it into pieces using a sun strike. There were already 3 circles on her wrist because she had grown the most among the entire team. Smiling, the knight noted that it was all much easier than expected. Debo said that it was all very cool and it was time for them to wrap up. They were again surrounded by many monsters. 2 pirates were standing at the entrance to the portal. One of the guards opened his mouth, noticing someone. In front of him was Cadril, and the pirate asked him what he was doing here because the announced number of people were already inside. With his eyes wide open, the guy told them to get out of the way because there was no time to chat and it was urgent since they needed to report this to Minra very quickly. The dinosaur's mouth was closed. Geo, smiling, praised the girl for her good work. She said that there was nothing special about it and suggested that they set off. The assistant waved to her from the monster's body and shouted that this was a jackpot because the size of the mana stone from such a creature is incredibly huge. Suddenly, a fiery arrow pierced the woman's body. Minra's eyes opened wide. The girl's pupil trembled. Blood spurted from her mouth. The protagonist's hand was covered in a bright blue glow. The arrow was aimed at another pirate. Geo covered him with his body and called out to their leader. She fired her pistol, shouting that she knew everything. 2 projectiles collided. Suddenly, something flashed behind her. She quickly turned around, sensing a threat. She used the magnum shot skill, firing 3 projectiles. The stones flew to the ground. The artifact glittered bright red. Frowning, she ordered the hero to explain. The young man, standing in front of her, replied that he was just cleaning up. The flames began to gather in one place. Many arrows flew at the pirates and the boy asked them not to move as it would pass quickly. Opening his mouth, Ibiru realized that he was forgotten. Clutching his head, the fighter screamed that everyone forgot about him. Making a frightened face, the man cursed Debo for telling him to trust him and then ran away. Looking at the monster's mouth, the warrior was glad that he found this anthill because otherwise he would have died long ago. Opening his eyes wide, Ibiru realized that he could not hide here forever. The monster was no longer near the hole. Standing on the edge of the cliff, the fighter was unhappy that he only had a second circle. Hiding behind a column, the man decided that he was not going to die here. Standing in front of the portal, the warrior realized that this was a secondary gate. Some kind of creature appeared behind him. Out of fear, the man fell to the ground. Looking at the snail, Ibiru realized that it was Elpom's pet. Closing his eyes, the fighter said that the animal scared him a lot. Opening his eyes wide, the warrior felt something. A moment later, he was sucked into the portal. The snail looked at the gate. Exhaling, the pet made a strange sound. The small monster crawled into the portal after the man. Bowing his head, the protagonist asked those present not to move. Creating several fire arrows, the guy promised that he would do everything quickly. Pointing the cannon at the opponent, Minra ordered him to explain what was happening. The bullet flew at the protagonist. He noticed the projectile moving towards him. A second later, an explosion thundered. Holding a large cannon in his hands, Cadril noticed that he and his team had arrived on time. The magician made a dash. Turning his head, the pirate ordered his comrades to catch up with the fugitive because he was responsible for what happened in the gate for 100 people. Opening his mouth, the adventurer explained that Kairen had found out about this, so she sent the pirates to kill the boy. Minra frowned, surprised that Kairen would do this. The sorcerer created several more arrows. The projectiles flew at his opponents. Baring his teeth, one of the shooters asked his comrades what they were doing. Making a quick shot, he shouted that their enemy was here alone. Holding a pistol in his hands, the pirate thought he had hit. A moment later, a huge fireball was moving towards the group. The guys opened their mouths wide. A second later, a powerful explosion thundered. Running away from the scene of the explosion, he realized that he had killed 3 opponents, but reinforcements had already arrived. The silhouette of a woman appeared in front of the young man. 2 bullets flew past the protagonist's head. Preparing to make new shots, Minra shouted that she would not let the traitor escape. Many projectiles were heading towards the protagonist. The boy noticed a secondary gate in front of him. Getting ready to throw the bomb, Cadril asked everyone to duck. The artifact glowed red. Elpom's hand was covered in a blue aura. A huge piece of rock fell to the ground. The thrown bomb began to glow brightly. A powerful explosion shook the walls of the cave. Rocks began to rain down from above. Watching the debris fall on the place where Minra stood, her comrades shouted her name. Gathered around the pile of rocks, the adventurers were furious at what had happened. Lowering her head, the lady asked what just happened. The staff began to burn with a bright flame. The girl opened her eyes wide. Both pointed their weapons at each other. Large boulders levitated above them. Frowning, the pirate asked what was wrong with the guy and what he was planning. The lady's gun was pointed at the mage's head. Opening his mouth, he asked the interlocutor if she was ready for the truth. The shooter's hand began to shake. With his mouth wide open, Geo screamed that it was a mistake to detonate the bomb since his superior was also hit. Something exploded inside the pile of rocks. Looking at the smoke, the subordinate called out to his leader. A fire arrow flew out of the hole. The pirates dodged the projectile flying at them. The girl pointed her gun at Cadrol. He made a frightened face. A moment later, several shots pierced the man's body. Bleeding, he could not understand why he was shot. Minera looked at the corpse of the fighter. Frowning, Geo demanded an explanation. Looking ahead, the lady asked what the results were, to which Elpom replied that he had wasted his mana because of her stubbornness. Looking at all the fighters standing in front of her, the girl asked for their attention. With her mouth open, the lady turned to the subordinate. Hearing the order to leave here with the rest of the group, the man broke out in sweat. Minera raised her gun and explained that this was Kairen's order. She had a medallion on her chest. A bright flash was visible from the gate. Ibiru bent his legs and said that he had entered the portal by accident, as he did not want to go without the others. Looking around the huge cave, the man was surprised that the second level was also in this location. Opening his mouth, the warrior saw a humanoid silhouette in the distance. Starting to run, the fighter asked the man to wait. Approaching the dark figure, the young man said that he had fallen behind the group and needed to join someone. The snail kicked his companion in the leg. Making an angry expression, he shouted that he would let the little monster be used as soup. Raising his head, Ibiru began to explain that the pet was not aggressive. A mushroom monster stood in front of the warrior. The fighter opened his eyes wide and began to scream. Seeing that there were several similar monsters around, he screamed even louder. The pirate recalled how she asked the mage what he was planning. Her gun was pointed at the boy's face. Hearing the boy's words about the boy asking about the death of Lee, nicknamed Eagle Eye, Minera's eyes widened. Looking at the protagonist, the lady asked what made him remember her death, to which the boy replied that among her comrades there were followers of the Dark Mage who killed Eagle Eye. Opening his mouth, Elpom explained that the reason they wanted to separate them from Kairen was because of the murder of her second student. Looking at the confused girl, the protagonist explained that he was talking about her. Making a surprised face, the lady realized that the followers had snuck onto the Nautilus and killed her friend. Looking at the pendant, Minera realized that it belonged to her teacher. Introducing Kairen, the girl realized that this was a sign that her mentor wanted to protect her, otherwise she would never have given up the medallion. Lowering her weapon, the pirate realized that those killed by Elpom were traitors. Looking at the savior, she asked how he identified the followers of the Dark Mage. Extending his hand, the hooded man said that they cannot trust the protagonist because he knows not only about their existence, but also about the items they own. Introducing the X-ray monocle, the stranger remembered that this item allows you to track mana flows, which helps to find the followers of the Dark Mage, but it has a huge mana consumption. Closing her eyes, Cheryl said that since Chorus died, no one could use this artifact, because this thing only works if it matches the elemental attribute of the owner. Remembering the mage's face, the girl added that she did not know how Tom can use the monocle. Turning her head, the huntress said that she didn't trust the young man very much either, but for now their goals coincided. Looking at her gloomy comrade, the warrior reminded her that she had already given the item, so there was no need to frown so much. Tilting her head, she thought about the fact that if the owner's mana could not support the artifact's operation, the bearer would die before he could use it. The group of pirates looked at the survivors. Opening his mouth, Elpom said that everyone except the three standing in front were followers of the Dark Mage. Minera frowned. Opening his mouth wide, one of the fighters declared that this was nonsense and asked the leader not to believe the mage without proof. Showing a monocle, the protagonist asked if this was proof. Looking at the world through the artifact on his eye, the protagonist recalled that the followers' tattoos only appeared when mana was infused and their location varied. The young man took a step forward. Looking at the pirate, the boy thought that if the tattoo is not visible, it does not mean that it is not there. In the body of one of the fighters, he saw a red clot of energy. Raising his hand to the dead man's head, the protagonist said that he respects any preferences. Lifting Cadrol's hair, the young man said that some preferences go beyond all bounds of permissibility. A tattoo began to appear on the traitor's forehead. Making surprised faces, the subordinates could not believe their eyes. Baring his teeth, the follower of the Dark Magician was frightened by what was happening. One of the imposters took out a pistol. Another fighter did the same. Sweating, the young man in a bandana ordered to kill everyone. Dodging the shots, Geo could not understand what was happening here. The man with the big gun used an ability called Rupture. Minora aimed at the enemy. The traitor was hit by 2 bullets from her pistols. Turning his head, Elpom informed his partner that he had spent too much mana to find followers, so at this rate the team would be at a disadvantage. Looking at the gate, the mage suggested that the others enter it to seek shelter. Frowning, the girl told him to shut up. Holding a pistol, the lady declared that she would personally finish them all off. Holding a glowing object, the imposter told his comrades to step back so they would not be hit. Opening his mouth wide, the man shouted that it was time to hunt. Dark hands began to appear around his comrades. Closing her eyes, the lady could not understand what it was. Spreading her legs wide, she realized that it was an illusion that made it impossible to see anything. A glow was visible from the fog. Baring her teeth, Minora dodged the shot. Smiling, the attacker was impressed that their target was able to dodge despite having just been blinded. Sweating, the subordinate pirate shouted that he could not see anything. Pointing the gun at the shooter, the follower said that she would soon meet the eagle eye. A bullet flew out of the gun. Looking at how the projectile almost reached the girl's face, the scoundrel asked to convey his greetings to the deceased. Blood splashed in the air. Elpom covered his ally from the shot. With his eyes wide open, the traitor could not understand how he managed it. Looking at the guy with the artifact on his eye, the scoundrel shouted that he should not see anything. The monocle began to shine with a red light. The protagonist, looking at the enemies, heard their words about the need to kill the mage because he was too unpredictable. All the followers began to shoot at the protagonist. The ring on the guy's hand was covered in a blue aura. A wall grew around the comrades. The staff began to burn with a yellow flame. The fire arrow killed one shooter after another. Using an ability called Cannon Spike, one of the traitors shouted that they could not reach him. The fire arrow flew towards the man with lightning speed. Opening his mouth, he shouted that it was impossible. With his eyes wide open, the follower could not understand how ordinary magic could have such power. Looking at the many bullets flying at him, the protagonist heard screams that it was necessary to stop him. The feathers began to glow brightly. A moment later, Elpom used an ability called a revolver. A powerful explosion was heard. Holding the skull in his hands, the traitor realized that his rival had spun the projectiles. The protagonist cut off the hand that held the artifact. The dagger plunged into the young man's chest. The magician burned the hand along with the skull. With her eyes wide open, Minora realized that she could see again. Looking at the young man, the traitor was dissatisfied that everything was not going according to plan. Grabbing the glowing ball, the madman shouted that he was doing this in the name of the dark magician. Bombs began to appear throughout the cave. A moment later, each of them exploded. Due to the explosion, the pirate flew back. A piece of stone flew forward. Once on it, the comrades realized that Elpom had used telekinesis to save them. The mage, sweating, thought that he was already at his limit, so he needed to get to the gate before he ran out of mana. The follower rushed towards the girl. Stretching out his hand, Geo shouted the name of his leader. Having activated the ability, the protagonist was unhappy that his partner was dragged away. Throwing a bomb at the protagonist, the traitor shouted that he would not succeed. Making a surprised face, the young man looked at the bomb flying at him. A second later, there was an explosion. Minora tried to get up. The girl opened her eyes wide. Seeing the debris in front of her, she realized that the gate was destroyed. Opening his mouth, the pirate assumed that they had lost Elpom and the others. With a sideways glance, the follower shouted that the gate would soon be restored, and now they had another goal. Looking at Minora, the traitor shouted that they needed to get rid of the girl. The girl dodged the screw strike. Covering himself in a green aura of protection, the fighter shouted that the attacks had no effect on him. Frowning, the lady realized that this man was hiding his skills. Blocking the lady's shots, the man shouted that it was weak. The follower of the dark mage shook the ground with his blow. Minora found herself behind the enemy. She fired her pistols. A bullet shot through the enemy's leg. He bared his teeth in pain. The other followers began to shoot at their target. The girl sat on the attacker's neck. Her hands touched the ground. The lady moved the man into the line of fire. Multiple shells hit the traitor in the back. The lady looked at her enemies from under her brows. A moment later, she opened fire on her opponents. Minora continued shooting. Clenching his fist, the fighter shouted that she was a little rat. Feeling a shot in the chest, the warrior screamed in pain. The barrel of the gun ended up in the bastard's mouth. A moment later, the shot tore the attacker's head apart. Looking at the dead comrade, his girlfriend screamed his name. Frowning, the pirate suggested that they attack her in groups as there was little time left. Opening her mouth, Debo was surprised by the number of portals in the room, to which Kiri replied that they were all secondary. Frowning, Ralph stated that such places must connect different areas on the second level. Presenting a diagram of how the gates worked, the man explained that the passage would close once a certain number of people crossed it, and others would be forced to use the rest. Wide-eyed, the warrior asked how they would find the boss if the portals led to different places, to which the bandit replied that they would have to rely on luck. A bright glow could be seen from the gate. Looking around, Ralph guessed that this passage would let 3 people through, and also ordered to monitor the situation as Elpom could appear through another gate. Putting his hand to his forehead, Debo noticed someone approaching them. Ibiru's mouth wide open, he was glad that the guys had come to save him. The warrior turned his head and shouted at him not to come any closer. Smiling, the pirate shouted that they were loyal to each other for the rest of their lives. The protagonist, looking away, could not believe his eyes. The mushroom monster opened its mouth and growled loudly at the enemy. The Union opened fire on the monsters. Sweating, Geo realized that these were not monsters but people, as they were wearing pirate clothes. Looking at the headless creature, the man decided that now was not the time to worry about it, because the creatures continued to live even without a head. Baring his teeth, the protagonist thought that he had never heard of such monsters. Looking at them through his monocle, the guy noticed that they did not have a core, which meant it did not matter where to hit them, because the monsters did not have vital organs and they would not die anyway. Looking at the flow of mana, the young man was surprised to see some threads. Continuing to look at the mana, the boy decided to check how far these streams stretched. Looking up, Elpom saw a wall, behind which there was definitely something. The protagonist opened his eyes wide. In front of him, he saw Debo. Grabbing his head, the mage realized that he could no longer maintain the skill. Turning around, Geo shouted at the protagonist to finally gather his strength. A glow was visible from the portal. Making a surprised face, the pirate was surprised by what he saw. Minora was sliding down the wall. With his mouth wide open, the subordinate shouted the leader's name. Several shots hit the stalactite. Many stones began to fall to the ground. Turning his head, Kevin was glad that his girlfriend was not injured. Preparing to shoot, the girl asked him to step out of the way. The man, smiling, did not understand why his comrade was asking him about this. The monsters turned to the bright light. A shot of enormous power flew into the wall. The protagonist raised his head. The boy saw the hole that had formed. The shooter looked at what she had done. Kevin, disappearing into the fog, declared that Minora had almost killed him. Opening his mouth, the man asked what they should do now that their ammo was running low, to which the lady replied that she could shoot again if she used the remaining mana. Holding her shoulder, Elpom declared that she should not use the skill now as they would need it later. Putting his hand in his pocket, the boy thought about the fact that it was about 1 kilometer to Debo and declared that 3 minutes would be enough for him. Eating some pills, the mage declared that he could clear this gate in 3 minutes. The warrior shouted curses as he fought the monsters. Cutting down one enemy after another, the boy could not understand why they did not die since he was chopping off their heads. The monster grabbed the fighter by the neck. Opening his mouth, Debo began to choke. Ralph threw the creature back with a blow. The man bowed his head and told the boy to get to work. Ibiru yelled at them to die as he shot at the creatures. The monster grabbed the shooter's hand. The bullet from his gun hit a large stalactite. The stone fell on the monster. Hearing the praise for the accurate shot, the boy smiled. Cracks appeared in the floor. Some creature began to crawl out from under the ground. The monster's paw shook the earth. Debo, his mouth open, was furious that they would have to kill another enemy. Looking at the huge insect, the warrior scolded Ibiru for waking up the enemy. Looking at the monster, he thought about how the boy himself had just praised him. The monsters continued to attack. The pirates shot at the approaching opponents. Baring his teeth, Elpom thought that he did not want to exhaust himself like this, but he had no other choice. While creating waves of blue energy, the boy thought that it was too early to develop Kwa, and without preparation, it would only throw him off. Remembering how he hid from the monster, the mage thought about how he had to somehow wriggle out of it when he reached the 6th circle, because that was his limit. Imagining how he held a mana stone in his hand, the boy thought about how this object was a concentrated substance of the life force of monsters. Remembering the core of such a stone, the boy thought about converting it into mana. Sweating, the mage thought about how the core could theoretically restore mana, but the side effect would be a blast wave. Imagining how his heart absorbed mana, the boy hoped that the organ would withstand such a flow. Minora continued to shoot at the monsters. Hearing the praise from her comrade, she glanced sideways. A powerful stream of fire flew past the girl. The spell destroyed all the monsters in its path. Turning her head, the shooter asked how the main character was feeling. The girl opened her eyes wide, hearing the request to prepare a skill. Looking at her comrade, she could not understand what had happened to him. Kiri struck the creature. Having received a blow from a huge opponent, Ralph flew back. On his hand, he noticed mushrooms appearing on the wound. Grabbing a knife, the robber realized that this was the secret of the zombie mushroom. The man quickly cut off the infected piece of flesh. Applying healing, the fighter told his comrades to beware of the tentacle's strikes. Looking at the creature, it screamed that its attacks could turn them into zombies. Baring his teeth, Debo realized that this was all because of this monster. Looking at Kiri, the warrior decided that his comrades were starting to slow down. Looking at Ralph, the fighter realized that at this rate, they would all be killed. Making a dash, the boy declared that he would deal with the boss himself. Frowning, the boy thought that he had to do it. The warrior dodged all the enemy's attacks. The monster made another attack. The tentacle slammed the boy into the ground. Blood spurted from his mouth. The young man saw the boss swing for the finishing blow. Blood splattered in the air. Debo opened his eyes wide. The boy saw that Kiri had taken the blow. A cave was visible. Preparing to shoot, Minora listened to the words that she should focus on maintaining the skill, while Elpom would take care of the aim. Looking at the wall, the mage declared that it was necessary to break it. Looking at the pirates fighting off the crowds of enemies, the boy said that they only had one chance. Stretching out his hand, the boy suggested to begin. A huge bullet flew out of the girl's gun. The projectile was approaching the wall. The skill continued to move deeper. A long tunnel formed. The protagonist stretched out his hand, deciding that he needed to do it even faster. Elpom reinforced his partner's skill with his own. Sweating, the protagonist shouted for his girlfriend to not stop. Minora bared her teeth. The guy used a skill called a fire arrow. The arrows pushed the bullet. The projectile moved forward. Having fallen to the ground, the shooter shouted that he had run out of bullets. Standing with her back to the crowd of monsters, the girl heard a cry that she needed to get out of the way. Looking at the boss, Debo heard the scream of a robber. The guy bared his teeth. Using the monocle skill, the mage thought about the fact that the monsters without a core clouded his judgment. Following the flows of mana, the protagonist was sure that they must lead somewhere. Seeing the core of a huge creature, the boy realized that the immortal creatures were controlled by the owner of the core. The bullet pierced the wall. The monster opened its mouth. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted that their main target was the zombie master. An explosive missile tore the creature into pieces. The boss core hung in the air. A moment later, it burst. Debo looked up. Ralph opened his mouth. The zombies were approaching Minora. One of the monsters raised its arm to strike. A second later, its head exploded. The heads of the other creatures also began to explode. Smiling, Ibiru was glad that he survived. The boss's flesh fell to the ground. The pirate looked sideways at the protagonist. Clenching his fist, Elpom declared that the gate was passed. Remembering her parents, Minora thought that they were terrible people because they abandoned her. The girl, remembering how her friend covered her with her body, thought about how Lee protected orphans. Remembering her comrade, the pirate realized that she was her hero. Sitting in front of the sea, Lee said that it had been 10 years since the master accepted them, to which Minora replied that it seemed like it was only yesterday. Looking at her upset friend, the blonde girl realized that she had been scolded again. Looking at the floor, the girl said that it seemed to her as if the friends were starting to distance themselves. A moment later, Minora received a blow to the ear. Smiling, Lee said that confidence was her interlocutor's weak point, to which Minora replied that she asked her not to do that. Beaming with happiness, the first disciple Kairen advised her younger comrade not to rush because she would always be there. Looking at her body, Kiri was surprised that there was not a scratch left on her, to which Ralph said that it was thanks to his healing, because without this ability, everyone would have died long ago. Looking at the man, Debo did not take his words seriously. Looking ahead, Gio noticed something. As the group approached the rock, they couldn't believe their eyes. Mushrooms were growing out of the body. The corpse was holding a gun. Looking at the dead body, Minora realized it was Lee. The pirate turned her head away. Frowning, the knight noticed that the dead girl was tied to the rock, and the bandit assumed that she did this before turning into one of those zombie mushrooms. A note was visible from the dead girl's pocket. Looking at the ropes, Minora read the note that the followers of the Dark Mage had returned. The pirate held her friend in her arms and read that the followers had infiltrated deep into the ranks of Nautilus. Looking at the note, the girl read her name. Feeling the gaze of her comrades, the lady read that half of her group turned out to be traitors and it was unclear how many more were hiding among them. Looking at the dead girl's weapon, Minora looked at the note that said not to trust anyone. Seeing the apology for her sister's failure to keep her promise, the pirate began to cry. There were many corpses lying in front of the gate. Holding a knife in his hand, the Dark Mage's follower was surprised that their comrades were late. Frowning, one of the group members reasoned that if Cadril took the Shard of Night, then the enemies had no chance. One of the followers was shot in the chest. Hearing the sound of many cannon shots, the mage's subordinates realized that they were ambushed. One of the masked men shouted that Kairen should be at the meeting. Pointing a gun at the villain, the pirate leader said that they felt what it was like to be attacked from behind. Looking at the corpses of the enemies, Murat said that all 46 followers were killed. Approaching the chief, the man advised her not to worry because the protagonist would definitely protect her. Frowning, the woman said that she would not forgive herself if Minora did not return. There was a bright flash. The head pirate jumped up. She saw the bloody body of her first student. Making a sad face, Minora turned to the teacher. The lady opened her eyes wide. Murat opened his mouth in surprise. Lowering her head, the girl said that she had returned her sister. Looking at the floor, Kairen was glad about this. The girls closed their eyes. Standing in front of the girl with the corpse in her arms, the woman was glad that they were both here. A burning torch was visible. Several boats were standing near a large ship. Making a surprised face, Debo could not believe how many people were here, to which Kiri assumed that all the members of Nautilus were present. Looking at the burning body, the girl added that it was not surprising because this was the funeral of the Eagle Eye. Minora looked into the distance. Turning his head, the warrior inquired about where the boss could be. Many boats were sailing in front of the ship. There was an empty bottle on the floor. The protagonist greedily drank the potion. Walking next to the mage, the pirate queen said that the deal's requirements were too complicated, to which the boy replied that it was absolutely necessary. Opening her mouth, the girl said that she couldn't ask for so many mana potions, since they had become very valuable after the method for making them was lost. Standing opposite her, the protagonist explained that only Nautilus had the resources for this matter. Raising his hand, the boy heard a question about why he was helping since the deal was completed, to which he replied that they could continue to cooperate. Frowning, Kairen said that she didn't trust the boy, to which he offered to make another deal and asked for 2 items from the treasury. Using his monocle, Elpom promised that he would find every member of the cult on board. Taking the potion in his hands, the young man complained that even a second life is not easy. Minora looked at the floor. Entering the room, Gio asked the boss what she was thinking about. Closing her eyes, the girl said that she was thinking about nothing. Smiling, the man advised her to join the protagonist's team. Looking at the surprised girl, the subordinate said that he did not want to eavesdrop on their conversation with Elpom. Remembering how he heard the conversation between the 2 comrades, Gio asked if the mage offered to join their squad, to which Minora replied that it was empty talk. Opening his mouth, the man reminded that this time everything ended well only because the protagonist helped them. Clenching his fist, the pirate said that he wanted revenge as much as his leader. Imagining the face of the young man, Gio was sure that he could be trusted. Smiling widely, he promised that he would protect their home. Making a surprised face, Minora addressed him by name. The girl smiled. Opening her mouth, the lady doubted that her subordinate had enough strength for this, to which the man shouted that she ruined the moment. A river in a dense forest was visible. An oar pushed the boat forward. Kairen stood at the head of the ship. The protagonist looked ahead. They sailed to a large gate. Several guns were aimed at them from the walls. The torch lit up with a blue flame. The pirate queen raised the torch above her head. The gears began to tighten the chains. A few seconds later, the gate was opened. The guy opened his eyes wide. Looking at the room with a pile of gold, the protagonist realized that these were Kairen's treasures. Following his companion, Elpom asked her if she could tell him about these things, to which she replied that no pirate talks about the value of their treasures. Frowning, the woman reminded him that she had promised to give only 2 items. Looking at the mountain of gold, the young man's attention was drawn to the onyx dragon staff and the Dominator pendant. Taking the Archangel Ring of Dawn in his hands, the boy could not believe his eyes. The magician turned his gaze to the side. Noticing this, the girl thought that he had made his choice. Extending his hand, the young man decided that this was what he really needed. The guy remembered the burning city, in which after the Day of Judgment, the followers came out of the shadows, and among them was the one who exterminated the Allied troops on the front lines. The protagonist introduced a traitor named Rick. The young man remembered how the scoundrel wounded him and betrayed everyone at a decisive moment. A fatal blow was dealt to the Alliance forces. Baring his teeth, the protagonist remembered that because of the symbol of terror that Rick used, he lost many comrades. Putting on the bracelet, the boy said that this was his first choice. Frowning, Kairen was surprised by the choice of an ally because this accessory does not match his elemental attribute. Elpom took a step forward. The maid's gaze fell on the shiny object. Looking at the ring, the young man thought that he did not feel any energy from it. The young man stretched out his hand and found it suspicious that a simple ring could be lying here. The decoration began to move. The magician's eyes widened. Looking at the guest, the mistress of the treasury asked what was going on. Looking at the strange ring, the protagonist explained that it had put itself on his finger. The pirate queen, with her eyes wide open, realized what kind of ring it was. Standing in front of the protagonist, the girl asked him to choose something else since this accessory was in her temporary storage. Hearing the words that the guy agreed to choose something else, the woman opened her mouth. Looking at the frowning lady, Elpom asked him what to do. Yanking the decoration, the magician said that it was not removed. Kneeling, Bijou reported that the issue with Goldrich was resolved. Opening her mouth, the dark magician asked her what about the protagonist. Trembling with fear, the girl asked for forgiveness. Hearing that they had failed, the master hit the servant. The man's eyes widened and he shouted that they had failed even with the Night Shard. The villain made an angry face and said that this was the last chance for the henchwoman because if she failed, she would die. Minora picked up her backpack from the floor. The girl went out the door. Looking at her dead friend's gun, she said that they would be together now. Smiling, Gio noticed that the team was already leaving them, to which Debo replied that they would come again if they had the chance. Remembering how Ralph had beaten him for 4 million, the man thought that he was a crazy gambler. Smiling, the warrior asked the boss if it was okay to leave, to which he heard an affirmative answer. Someone was running quickly along the road. Sliding on the ground, the girl told her comrades to wait. The fighter looked at his new companion in surprise. Looking at his leader smiling, Debo could not believe what was happening. Beaming with happiness, the new team member asked where her place was. Breathing heavily, the warrior ran away. Turning to look at his comrade, the fugitive advised him not to turn around. Looking ahead, someone said that this could not continue. Seeing sharp stakes on the ceiling, the guy shouted that their target was there. Standing near the wall, the man shouted that he was activating it. Smiling, the young man pulled the lever. A second later, his body was cut in half. Turning around, the boy addressed the wounded man. The gate slammed in front of his face. Baring his teeth, the guy told his comrade to leave quickly. Looking at the rider, the legless warrior said that he must survive. Hearing the words of the magician that he had returned, Ebis blushed. The man slammed his fist on the table, shouting that it was too cocky to come here empty-handed, to which Elpom replied that the situation was an emergency, so he was lucky to have survived. Looking at the falling papers, the protagonist suggested raising the stakes. Looking at the boss, the young man told them that Minera, nicknamed Golden Eye, had joined them. Looking ahead, the boy thought about how he couldn't reveal all of his plans to them yet. Imagining the silhouette of the Dark Overlord, the young man thought that if Gappa unleashed a full-scale war, their team would never reach the followers. Closing his eyes, the leader of the group promised that it wouldn't take long. Crossing his arms, Ralph expressed his displeasure that his share would decrease again due to the new team member. Extending his hand, Debo stated that they now have more experienced fighters, and also reminded that Elpom is the leader, to which the robber responded that their leader has not yet been determined. Putting the cup on the table, the magician offered everyone who has a claim to the place of the leader to prove their right with fighting skills. Bowing his head, the young man promised that he is ready to give a chance at any time. The man bared his teeth. From behind the door, Ralph's words were heard that he is unhappy with the fact that he was deprived of part of the money. Leaning on the table, the protagonist said that he must go to one place, so training is cancelled for today. Looking at his teammates, the strangers were unhappy that they went in different directions. Holding a sword in his hands, the masked fighter was irritated that their opponents do not even think about them. Looking at the leaving robber, the group of killers decided to split up. Crossing her arms, the pirate queen assumed that the ring itself chose its owner. Sweating, the woman thought that the ring already had an owner. Closing her eyes, the lady agreed to leave the accessory to the hero. Seeing the owner of the jewelry, the protagonist remembered Kairen's words that he should ask permission to leave it himself. Looking at the girl, Elpom asked if it was her ring. Looking at the open door, the stranger heard the words that the young man was there to ask permission. Showing his hand, the magician explained that the ring was stuck and would not come off. The lady's eyes widened. Looking at the ring, the lady was surprised that the young man could not take it off. The woman exhaled. Looking at the young man, the woman said that she could not give the ring back since its owner was currently absent, to which the guy asked to bring him because he did not even know how to use this accessory. Hearing the words of the interlocutor that it was just in time, the boy opened his mouth. Bowing her head, the adventurer asked him for one request. Imagining her comrade named Pierre in danger, the lady asked the protagonist to save him since he was the owner of the ring. On the Day of Judgment, many monsters began to hunt. The 6 heroes were humanity's hope for survival. Fried's successor named Evan put his hand to his mouth. The Fate Giver named Luminous frowned. The thief named Phantom and the Elf Queen named Mercedes looked ahead. The halberd hero named Aaron and the mysterious hero named Yunwal stood still. When the heroes gathered together, it meant the salvation of humanity. Luminous cast a spell. The monsters looked at the attacker. Squinting, the people became witnesses of what was happening. The boy opened his eyes wide. He saw the Fate Giver cast his most powerful spell. The people saw the miracles that the legendary heroes performed. With folded hands, the people hoped that this time the world would be saved. Items belonging to the heroes who had been caught in a time rift during the battle with the Dark Mage were visible. On the ground lay a torn flag belonging to the Alliance forces, who had not been able to buy enough time for the heroes to recover. Frowning, the new Alliance members decided that they needed to provide reliable shields that would protect the heroes from the followers. Looking ahead, the fighters wanted to become bait for the enemies. Imagining the banners of the different factions, the protagonist had a desire to unite them all into a powerful alliance. Imagining a battle with a huge dragon, the mage decided to change history forever. Smiling, Debo noticed how good the view was. The warrior saw many rocks. Looking away, the protagonist thought that there was something here. Holding the seals in his hands, the leader ordered his comrades to attach them to their bodies. Opening his mouth, the fighter with the axe stuck the paper to his chest. The seal began to glow. Blue energy began to emerge from the boy's body. Looking at the spread of this effect, Debo could not believe what was happening. Seeing that a gate appeared in front of the team, the young man said that it appeared out of nowhere. Opening her mouth, Minera realized that without magic, they would not have found the portal. Looking at the gate, Elpom realized that Per had found a way to track the hero's items. Looking at his hand, the protagonist realized that the accessory on his hand was also the legendary hero's item. Clenching his fists, the mage decided that he would definitely find this guy. A stone structure appeared over the abyss. Suddenly, a bright flash of light occurred. Smiling, Debo was glad that they passed the first gate in just 3 hours and asked if this was a new record. 3 animals ran along the ground, and the fighter exclaimed that it was easy, and those fire boars were no match for him, to which Kiri advised him to wash his face before bragging. Minora said that this was amazing, and didn't the guy say that until recently he had only had the first circle, to which he, closing his eyes, said that he was a genius, perhaps second only to the boss, and at this rate he would quickly reach the 3rd and 4th circles. Ralph frowned and muttered that the boy was very pleased with himself, to which he asked if his partner was scared. Elpom lowered his head and asked them not to rush, because contrary to popular belief, rapid development is not always beneficial, and his teammates did not understand how this was so. An insect appeared on a branch, and the protagonist explained that the development of a circle leads to a sharp change in all characteristics, and several such leaps in a short period of time can strain the body, so it is necessary to maintain a balance between development and physical capabilities, but otherwise, growth can slow down. Debo, his eyes widening in surprise, asked the protagonist again and noted that the boss recently developed his circle twice, which is quite quickly, to which he replied that he had no choice then, but it would be advisable to take a break for 2 months. Minora lowered the corners of her lips, thinking that the guy was talking as if he could develop the circle at any time. Clenching his jaw, the adventurer knew that before the regression he could not go beyond the 7th circle, and the constant dangers forced him to develop, but ironically, this led to some limitations. Clenching his hand into a fist, Elpom decided that now he knew the future and could not stop at the 6th circle, and if he raised the circle at the optimal time, he could develop to the 7th, and even to the 8th, which only heroes reach. Opening his mouth wide, Kiri asked if they had reached the secondary gate too quickly, and if there was someone they should have looked for, and if they had missed him. Grasping the rope with his fingers, the protagonist asked the girl not to worry because they had not missed anything. Putting a mask on his face, the protagonist said that he had already checked. Energy beams appeared, and Debo asked if the captain had put on that weird eye patch again, putting it on and taking it off, and if he could really find him like that, to which he replied that only while he was alive. A red glow appeared in the protagonist's eye, and the guy thought about it. Gritting his teeth, the young man said that there were hundreds, even thousands, and then said that they had guests. His partner asked him again, his eyes wide with fear. The adventurer looked back excitedly. Skeletons in armor moved towards them, and someone exclaimed what kind of monsters these were. The team of adventurers shouted that there were too many of them and decided to run away. Lowering her eyebrows, Minora shouted that they were skeletons, and bullets would not work against bones, and they were stuck. Kiri opened her mouth wide and said that first there were zombies, now there were skeletons, and asked if this was all they were going to fight. Ralph bared his teeth and shouted that there was nothing he could do. Opening his mouth wide, Pear asked everyone to duck. The control panel opened. Debo gritted his teeth as the monsters approached him. The relic hunter pulled the lever. The skeletons fell to the floor. Kiri fell into the abyss with the monsters. The eyes of the falling monster glowed brightly. Someone's foot stepped on the ground, and the person asked if it was an X-ray monocle and if they were crusader hunters. The guy exclaimed that they had finally arrived, to which the protagonist turned around, and the young man asked them to hurry. Holding his stomach, Pear asked for something to eat. The relic hunter collapsed to the floor, but no one understood what was happening. There was a piece of cloth hanging on the wall, and the young man said that he had figured out this place during his month of confinement and knew about the devices here and the behavior patterns of the skeletons. Holding a magic leaf in his hand, the young man said that he had no doubts about his skills as a scout. A magic portal formed behind the adventurers, and Per said that the problem was that the supplies had run out 5 days ago and there was no one to hunt, to which Debo became enthusiastically interested in the amulet and magic. The young man admitted that because of this he was on the verge of starvation, and Elpom, lowering his chin, said that he had a favor to ask of him. Eating a loaf of bread, the young man chomped and asked what the favor was, to which the interlocutor said that it did not matter and he could finish eating. Extending her hand forward, Myrna said that, whatever the case, it was good. The tower came into view and the girl said that since the boy had found the exit gate, they could return and there was no need to just strain themselves and defeat the boss. Sweat appeared on the neck of the relic hunter. The boy exclaimed that the team should wait, because this was not all and he had a favor to ask of them, to which they opened their mouths in alarm. Squeezing his eyes shut, Per asked them to be his protectors for just 3 days. The adventurer explained that he was looking for something, and if he simply left, it would mean that his comrades had died in vain, to which Ralph clenched his jaw. Torches were burning near the stone wall, and the boy said that he wanted to explore deeper, but did not know how to fight, and admitted that he would not succeed alone. The relic hunter bowed and said that this is why he needed their help, and if they gave him just 3 days, he would definitely find this thing, and they would receive a worthy reward. Elpom lowered his chin and asked how the young man was going to find in 3 days what he hadn't found in a month, and explained that they didn't have that much free time to waste. Peering at his interlocutor from under his hair, Per explained that it wasn't like that, and he simply hadn't checked the dangerous areas, adding that he had one place in mind. Ivok looked out the window and wondered if it had all started. Lowering his hands, the villain said that this time the protagonist wouldn't be able to escape. Suddenly, someone asked if the man was sure, to which he lowered his eyebrows in alarm. Turning around, he asked who it was. A moment later, his pupils shrank in fear. A huge spider appeared, declaring that he was disappointed in Ivok and thought he was useful, but in fact, he couldn't even handle a novice adventurer. The creature slid down the wall and asked how much longer the villain was going to disgrace himself, to which he shouted the name of Mr. Will. Closing his eyes, the man cried out that there was no room for excuses and was ready to accept any punishment, but the plan to kill the protagonist was already in action. A huge spider approached him, and Ivok asked to give him a chance to atone for his guilt. Waving his limb, Will asked if his subordinate would take responsibility. The villain was visible through the black glowing threads, and the spider decided to listen. A large moon illuminated the building, and the monster allowed him to tell what kind of plan he had there. The skeletons in armor moved forward. The eyes of one of them glowed brightly. Suddenly, a green energy beam cut off the monster's head. Many magical cartridges cut through the air. The evil spirits protected themselves with a shield from the projectile. At the same second, the skeletons rushed forward. A crowd of undead ran through the building. The lever moved with the help of magical energy. The monster turned around and saw the door behind him. A blue veil began to envelop the entire space. Holding the amulet in his hand, Debo exclaimed that this was excellent. The girls turned away, and their partner said that the road was blocked, so it would be easy, and Per noted that there was no time to relax. 2 passages appeared, one of which was open, and the adventurer explained that the device was not designed to completely block the paths, and if one passage was closed, another would open, and the monsters would quickly notice and find another loophole. Someone's leg was visible, and the adventurer said that then they needed to find what the relic hunter was looking for before the evil spirits found them. In front of him stood a huge stone knight, and the young man suggested that they look at it. The statue towered over the fighters, and Per said that it was an item of a legendary hero. Debo folded his arms, putting forward his own idea that he did not see anything resembling an item, and clarified whether his partner could be mistaken. Someone's boot stepped on the ground, and the protagonist noted that this place was clearly different from the others, after which an assumption was heard that if they looked around, they could find something. The adventurer wondered who built it, and the protagonist replied that no one knew, while Myron looked up, wondering if the statue would come to life. Kiri asked the boys to come to her mouth wide open in alarm. There were symbols engraved on the wall, and the girl said that she couldn't read them, but it seemed important. Putting her fingers to his chin, the relic hunter explained that it was some kind of riddle written in an ancient language, and perhaps a clue to the location of the object, and then decided to translate it. Looking at the sign, the boy began to read that to the sounds of an orchestra, behind a deep dark curtain, a shining artist appeared on the stage, eternally looking down on them, and those with a goal must follow his light. Pointing her finger at the large door, the pirate asked if it was important, adding that something was painted on it. There were several more passages like this in the wall, and Debo said that there was the same thing near him, and Ralph said the same. The symbols glowed brightly, and Per suggested that this could be a clue, and each drawing symbolized something, and some were intuitive, but others were a little more complicated. Closing his eyes, the relic seeker remembered that it was said to follow the light. The guy asked his partner to try pouring mana into the sun-shaped symbol, to which the adventurer, putting his palm to the door, clarified if this was how it should be done. A yellow glow appeared in the passage, and the young man exclaimed that they were opening. The fighter, opening his mouth in surprise, said that it was very simple. Suddenly, a stream of flame gushed from the door. Reaching out her hand, Kiri called out to her teammate. Smoke was coming out of the guy's hair. Ralph stuck out his tongue and laughed and shouted that the boy looked delicious, and the relic hunter muttered that it meant that it was not the sun, but something else, and he thought it was the sun, but he was wrong. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened and he understood everything. The boy shouted that it said that there was a dark curtain on the stage, so it was night, and the answer should be the moon, after which a symbol appeared on another door. Per stuck out his finger and said that this was logical, and this time he was sure of the answer, to which Ralph noted that this seemed to be true, and as expected, the adventurer is an expert. A moment later, the man began to cough due to a huge boulder rolling towards him. Raising his palms, the relic hunter promised that he would definitely not make a mistake now. The heroes stood in a circle and were silent. Frowning, Kiri assumed that choosing the wrong answer would activate a trap associated with the symbol. Debo scratched his head and said that it was clear, but he didn't know how to solve it at all. There was a rock symbol on one of the doors, and the guy said that there was something with rocks here. Looking at another passage, the young man didn't understand what this cross meant. A third entrance appeared, and the fighter said that the others were also incomprehensible, although lightning could be somehow connected with light. Ralph suggested that he press and find out, and the relic seeker's pupils noticeably decreased, but the adventurer cried out that he was not sure, and the man himself knew what would happen if they were wrong. The protagonist approached the guy and suggested that they could interpret the symbols incorrectly, and it would be safer to first solve the riddle and then find the corresponding sign. Putting his fingers to his chin, Elpom said that he thought that Per was thinking in the right direction, because the deep dark curtain on the stage was probably the night sky, and the sounds of the orchestra could mean crickets. The insect was sitting on a blade of grass, and the protagonist reasoned that since it said it looked down on them, it could be the moon, the stars, or the clouds, and since they were supposed to follow the light. The relic seeker's eyes widened and he exclaimed that it was the stars. The youth moved towards the door, and the adventurer continued to say that it said it looked down forever, so it couldn't be the moon since it changed according to its cycle, but the stars also moved, but they didn't disappear from the night sky. Per raised his hand and began to select a symbol. He placed his fingers on the door with a cross and decided that this was the correct one. Myrna's eyes widened in confusion as she realized that it was a star, not a cross. The youth placed his palm on the entrance. A magical glow began to illuminate his face, and he began to think about what would happen if they were right. The passage began to open. Closing his eyes, the relic hunter sighed in relief and said that fortunately they had thought of it. Ralph and Debo clenched their teeth in anger. Smiling, Per said that this was great and suggested that they all set off, then suggested that they simply go straight ahead. Suddenly, someone jumped up and asked if the boy was sure. The boy looked back in confusion. Bijou waved her weapon and said that they would take care of the rest then. The girl's blade cut through the air. The protagonist ran forward and held off the opponent's attack. The protagonist began to twirl his magic staff with his hands. Elpom struck his opponent, causing her to scream. Releasing a fire arrow, the boy declared that the girl was a rat. The villain's henchman's eyes widened in anger. Gritting his teeth, the boy realized that she had been caught. The representative of the trade union fell to the floor and lit up. The adventurer lowered the corners of his lips, surprised that his rival was using the teleportation skill. The girl was holding a click in her hands, and the protagonist exclaimed her name in his mind. Suddenly, someone ran down the hallway. Debo clenched his teeth in alarm and cried out in displeasure. Looking at the approaching enemies, the guy did not understand who the hell they were. People in black robes surrounded the adventurer team. The contents with long swords appeared, and the fighter did not understand what to do. The girl put her hands to her head and asked if it was worth waiting a little longer before attacking, because they needed this heroic item to make up for their past misdeeds. Grinning, the swordswoman decided that they would figure it out somehow. Per asked what was going on, since they shouldn't have been able to find the entrance to the gate because of the illusion talisman, to which the protagonist, clenching his jaw, admitted that he was sure that no one would be able to track them. A shadow appeared behind the adventurer, and the man clarified that even Elpom hadn't expected something like this, and it seemed to him that they had a lot of questions. The silhouette began to attack and suggested that they ask him. The protagonist turned around worriedly. The opponent struck, and the protagonist coughed loudly. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. The guy opened his mouth wide and began spitting out blood. Debo, confused, opened his mouth and asked what the enemy was doing. A sharp knuckle duster appeared on the man's hand, and he asked if he could see. Ralph, smiling maliciously, explained that he was making money. Light was on in the windows of a small house. Gritting his teeth, the bandit grinned and said that it was his precious. Opening the suitcase with treasures, the adventurer said that he lived for them. Suddenly, the man turned around, hearing a knock on the door. The hoodlum from the slums abruptly closed the place where the wealth was stored, after which he quickly put the table back in place. Approaching the door, Ralph asked who was there so late. Opening his mouth wide, the man clarified why they had come, because they were supposed to be on night watch. The guy looked at him through his glasses and asked him to watch his language, because they were not his lackeys, and then said that someone wanted to see him. Hearing this, the bandit frowned. Closing his eyes, the hoodlum asked what he got out of it, and the newcomer could tell them to get lost, after which he clarified who they were to call him like a dog. Someone's leg appeared, and the woman explained that it was her. Ralph lowered his eyebrows in fear, not understanding what was happening. The man realized that it was a representative of the Kania trade union, and the girl smiled and asked if they wanted to chat. Thierry frowned angrily and said that their partner was a bastard. The bandit moved his hand to the side and mockingly said that he was scared, and then asked not to look at him like that. Debo's pupils noticeably shrank, and the guy clarified that this bastard had betrayed them for a couple of papers. The slum bully closed his eyes and asked the boy who he thought he was, since even the Gopper guards who had defected to Kania had been promised 3 times their original salary. The protagonist landed on the floor, and Ralph turned to him and told him that a whopping 100 million miso was on his head. Blood was pouring out of the protagonist's mouth. The thug laughed, opening his mouth wide, and asked how he could refuse that. Suddenly, Myrna fired several fire spheres at him. The masked man rushed forward, and someone shouted for them to stop talking. The adventurers waited for an attack, and the thug shouted for his subordinates to catch them all. The girl loomed over Kiri and apologized. The leader of the cadets, her eyes wide with alarm, asked if they had decided that everything would be as they wanted. The opponent bared her teeth and answered in the affirmative. The girl swung her sword, to which the opponent said that she had learned to wield 2 swords in the Cygnus order, but the habit of using her right hand for strong blows had not gone away. The villainess crouched down to the floor and said that if you understand the manner of the enemy's attacks, dodging will not be difficult at all. Gritting his teeth, Debo fought the evil spirits, and the girl said that he is strong in one-on-one duels, but often makes mistakes when fighting several opponents. Taking hold of the hilt of the katana, the adventurer said that she knows everything about this team, after which she said that it is better for them to just resign themselves and accept their death. Myrna fired a pistol and shouted for the followers to disappear. The masked men deflected the bullets with their blades. Bijou appeared behind the pirate, who said that this was expected of Kairen's disciple. The girl quickly moved her hand back and began to release the clip. Suddenly, an iron chain appeared near her neck. The villain's minion pulled her towards herself and noticed that only the enemy was wrong. The metal shackles began to cut Myrna's skin. At the same second, the chain broke and the pirate began to fall. Frowning in anger, the representative of the trade union called out to Ralph and asked if he could move. Clenching his hand into a fist, the man clarified whether the girl thought Elpom was so easy to defeat, after which he told her that he broke his ribs during the first attack, so he would not last long. The relic seeker put his hand to his stomach. Suddenly, blood began to fly out of his body. Opening his mouth wide, Debo called out to him. Kiri frowned and cried out in displeasure that it was a curse. Traces of blue magic began to appear in the air. The man in the mask was flying straight at her and did not understand what it was. The followers pierced the amulet with the blade of the sword and exclaimed that it was a fake. At the other end of the room, Per stood and shouted at the blockheads that he was there. Putting his hand on the door, the youth asked if they wanted to know what it was and assumed that he himself could guess. The symbol on the entrance glowed brightly. The opponents cautiously leaned back. The gears of the mechanism began to turn. Seeing this, Bijou frowned in anger. The villainess opened her mouth in alarm and said that she had a bad feeling about this. When suddenly all their subordinates began to fall into the abyss. The followers fell to the very bottom. The pupils of the villain under the mask noticeably decreased. They fell lower and screamed loudly. Opening her mouth wide, Kiri shouted for Debo to look at what was down there, but he did not understand what it was. Openings appeared in the walls, and the leader of the cadets exclaimed that they needed to go there. The girl extended her hand to the side, asking Myrna to hold on. Her partner grabbed the boy by the cloak and called out to him. Swinging his halberd, the boy asked her to hold on tighter. At that very moment, the adventurer thrust the tip of the weapon into the stone wall. The heroes hung in the air and screamed loudly. The boy held tightly to the handle of his halberd. The adventurers fell down, holding onto each other, and the boy shouted that the pirate could begin. The girl swung near one of the openings. Suddenly, the tip of the weapon jumped out of the wall. Myrna landed on the floor and pulled the others with her. Kiri pressed herself to the ground and sighed heavily. The girl raised her head in fear. The mechanism began to work in the opposite direction. The space above began to close. The fighters moved forward, and one of them assumed that this was a labyrinth since there were forks everywhere, and there was a possibility that it was connected to other places. Looking away, the cadet leader said that there were several entrances in the rock, so they most likely led here too. The girl said that if they were lucky, they could meet Elpom, to which Myrna, looking up, replied that most likely they would not, since they could run into followers at any moment. Suddenly, the pirate stepped on a moving plate on the floor. Metal bars fell right from the ceiling. The cage separated Kiri from her partners. Sitting in the cell, the adventurers wondered if they were stuck. Grabbing the bars with her hands, the cadet captain asked what the hell was going on and screamed that Debo was an idiot, to which he asked why him first. The chain mechanism began to work again. The huge wall moved. The young man threw his hands back and exclaimed that the walls were closing in. Kiri swung her sword, using the sunstroke ability. Lowering her eyebrows, the girl shouted that it was a curse. Grinning, the adventurer said that this grate was protected by some unknown energy. Putting the gun in front of her, Myrna asked everyone to get out of the way. Then the flames approached the walls of the cage, and the girl used the explosive bullet skill. The iron bars began to bend to one side. The flames enveloped the grate. Suddenly, a powerful explosion occurred. Myrna closed her eyes and clarified whether it worked, because it should have. The girl looked at the bars and was surprised that there was not a single scratch on them. Pressing her back against the wall, the pirate exclaimed that the walls were almost closed. Small fragments of stones began to fall down. Gritting her teeth, Kiri exclaimed in displeasure. The adventurer placed his palm on the bricks. Debo opened his mouth wide and screamed loudly. The huge walls behind the bars almost met. The cadet captain's eyes widened in surprise. The girl called out to her partner, who was trying to hold the trap with his arms outstretched. The boy grinned evilly and said that they wouldn't die that easily. Myrna braced her feet against the wall and asked Kiri to do something because she wasn't ready to meet Lee yet. The girl closed her eyes and thought she knew it, but she didn't understand what to do. Sweat dripped down the boy's nose and he said that everything was going wrong again, to which the girls asked him again. Debo lowered his head and said that he hadn't forgotten the time Kiri almost died instead of him and couldn't live with such a burden, so he decided to save her next time, but it didn't work out again, to which the girl asked if he still remembered. The adventurer exclaimed that it couldn't be helped and decided to give up, then smiled and said that he would let the girl take on the role of a tough guy again and asked if she would save him again. The sunlight was visible on Kiri's cheek, and the adventurer wondered how this crazy guy could joke like that. The leader of the cadets wrapped her fingers around the handle of her weapon. With her mouth wide open, she asked her partners to be patient for a little while longer. Looking at the spinning gears, the girl shouted that since the iron bars were protected by some kind of aura, it meant that the mechanism was powered by mana, and there must be a device nearby that supplied mana, so the fighters should hold on until she destroyed the power source. Kiri started running and screamed that Debo should not think of dying until he repaid her for that time. There were holes in the wall. The masked men were rushing forward. Some of them flew close to the ground. Holding on to the protagonist, Per asked what was wrong with them, as they were terrifying killing machines, while Elpom used the spell to summon a chariot. Seeing the wall, the relic seeker began to realize that it was a dead end. Hiding in the magical haze, the youth did not understand what was wrong with this place. With his mouth wide open, the boy shouted that they needed to stop and take a time out. The protagonist grabbed his magic staff with his hand. A moment later, a fire arrow pierced the enemy's body. Lowering his chin, the adventurer exhaled heavily. Lowering his eyebrows, Ralph exclaimed that he warned them not to underestimate them. Bijou frowned and said that they were finished anyway even if they escaped. Suddenly, the tip of a fire arrow appeared above the girl's head. A moment later, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. Looking away, the man said that it was cool and asked if she was going to die without paying him. With a wave of his hand, the masked creature launched the blade forward. Per protected himself with a protective talisman and screamed loudly. The ring on his opponent's finger began to emit a purple glow. The shuriken near the relic seeker's head began to break into pieces. Suddenly, someone grabbed the guy by the collar, causing him to cough. An explosion of purple energy occurred. The protagonist was dragging his partner along, who was screaming that his neck hurt. At that very second, Elpom let go of the young man, and he fell. The evil spirits in black robes were approaching the protagonist. The adventurer looked at them, closing his eyes. A fiery projectile from the magic staff pierced the creature's stomach. Another opponent launched several blades forward. A shuriken flew right in front of the guy's face. Putting his hand forward, the guy stopped his arrow and created an explosion. He was quickly surrounded by a large number of opponents. With one blow, the young man killed several opponents. The protagonist opened his mouth in anger. The protagonist lowered the magic staff down. The eyes of the man under the mask noticeably shrank, and he thought that there was a monster in front of him. Kiri lowered her head in front of the energy source. Closing her eye, the girl asked if this was what they needed. A magic crystal appeared, and the cadet captain said that even if not, there was nothing to be done. As she passed the tall columns, the adventurer wondered if it was feeding the entire building with mana. Suddenly, the girl frowned and screamed. Kiri saw the core below and was surprised at how huge the source was, and it was definitely it, so if she destroyed it, she could save Debo and Minera. Smiling, Lee exclaimed in surprise. The girl looked back. The follower waved her hand and released a stream of the fifth form of Dawn Moon. After that, the rival used more all-destroying flashes, and Kiri began to cough up blood. The cadet captain fell into her arms. The villainess smiled widely and said that she was very lucky, and decided to kill the adventurer, and the two would die after her. The leader of the follower lit up, and she said that the swordswoman was also the weakest here. The girl gritted her teeth, and the rival exclaimed that everything was going very well. Rising to her feet, the leader of the cadets asked the parasite to leave, as she had no time for her, to which she replied that she could not leave, and she had a name. Smiling, the villainess asked if they would like to chat. Taking hold of the hilt of her sword, the adventurer used the Rising Sun ability and asked her opponent to stop talking, as she had no time for her. Putting her palm to the bag with weapons, the girl said that her opponent was very stubborn. Using the terrible Blade Storm skill, the villainess shouted that Kiri could prepare for death. Fending off the attack, the leader of the cadets did not understand where all these swords came from. One of the blades dissolved into thin air, and the girl began to understand that some of them were an illusion. The adventurer reflected the sword flying at her in the opposite direction. The blades began to fall to the ground. Gritting her teeth, the swordswoman realized that things were bad and could not tell the difference. A thin red thread appeared from Lai's hand. The sharp weapon flew behind Kiri. The girl parried it with her attack and was surprised to be hit from behind. The villainess spread her fingers, controlling the blades. Frowning, the adventurer wondered about her rival changing the trajectory, and whether this was telekinesis, and then realized that she was not getting any better by the hour. Bright threads glowed, and the swordswoman began to understand what it was. The follower threw the sword at the girl. Suddenly, Kiri flew back. Lai's eyes were hidden by her hair. The girl clamped the blade of the weapon with her hand. The threads connected the weapons, and the adventurer realized that this was not telekinesis, and her rival was using invisible threads. Grasping one of them with her fingers, the swordswoman decided that she would speak in other words. After untying the weapon from the threads, the girl thought about beating them back, when suddenly a loud scream was heard. The villainess grabbed the hilt of the sword and asked if this was what her rival was waiting to hear. Bloody wounds appeared on Kiri's body from 100 destructive blades. Lee lifted the threads with her shoes. The girl launched a magical funnel from the flow of the dawn moon of the sixth form. The rival began to cough up blood after the ability Beautiful Sorrow. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred. The swordswoman was sitting on her invisible threads. She walked along them and said that as she thought, her rival was very weak. But it was not too late for her to escape, after which she clarified if she could try it. The villainess asked if her pride would allow it, while the adventurer was pressed into the wall. Lee called the first and last name of her rival, to which she bared her teeth viciously. A device that gave out mana appeared, and the follower noted that her family was high status, and probably grew up spoiled to the point of horror since she, so precious, was sent to such a dangerous place. Blood was running down the girl's chin, and Kiri muttered that her rival knew nothing about her. Putting her palm to her face, the swordswoman apologized and asked her not to be angry, otherwise she would be covered in wrinkles. Grasping the handle of the weapon with her fingers, the villainess asked if the adventurer knew that in the Maple world, only those who were lucky enough to be born into the right families achieve something. Kiri covered one eye, and the rival continued to ask about how it was somehow unfair, because all the benefits of the world with a snap of the fingers are simply by birthright. Her eyes lit up, and Leia declared that the swordswoman was a nobody. In the past, Kiri fell to the floor and screamed. The girl's eyes widened in alarm when she was told to know her place. The girl with gray hair frowned and declared that Kiri was a damn upstart. Standing on the strings, Lee noted that her rival's squad was good, and everyone in it was talented, as if selected, except for one person. Smiling, the villainess said that the swordswoman had no experience like Ralph, no skill like Myrna, no talent like Debo, no mystery like Elpom, just pathetic, to which she clarified, so what? Anxiously opening her mouth, the follower asked her rival again. Taking a step forward, the girl admitted that she was weak and unable to live up to the expectations of her teacher. Taking hold of her jacket, Kiri added that she could not live up to the expectations of either her parents or her comrades in arms. Taking off her clothes, the adventurer said that this did not mean that her opponent was stronger than her. Lee's jaw dropped in fear, hearing that the girl suggested attacking her because she said that she had no time for fooling around. Taking out a weapon from behind her back, the villainess laughed and repeated that the swordswoman was indeed stubborn, and then said that Madame Nonentity should know her place. The girl straightened her fingers, on which the threads were tied. At the same second, the blades began to be pulled out of the ground. A moment later, sharp blades flew towards Kiri. The adventurer's eyes widened in fear. Using the spell of the falling moon, the girl attacked her opponent with shards of stone in response. At that moment, each blade of the sword was covered with moonstones. Gritting her teeth, Lee did not understand what kind of skill this was because she was seeing it for the first time. The red threads began to break, and the villainess was frightened when she saw this. With her mouth wide open, the follower shouted that her rival was only capable of cheap tricks. Smiling, the girl again used her swordsmanship ability and launched 100 destructive blades. The adventurer's eyes widened sharply in fear. In the past, the boy asked her if she really thought so. The young man continued to ask if the girl meant that the knightly order accepted her because of her high-status family, to which she remained silent, folding her hands behind her back. Placing her palm on the table, the warrior explained that there are people who are not able to see the true value of the treasure. Little Kiri's pupils widened with delight, and the elder asked her not to adjust to the standards of others and not to drive herself into a framework. Stroking the girl on the head, the knight explained that as soon as she understood the meaning of these words, and as soon as she began to trust herself, she would become stronger than anyone in the world. The swordswoman repelled her rival's attack. Lee's eyes widened in fear, not understanding how she was doing it. Pulling her hand back, the villainess wondered how her rival was keeping up with her. A bright magical trail from Kiri's sword appeared in the air. Her hair was fluttering. Gritting her teeth, the follower screamed, "How dare the girl do this?" and used the ability all-destroying flash. Looking away, the swordswoman was surprised that her rival dodged. The adventurer turned upside down, and it was said that she was capable of not only incinerating her opponents, and the power that was hidden in her was like the vast universe. Red and blue energy was visible in the girl's eyes, which meant the unity of the moon and the sun. Suddenly, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. The villainess looked up in alarm. Striking one after another, the swordswoman approached her rival. Using the skill Swift Dash, Kiri appeared in front of her. The moonstone was torn to pieces. Running along the wall, the adventurer told the teacher that she seemed to finally understand what he wanted to tell her. Pushing off the ground with her foot, the swordswoman said that who she wanted to become does not limit herself. Looking at her shadow, the girl admitted that perhaps she realized this too late. Broken iron bars lay on the floor, and she decided that she would still believe. The wounded girl approached her partners. Debo closed his eyes, and she realized that she would believe in her friends. Kiri smiled widely in response and decided that she would believe in herself. The masked entities rushed down the corridor. One of them raised his hand and shouted that the adventurers were rats, and then ordered everyone to find them. The protective amulet began to emit a glow. Crossing his elbows, Per asked how long these cheap tricks would last. The protagonist lowered his head, and the relic seeker clarified that, more importantly, Elpom would be okay. The pupils of the man under the mask noticeably shrank, and the evil spirit cried out that they had nowhere to run and then ordered them to be taken. With a wave of the magic staff, the protagonist struck down the enemy. Magic blades began to fly around Per, and the opponents exclaimed what they were doing and wanted to finish them off because they were only up against some pathetic runt, to which he asked what the enemy shouted. With his mouth wide open, the young man told his opponents not to underestimate him. A purple energy beam from the blow cut through the air. Grabbing the hilt of the weapon, the guy said that his opponents had better underestimate him. A fiery arrow flew past the relic seeker, piercing the bodies of his enemies. Lowering his head, the adventurer sighed loudly. Gritting her teeth, the girl noticed that Elpom looked lousy. At the same second, the young man's eyes widened in fear. Blood poured out of his mouth. With his mouth wide open, Per loudly called out for his partner. The protagonist held his palm in front of Biju's face, to which she exclaimed in bewilderment. The guy grinned angrily and began to cast a spell. A moment later, there was a powerful explosion. Frowning, Ivok's minion said that the enemy was just wasting time. Suddenly, her pupils noticeably shrank from anxiety. The girl fell to the floor and did not understand whether the adventurer had disappeared. Lowering his eyebrows, Ralph said that his partner was already annoying him, although she said that she would easily catch him, to which she said that there was nothing to worry about. Turning around, the representative of the trade union noticed that she had already grabbed him with her teeth. A large drop of blood splashed on the floor. Raising his palm to the guy, Per clarified whether he was okay. Opening his mouth wide, the relic seeker exclaimed whether it was poison. Rushing forward, Biju explained that Elpom would not last long, 40 minutes at most. The girl grinned evilly and said that poison was an extremely deadly thing, condemning the victim to a painful death even from one blow. The henchwoman said that their enemy would not go far, to which Ralph, lowering the corners of his lips, remained silent. Having flown into one of the passages, the representative of the trade union suggested that everyone split up and ordered the others to find him. The protagonist's mouth was stained with blood. The partners walked along the corridor, and Per admitted that such problems were not expected, and then added that he should not have asked the adventurers for help. Looking away, the young man apologized. Lowering his head, the protagonist told the guy not to apologize because it was not his fault, after which he said that if he could not suppress this skill, he would have become a corpse long ago. A magic blade appeared, and the adventurer realized that teleportation this time was not a trick, as it was with the twins. Opening his mouth, Elpom said that he would now deal with Biju, and told the relic seeker to do his job, to which he asked him again. Raising his head up, the young man sighed in surprise. There was a forked slab above, and the guy said that it was the ceiling. Standing in front of another puzzle, Per noted that it was a device that should open it. A labyrinth appeared, and the relic seeker said that if he put everything together correctly, mana would flow along the paths and activate the device. Pipes with energy were visible below. Putting his palm on the stone slab, the young man asked his partner to hold on and promised to try not to delay. The guy began to rearrange the pieces of the puzzle. Leaning his back against the wall, the protagonist said that his partner could take his time. The mask on his eye sparkled brightly, and the protagonist said that he also had things to do. A projection of various structures appeared in the room. The monsters quickly ran down the hallway. Ralph, with his mouth wide open, ordered everyone to take Elpom alive and he would kill him himself. The masked man raised his head and asked why they would follow his orders. The man turned around and said that if they were not satisfied with something, they should have gone with their leader. Suddenly, a bright flash of light appeared. The bandit frowned, not understanding what was happening. A fire arrow was flying straight at him. The projectile struck Biju's subordinate, and Ralph exclaimed that it was impossible. The trajectory of the fire arrow was visible on the hologram, and the bandit shouted that he could not see where it was coming from. The man's eyes widened, wondering if it was an X-ray monocle. The projectile's route appeared, and the slum hoodlum realized that he had them all in the palm of his hand. The fire arrow was heading straight for the man. The flame stopped at his face. An explosion mark appeared on the floor, and Per exclaimed that everything was ready. The assembled puzzle began to glow. Smiling, the relic hunter said that he had done everything, and now the mana would power everything. Energy flowed through the pipes, and the young man noted that he only needed to wait a little. The protagonist sat with his jaw dropped. Clenching his hands into fists, his partner shouted for Elpom to wake up. The moonstone shattered into pieces. Gritting his teeth, the relic hunter did not understand what was wrong with this thing. Extending his dirty hand forward, the young man wondered if the flow of mana had been interrupted. Suddenly, Ralph put his hand on Per's shoulder and said that the boy was caught. Suddenly, the magic stone exploded into many fragments. A moment later, water began to ooze from the walls. Debo scratched the back of his head and asked if they heard something from behind. The boys turned around abruptly and looked at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, a huge amount of water began to overtake them, which surprised the team. The guy fell off his feet and did not understand what was happening. The shockwave dragged him along with it, and he screamed loudly. From afar, many streams of water could be seen flowing down. Bijou, looking out from around the corner, wondered where the sound was coming from and added that they needed to hurry, but she did not know where Ralph was, and suddenly words were heard that her grumbling could be heard a kilometer away. A man's leg appeared, and he said that the water was flooding the entire passage and would soon get here. The girl lowered her eyebrows and said that he was smug and thought that he had already escaped. The gentleman held the boys and, hearing that he was quite strong, replied that he had had a hard time. Uncle was asked where all the people were, and he explained that they had died, but they had brought some benefit, so at least it was something good. To which the member of the trade union clarified whether everyone had died, and received a counter question whether she cared about them. The fighter frowned menacingly and explained that he had done his job, so he was waiting for the second part of the payment, and would hand over the main character only after that. Taking out a bag of money, Bijou asked if he was still alive, and she was told that he was alive, and asked that if he had killed him, there would have been no deal. The banknotes fell sharply to the ground, and the girl exclaimed that he had a bad character, but that was why she trusted him. The bag lay on the floor, and she explained that it was 100 million, as agreed. Suddenly, two guys quickly flew forward, and Ralph said that he should have it, adding that it was a glorious deal. A dagger appeared, brightly illuminating the air. The member of the trade union, smiling maliciously, said that this was too boring an end for the one who caused a lot of trouble for Kenya, and added that it was all for the sake of the dark mage. Elpom's clothes were stained with blood. Bijou, opening her mouth wide, exclaimed that it was all for her Lord Ivok. Unexpectedly, the protagonist dodged several powerful blows. The girl, opening her jaw, continued to rejoice. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. Noticing the warrior in the helmet, she could not understand what was happening. Suddenly, Ralph rushed towards her, his eyes bulging. Ivok's minion menacingly lowered her eyebrows and called him a bastard. She waved her daggers and shouted that she should not have trusted such a man. A fiery arrow was visible near her. A moment later, there were many attacks that left a bright trace behind them, and Bijou thought that she and Elpom were in cahoots and dared to deceive them. Baring her teeth, the girl muttered that enough time had passed for the poison to spread throughout the body, and since that was the case, she just needed to make sure that he was dead. An unusual flash was visible in the distance. Suddenly, a fiery projectile quickly rushed forward, and the member of the trade union thanked the guy for getting out and making her job easier. An unusual blue aura was visible. The protagonist stood behind the enemy, and his weapon burned with a bright flame. A second later, a magic arrow appeared near him. The protagonist sharply frowned. Bijou, through the sweat on her face, wondered how this happened. Suddenly, a powerful explosion was heard. The shockwave sent rocks flying in all directions. Ralph clenched his fist and asked the fighters to be calm. Per and Elpom were surrounded by thick smoke. In the distance, a girl's silhouette could be seen, saying that it would take a lot of effort. Raising the corners of her lips, she asked the man if he wouldn't do anything for money. The warrior closed one eye and replied that it was true, but if she won, the world would end. Torches on the columns illuminated the room, and Ralph continued that everything he had earned through backbreaking labor would turn into pieces of paper, and asked if she thought he needed that. The protagonist menacingly pulled back his bowstring, and the man exclaimed that his alliance with her was only part of his and the boss's plan. A memory appeared in which Bijou brandished her blades, and Ralph explained that he knew the girl would want to hire an assassin. It was seen how the protagonist held back the blow with the help of his staff, and the warrior added that as soon as she laid eyes on him, everything was predetermined. The member of the trade union, looking forward, asked if he had attacked Elpom to mislead her. The fighter, opening his jaw menacingly, asked if she knew who he was, and explained that there was no better healer in the entire Maple world, and also whether she thought he couldn't handle this scratch. It seemed like a green aura surrounded the hand of the protagonist's partner. Per, looking forward through the thick fog, heard that it was time to stop talking. Ralph clenched his jaw tightly and said that thanks to her, he became 100 million richer and she was left alone. Bijou lowered her eyebrows angrily. A moment later, the girl swung her blades. A purple glow appeared around her, and she muttered that he would regret this. After some time, it seemed like Kiri was falling into the depths of the water. Suddenly, fingers touched her body. The girl abruptly opened her eyes. The swordswoman floated up, and Debo asked if she was alive. Lady Minora, with her mouth wide open, asked what had happened. The guy raised the corners of his lips and replied that, whatever the case, the situation was terrible. A deep hole in the cave was visible, and it was heard that water was pouring from all the cracks, and in less than half an hour everything would be flooded. Kiri, her eyes bulging, was perplexed. The guys looked at the ceiling and exclaimed that their only exit was hidden behind it. A large flask appeared, around which magic stones were scattered, and the girl explained that she had destroyed the source of energy, so there was no way to open the passage. Minora suddenly turned around and was very surprised. A moment later, she put her elbows out and covered herself from a powerful splash of water. Debo scratched his eyes and asked what now. The guy abruptly turned his gaze upward. It was visible how the stone hand suddenly began to move. A bright light appeared. The young man, looking at the huge monster, wondered if this block was moving. In the past, Bijou opened her mouth wide in bewilderment. Her dagger was covered in drops of blood. The houses around her were burning brightly, and the girl said that the enemy should burn in hell. Someone's leg was visible, and he said that the enemy did not even deserve hell, and this was the price for the sins committed. Ewok approached the member of the trade union and said that those whose hands were stained with blood also did not have to count on a better outcome. The wooden roof began to collapse, and it was heard that her revenge was complete. Bodies were visible lying on the ground. The man's hair was flying in the wind, and he said that this was promised. Bijou sighed heavily. Ewok, opening his mouth, exclaimed that now her life belongs to him. Suddenly, the girl jumped up. Elpom and his partner waited for the blow with the corners of their lips raised. Suddenly, their heads flew apart. The member of the trade union bared her teeth menacingly. Many men ran towards her, and she realized that this was a cloning technique. Bijou threw her blade and muttered that most illusions were not dangerous. The protagonist dealt a strong blow with his staff, and the girl thought that the problem was that it was impossible to determine the real ones. Per, looking at the deadly carnage, shouted for them to stop since he could not continue for long. Elpom swung his weapon. Suddenly, his eye glowed red. A moment later, fire arrows caught up with the enemy. A powerful explosion was heard, from which the boy tried to hide. The relic seeker raised his elbow. Looking back, he exclaimed that they were caught. Suddenly, the young man pushed Bijou and asked if she thought so. The girl opened her mouth wide. Per smiled and said that it was great, because they were indistinguishable. Ralph tried to punch her and asked what had happened to her because she was so self-confident. The member of the trade union was able to parry the attack and threw a dagger. The man dodged it and left. The opponent grabbed the iron chain. Suddenly, the chain surrounded the master's neck, which made him confused. There was an unusual aura around him, and Bijou said that they would not give it to her so easily. The girl began to pull her uncle. Many scars appeared on his neck. A moment later, the iron chains broke. Ralph coughed up blood. The member of the trade union frowned and rudely responded to her opponents. The man began to smile widely. Elpom calmly looked straight ahead. Bijou shouted that he was first, and Per rushed from his place and replied that it was not so. The protagonist's palms glowed with a blue aura. The girl quickly fought off the attack. A magic staff swirled above her. The relic seeker sighed heavily through the sweat on his face. He muttered that they were real monsters, and many magical marks from the blows were visible. Ralph sharply extended his fist. It seemed like the protagonist was menacingly fighting the enemy. Suddenly, the man pushed the girl with his elbow. Suddenly, her pupils turned white. A dark flash suddenly appeared. A magical wave hit the gentleman, who screamed in pain. Per was able to catch the falling boss. A powerful splash of blood was visible. Bijou, holding his hand, exclaimed that she would finish them all off at any cost. A moment later, sounds came from the cave. The girl's eyes suddenly bulged. Suddenly, a strong splash of water was heard. The wave quickly filled the room. The protagonist's team began to drown. Ralph grabbed the pillar and realized that the time had come. The member of the trade union was swimming in the depths. Suddenly, her eyes glowed purple. She abruptly cut the man with her blade. The master, with his jaw open, was perplexed. Bijou narrowed her pupils and muttered that she would kill them all. It seemed as if the uncle looked back. Suddenly, the opponent pierced him in the back. Ralph's body was covered in blood stains. A powerful surge of energy was visible in the water. The protagonist, with his mouth wide open, called out to his partner. The waves moved quickly. Blood stains floated under the water. Bijou menacingly pulled out a knife. The man fought with her, trying to strike her in the stomach. Suddenly, he clenched his fist. The girl quickly swam away from him. The master grabbed his chest and realized that it was poison. He looked back sharply. Ralph, holding out his hand, tried to hold back the blow. The dagger pierced her through. A second later, the man pulled out a bright cross. A powerful energy suddenly illuminated the entire room. Bijou narrowed her eyes and did not understand anything. She turned her head and dodged the attack. Looking at the warrior, the girl wondered if the healing ability worked as an antidote and whether he had cured Elpom. Uncle abruptly turned back. The girl tried to hit him with a dagger. The fighter was surrounded by a magical shell, to which the opponent wondered if it was a protective barrier. A moment later, a fist approached her face. Bijou bent down and dodged the onslaught. It seemed as if Ralph spread his fingers. The girl suddenly bared her teeth. The man tried to grab her. The member of the trade union suddenly rushed from her place. The warrior smiled broadly and apologized to her. While in a protective shell, Uncle said that it was hard to ignore her bragging. Suddenly, the opponent clenched her jaw and used a teleportation artifact. The fighter jumped up and shouted that it was time to end this. He suddenly extended his fist forward. The girl was hit by a magical shell. Ralph opened his mouth wide and asked if she knew that it was useless. The man moved quickly in the water. He pushed his opponent and asked her if she understood. Suddenly, Bijou began to cough up blood. The gentleman punched her and said that every time she disappeared, she appeared behind him. The warrior lowered his eyebrows and said that it was fun. Suddenly, the girl pierced the protective shell with a dagger. A powerful surge of dark energy appeared. Ralph bared his teeth in pain. The member of the trade union, raising her weapon, menacingly exclaimed that it was really fun. A moment later, her hand split into two parts. The adventurer narrowed her pupils in bewilderment. An unusual aura appeared in the water. Elpom held out his fire staff. The warrior clenched his fist and asked what she was looking at. Bijou opened her jaw in anticipation of the blow. She flew sharply into the wall, breaking concrete beams behind her. The girl hit hard and screamed in pain. Her magical artifact began to crack. A moment later, it broke into small pieces. The member of the trade union bared her teeth and muttered that she had lost to the darkness and would no longer be able to follow Ewok's orders at this rate. The adventurer suddenly rushed forward and realized that she had to finish no matter what. The protagonist was seen holding onto the fire staff. Suddenly, a powerful projectile flew towards the opponent. The dark force tried to hold back the attack. Bijou, in a magical aura, stretched her hand up. Frowning fiercely, she muttered that they could not be allowed to get out alive, even if she had to sacrifice herself. Taking out a sharp knife, the girl added that she would kill them all. A bright flame was visible. The magical fragment suddenly exploded. The adventurer clenched the dagger in her teeth. The member of the trade union's eyes bulged, thinking that it was for Ewok. Suddenly, her pupils narrowed. A bright flame swirled around the protagonist. Pulling the bowstring, Elpom said that he had one more arrow left. The protagonist fired a fiery projectile at his opponent. It seemed like the powerful projectile was catching up with Bijou. The girl's eyes widened in bewilderment. The member of the trade union remembered the face of her leader. The lord, holding out his palm, said that she was a good girl. The adventurer's jaw opened in satisfaction. She tried to reach for her master's hand. It was visible how Bijou, through tears, begged him to forgive her. A moment later, a bright flash was heard in the sky. Drops of water suddenly splashed. The girl's dagger stuck into the stone wall. It seemed like a huge wave rose up. A huge monster appeared in the water. Minera, flying above it, used an explosive bullet. Lowering her eyebrows, the lady asked how such a monster managed to fly. A powerful surge of energy was visible. A bright fiery explosion was heard. The adventurer, her mouth wide open, exclaimed that this was great. Suddenly, the monster swung its sword at her. The weapon hit the ground. Suddenly, water splashed up. The axe that Debo was holding appeared. The guy grabbed his partner, to which she thanked him. The stone weapon broke and fell down. The body of the monster glowed with an unusual aura. Suddenly, the tip of the sword appeared. A magical seal appeared behind Kiri. A wave of water suddenly hit the enemy. The girl, opening her jaw, shouted that defeating him was not a priority. The ceiling of the room was visible, and it was heard that they needed a new source of energy to open the passage, and this was their only chance. Minera, firing a cannon, answered that she understood her. Bullets hit the body of the monster. Suddenly, Debo threw himself on his head, and it was heard that they needed his mana stone. The young man smiled widely. The team attacked the enemy, and Kiri shouted to make sure they did not damage him, adding that they needed to destroy the armor first. Suddenly, the monster's eye began to shine brightly. The warrior's foot was stuck in his head. Holding onto the axe, the guy wondered if he had recovered and realized that he was stuck. The enemy began to shake his head. After a moment, the monster extended his palm. The fighter, baring his teeth, said that he was holding him tightly. The swordswoman opened her jaw and warned Debo of the danger. The young man looked sharply to the side. The warrior used a magical shell that quickly surrounded him. The guy looked angrily at the enemy. Ralph, grinning, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. A bright magical flash appeared. The man jumped back, holding his partner. Debo, bulging his eyes, called him a traitor. The gentleman lowered his gaze and clarified how he could say such a thing to him. A sharp splash of water was seen, and the guy asked him to stop talking nonsense. Suddenly, a fire staff appeared. Suddenly, a fiery projectile flew at the back of the monster. The girls flew to the side from the shock wave, and Kiri wondered if it was a fire arrow. The silhouette of the protagonist was visible, and it was heard that he knew that he would survive. It seemed like the protagonist was holding the staff. Debo opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they should not break the mana stone. Suddenly, Elpom's eye glowed red. The protagonist looked at the enemy as if it were a diagram. The protagonist noticed the magic stone in his body. The leader, spreading his fingers, said that he understood and asked his partner to hold on tighter. The guy sharply squeezed his axe. Raising the weapon, the young man shouted that it was moving on its own. Flying high, the warrior exclaimed to the boss that they would crash like this. Minora lowered her eyebrows and said that she understood perfectly. It was obvious that the fighter was quickly rushing downwards, which made him confused. Kiri opened her mouth wide and yelled for him to move forward. Milady repeated her ally's words through the sweat on her face. Debo clenched his jaw and asked if he was the main character this time. His axe lit up brightly and the boy yelled for them to rely on him. The young man delivered an explosive blow. The warrior smiled contentedly. Suddenly, he pierced the enemy's body and said that he had found a magic stone. The fighter quickly rushed towards the artifact. The monster's rift suddenly restored. The monster's eyes glowed blue. Ralph bared his teeth and asked the enemy how his partner tasted to him. Suddenly, the man began to spin. Hardly clenching his fist, the gentleman exclaimed that if he had already swallowed it, then he should spit it out. A moment later, a powerful explosion was heard. The monster's body began to crack. All its limbs fell apart. The fighter hit the enemy hard. Suddenly, Debo got out of the monster's body. Holding a magical artifact in his hands, he said that there was one less problem. A second later, the guy landed on the ground. The monster's eyes suddenly went out. It was visible how its limbs were no longer recovering. The enemy could not stand on his feet. His head rushed down. Kerr sharply opened his jaw. The guy, looking at his partner, exclaimed that things were bad because the water was rising very quickly, to which he added that it had almost reached the ceiling. Debo, lowering his eyebrows, explained that they should not worry and wait a little because he would be here soon. It was visible how the entire room was flooded. Elpom was floating between concrete columns. His head was in a protective shell. Raising the corners of his lips, the protagonist thought that less than 3 minutes were left and hoped that he would not be late. Noticing the unusual pattern, the protagonist realized that the mechanism was already in place and the ceiling would open as soon as energy was supplied. The guy's eye suddenly lit up and he realized that there was no time to think. Looking into the tunnel, Elpom thought that he needed to find the shortest route. The protagonist rushed into the dark depths. It seemed like Ralph, sighing heavily, said that almost everything was already underwater. The man, moving his legs, exclaimed that everyone should get ready to hold their breath. Minora opened her jaw and began to count. The guys, closing their mouths, found themselves immersed in water. The protagonist clenched his jaw and realized that he would not have time. Swimming near the wall, the guy thought that this route would take at least 5 minutes and realized that there was only one left. The young man lowered himself to the ground. A huge flask was visible, and Elpom decided that he would make his own way. An unusual artifact was in the water. Suddenly, the protagonist's hand was surrounded by magical power. The protagonist stretched out his palm and muttered that there would only be one chance. A moment later, the guy spread his fingers. The young man used a fire sphere that broke through the concrete wall. You could see how the stones flew in different directions. A bright flash was visible in the distance. Elpom took out a magic item. A second later, the protagonist threw it forward. The mana stone rushed down. The artifact suddenly glowed with unusual energy. Its design began to emit bright rays. The unusual object glowed with powerful energy. A moment later, it split into many fragments. The protagonist watched what was happening through the hole. A blue beam appeared. It began to rush in different directions. The magical glow bounced off the walls. You could see how the diagram suddenly lit up. It seemed like the gears were moving. The guys, holding their breath, looked up. Suddenly, the ceiling began to move apart. The team abruptly opened their mouths and began to breathe. Debo sighed heavily and said that he thought they were going to die. The adventurers climbed out of the water and said that they were fed up with this place. Minora looked at the stone knight and asked if the statue would move, to which Per replied that he had no idea that there were such monsters here. The guy turned around and wondered where their boss was. An unusual silhouette appeared in the water. Elpom was clenching his jaw tightly. The protagonist was trying to get out of the water. In the distance, he noticed a bright light. The protagonist continued to swim quickly. Suddenly, the guy opened his mouth wide. He stretched his hand towards the light. His eyes began to close. The young man sank into the depths of the cave. Suddenly, Minora rushed to him. The girl grabbed his face. She laid her head on the boss. Suddenly, it seemed like Elisa smiled and asked if he had shouldered everything on himself again. Elpom's eyes bulged in bewilderment. Lying on the grass, the protagonist recognized the place where he was. A moment later, the protagonist noticed his old partners. Jaden, with his jaw open, told him to rest if it was too hard. The girl, looking down, said that he should not overexert himself because he had tried hard. The guy raised the corners of his lips and realized that these were memories from the past. The young man smiled contentedly. Closing his eyes, Elpom exclaimed that everything was fine because he had made them a promise. After some time, it was possible to see the guys standing near the protagonist. His pupils widened sharply. Minora opened her mouth in fear. The protagonist, clenching his fist, asked what had happened and whether she had saved him. Debo, grinning contentedly, said that he had already begun to worry because he had not come to his senses for a very long time. The guy, looking at his palm, explained that it seemed that his body was fine, and Ralph said to thank his healing spell. The young man narrowed his eyes in bewilderment. Milady, lowering her eyebrows, heard the question of whether something was wrong and answered that everything was fine. A dark corridor was visible, and Debo asked if they had planned all of this. A leg appeared, and he was told that they had improvised most of it. The boy, sweat on his face, exclaimed that they could have at least warned him, to which Ralph said that in order to deceive an enemy, you first need to deceive your allies, so he was able to deceive the boy with his excellent acting. Elpom, lifting the corners of his lips, clarified whether it seemed to him or whether the first attack was personal, and the man said that there was no time for idle chatter, and they had better hurry. They asked the gentleman why he needed a corpse, to which the warrior explained that he would find a use for it, and also that it was time to fulfill his promise. Suddenly, Pr's eyes widened in surprise. The relic seeker abruptly rushed from his place, and the boy did not understand what had happened. In the distance, an unusual object was visible, and it was heard that he had found it. Kiri looked down in surprise. Looking at the bright glow, the girl asked if this was the hero's item. The guys, standing around the artifact, could not understand if this was the real thing. Per, smiling broadly, exclaimed that it looked exactly as described in the legends, and added that this was the key to the Phantom's vault. A guy appeared, holding a magic staff in his hand, and the Seeker explained that he was the greatest thief of the Maple World, and before the regression he had heard that his vault contained incredible things, and they thought that this necklace was the key. The young man, taking the artifact, thanked the guys. Suddenly, a stone flew at his head. Unexpectedly, the room began to collapse quickly. Ralph, opening his jaw, was perplexed. Debo, spreading his fingers, was scared. The Seeker abruptly rushed from his place and shouted at the guys to run. The team was seen to quickly run away, and the young man was asked why he had just grabbed him without thinking, to which he apologized. The room continued to collapse, and the adventurers shouted that they needed to get into the tower because there was an exit that should be open. The warrior, greatly surprised, lowered his eyebrows. Many skeletons in armor appeared, and the guys forgot about them. Ralph, clenching his fist, shouted that it was his turn now. Suddenly, a bright seal appeared, which incinerated the monsters. The magical glow released a powerful wave. The evil spirits began to crumble into pieces. The guys were seen to quickly run away, and the man was asked why he had not used it earlier, to which he replied that it took a lot of mana, and he charges 500 per person for it. Suddenly, the mouth of an animal appeared. The dark guard was riding a horse. Per looked back and shouted what they should do now and asked the master to use the skill again. The fighter frowned and shouted for him to shut up and run, since he could only use it once, and Debo said that it was useless. The terrible knight pulled out his weapon. Suddenly, someone stepped on the floor, which suddenly collapsed. Minora's eyes widened in confusion. The team quickly flew down into the abyss. An unusual blue glow appeared. Ralph grabbed all his partners and said that this was his last talisman and that there were no more. The hooves of a dark horse were visible. Suddenly, the guard jumped into the water and the adventurers were surprised that he could swim too. The protagonist called out to Kiri, to which she, opening her mouth wide, replied that she knew. The girl used her ability, from which many blocks of ice appeared. The boys shouted that this should slow down the monster, after which the monster suddenly got stuck. The dark guard opened his mouth and screamed loudly. Minora pulled out a cannon and shouted for him to be quiet. Suddenly, a fiery projectile rushed towards the enemy. A powerful explosion was heard behind the team. Per, looking back, warned the boss about the danger ahead. Elpom, squeezing his staff, answered that he saw. It was visible how the wall began to collapse. A moment later, the adventurers climbed through it, and it was heard that the tower could collapse. It seemed like the foundation of the building began to crack. The boys quickly flew down the stairs. Milady and Debo widened their eyes in bewilderment. An unusual glow appeared in the distance. The tower was quickly collapsing, and it was heard that they cannot stop and they must continue running, and one of them asked to jump at his signal. A second later, the team abruptly rushed down. Many boulders flew in different directions. Mr. Will appeared, saying that he could no longer feel Bijou's energy and thought that this was another failure. Ivok was visible under the web, and he replied that he had no excuses. Clenching his jaw, the man exclaimed that he would answer for this with his life. A dark building appeared at night, and words about responsibility were heard. The spider, raising its limb, explained that it could take his life at any moment. The villain lay on the floor, and the gentleman said that he wanted to show something, because the more spectators, the better. Ivok's pupils narrowed sharply in surprise. Strangers were visible in the darkness, and it was said that it was time to change players. After some time, Franco, lowering his head, said that there was still hope. The representative of the Goldrich Trade Union, looking ahead, said that since the gate was still active, the young master was most likely alive, and he was probably waiting for the rescue team in a secluded place. A small lamp illuminated the room, and the man continued that fortunately they were not at full strength, so they could send 6 more people, and he would gather the best people. The hair of the gentleman appeared, who simply remained silent. He suddenly banged on the table and said the name Jack. The events take us to the city. The hooded man standing in front of Cheryl told her that the team of the son of the richest man was filled with all sorts of items and elite bodyguards. Cheryl frowned. She assumed that this was the work of Kania, but she herself did not believe that they dared to attack the leading guild. Someone landed near the door. The girl turned around when the gate swung open. Her, opening the door, told the protagonist that he did not even know what this was, but even so, he would not leave it like this. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The hooded man stared at the newcomers in shock. Per stood by the door and told Elpom to wait here. Then he asked him why he refused to give him the ring at all. The protagonist replied saying that he simply could not give it to him. The girl clenched her fist. She recognized the voice of who had come to them. Tears welled up in her eyes. She was glad because Per had come to them. A sudden scream made her body tilt back with an impulse. Per angrily grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and told him to give him his ring already. Elpom, ignoring the guy, told Cheryl that he had brought their man, as promised. The girl smiled nervously. Newspapers were scattered along the streets. The newspapers told a story about the son of the richest man, and his face was on the leaflet itself. People walking along the streets were taken aback when they read that they could be paid 150 million for finding their son, and they could also participate in the raid. Debo took the newspaper in her hands and said that it really became the topic of discussion in the whole city. Tears streamed down Ralph's face when he said that his healer's instinct to save people was just boiling. Debo looked at him and said that it was more of a miser's instinct. Continuing to walk down the street, the guy asked Ralph what they were doing here. The man stopping walking. Standing in front of the gate, he told Debo that he would find out everything when they came in. Soon the door opened. A certain man was sitting with his feet up on the table. Debo entered the room and asked if this was the place. Ralph looked at the man and shouted at him, asking how much longer he was going to sleep. Gary's mouth involuntarily opened. The healer, smiling widely, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Gary stood up saying that he had already thought that his comrade had died a long time ago. Putting a dagger to the man's throat, Gary said that this was the first meeting since he robbed him. Debo narrowed his eyes sadly, not understanding what the healer had done again. Putting his hand in the bag, the healer said that he had reasons for this. Today he was here for another reason. Opening the bag of money, Ralph told the man to look at what he had brought. Gary pointed a dagger at him, calling him an asshole. A moment later, he suddenly hugged him, calling him brother. Debo, watching everything mentally, said that they were hopeless. When Ralph looked at the box covered with a cloth, Gary told him to just say what he needed. The healer smiled widely, asking if he had any enhancement scrolls. Gary tore the cloth off the box, saying that he had them. Debo pointed to the scrolls, saying that they looked like normal ones. Taking the scroll in his hand, Gary said that this item could increase the power of another item with a certain probability. For example, this scroll had a 100% success rate. The man frowned and closed his eyes when Ralph called his scroll trash. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Ralph, with a smile on his face, said that this was not what he came here for. Debo asked in confusion if a 100% chance was not a good one. The healer extended his finger, saying that the lower the success rate of the scroll, the more power it gave. If he was not going to use them several times, then he needed a scroll with a low probability of success to achieve the maximum result. Debo frowned, mentally calling Gary a swindler. The man himself raised his hand, saying that he would be happy to help, but he could not sell what they did not have. Looking at the scrolls, he said that the elite items now belonged to the military and were subject to regulation. Ralph turned away, saying that he had only come here in vain. Grinning, he said that he planned to buy about 50 pieces for 100 million. Gary's hand stopped the man. Gary grinned widely and said that they needed to let the people speak before making a decision. Archmage Fried, he was the Lord of Dragons, a dragon sorcerer. This magician in a red cloak had many names. The most famous nickname was the Master of Time Magic. The hands of a clock were clearly visible in his eye. 800 years ago, before the Dark Mage was sealed, he cursed the 6 heroes. The time of all the cursed heroes stopped at that moment. Only Fried, thanks to the sacrifice of the dragon Afrian with whom he made a pact, remained intact. Being alone, he wandered the world, looking for a way to break the seals of his comrades. But wandering around the world and the mountains, he did not find a solution and disappeared without a trace. Per frowned and said that there must have been some kind of agreement, and the ring was a trace that he left behind. The protagonist looked at the ring on his hand. The 3 people silently stared at each other. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. He had never understood why he was the one who was reborn after dying in battle. The protagonist found himself in a dungeon again. But how did Fried, a man who lived 800 years ago, do this? And even if he were alive, why did he not join them on that fateful day? Cheryl, standing next to the protagonist, said that she would stop doubting him since Fried chose him. But why did he oppose the followers? Elpom clenched his fist, saying that he could not tell in detail about his motives. Cheryl opened her lips wanting to say something, but the protagonist bowed his head and got ahead of her, saying that he wanted to save their people at a cost. The guy involuntarily imagined a group led by friends standing in front of him. The events take us to the forest. Kiri swung her sword, training. Sweat was running down her face. Debo approached her and asked if she was tired of doing the same thing every day, and he had searched for her too. The girl glanced at the forest, saying that she went to the master to discuss something. The guy clenched his teeth, feeling embarrassed. Looking at the girl sweetly wiping sweat, he said that he had a proposal for her. Scratching his head and looking away, Debo asked Kiri if she wanted to go somewhere with him. The events take us to the park, to the clock post. Debo looked at his watch, not understanding whether he was too early or Kiri was late. He turned around abruptly when he heard the girl's voice asking for forgiveness. The guy opened his eyes in amazement, saying that he had also just arrived here. While the girl's hair was fluttering in the wind, she said that Minra did not want to let go. Her lips parted when she said that Minra had said that she did not like this style. Adjusting her hair, the girl, dressed in a beautiful outfit, asked Debo why he was looking at her so strangely. Did she really look strange? The amazed guy said that everything was just fine. Something flashed in the bushes. Watching the couple leaving, someone told everyone to get ready because the targets began to move. Ralph looked at Minra with displeasure, asking her why he should care about the life of a young boy. Minra angrily told him to shut up, because it was very important to take care of the mental health of the team members. Debo meanwhile smiled along with Kiri, not suspecting anything. Yesterday, Minra splashed out a beer asking if it was that Debo. Kiri dodged the drink and asked who else it could be. Looking at the hall, she said that this week was his sister's birthday, and since he never chose gifts for his sister, he decided to ask her to help him. Minra smiled widely, saying that this was just an excuse. Kiri sighed, saying that she herself is not so good at choosing gifts, so it would be great if she went with them. Minra immediately became indignant, asking why she would go with them. Kiri sadly turned to her and said that she asked for help with choosing a gift. Looking at the counter, the girl told Kiri that she was hopeless. Putting on a knuckle duster, Debo asked Kiri how she liked this option. The girl extended her finger and said that it would be better to take a sword, and it was more suitable for beginners. So the couple continued to look at the shops. Debo looked around the market and asked if he should buy everything in that case. Kiri, looking around, said that she was nervous because she had never done anything like this before, but everything turned out to be much simpler. She joined the knightly order at a very young age and devoted all her attention to combat training, so she was not used to walking the streets without a weapon. Debo, hearing this, looked at her sadly. Pointing into the distance, he suggested looking at those stalls with explosives. Minra, hiding in one of the shops, cursed. She gritted her teeth and clenched her fist, calling the couple rookies. The guys on the roof ate popcorn, watching the couple. Debo pointed at another thing. Minra sighed, saying that one of them did not even realize his own feelings because it would take forever. Debo's sister suddenly appeared and said that this is why everyone calls him a fool. Ralph frowned in horror, looking at the girl, trying to understand how she could sneak up on him so silently. The girl herself smiled, saying that she hoped that her brother would not come home today. Looking at her brother and Kiri, the girl said that they looked great. Ralph closed his eyes, remembering his youth. Remembering how he hugged his beloved, he asked himself if they were the same. Minra waved her hand sharply. She continued to look at the couple and said that she was not interested in his past. Ralph screamed, saying that he had not even started talking. The protagonist, looking at the couple, said that they were just wasting time. The girl, closing her eyes, said that he had never been interested in such topics anyway. She turned around abruptly when the guy said that he had been in a relationship. Squinting, he said that this was the case now, but he had experience. Minra froze with her mouth open. Ralph felt depressed when Minra, who was standing next to him, asked the protagonist to tell him more about everything. Elpom closed his eyes and said that it was already in the past, and besides, she was already dead. He opened his eyes abruptly, realizing that the girl could be alive. Ralph frowned, feeling lonely. Debo's sister was watching them, and Minora was trying to get his story out of Elpom. The events take us to the evening city. Holding a box in his hand, Debo said that Dinah should like it. Turning around, Kiri said that he would go in that case. Debo suddenly called out to her, but immediately froze. He awkwardly scratched the back of his head, thanking Kiri. The girl's lips stretched into a smile. Adjusting her hair, she told him to let him know if he suddenly needed help with something like this again. Soon Debo came home. Dinah opened the door with a smile on her face and realized that nothing had happened in the end. At this time, the sorcerer was killing the guards in the tower. The priest trembled in horror looking at the sorcerer. The mark appeared in the air. A huge snake appeared near the sorcerer. It coiled around his body. Soon he entered the hall with the crystal. Looking at it sullenly, he said that he had finally found the stone of the hero fried, endowed with the power of time. The stone stood on the counter. Suddenly, the sorcerer's mana entangled it and it flew towards him. The man took the stone in his hand, saying that soon the dark magician's plan would be fulfilled. Suddenly, his pupils shrank to the size of a pea. Looking at the stone in his hand, he said that he did not feel any power in it. The snake around him raged along with the wind. The ceiling began to crack. The floor collapsed due to the power of the snake. The entire building was covered with cracks. The stone began to crack. The sorcerer realized that someone had already turned back time. Having destroyed the stone, the old man decided to find them. Events take us to the Goldrich Trade Union. In the square in front of the trade union building, adventurers who applied to join the trade union gathered. The guy with long red eyes told the opponent to give up because the difference in skills was too obvious. The man with a scar under his eye asked the young man if he wanted to settle everything here and now. Franco closed his eyes as he listened to his two acquaintances argue. His mustache returned to its original position when he decided to choose his partners wisely. The coffin was dragged along the ground. All the adventurers looked at the man carrying the coffin. Seeing the protagonist, everyone forgot about the coffin on his back. The owner of the Goldrich Trade Union was Goldrich himself. He was known as the richest man in the Maple world. Franco walked down the corridor. The guards standing at the door became wary. They opened the doors. Inside the hall, Goldrich was standing by the fountain. He frowned and turned around, asking Elpom if he was the adventurer from Gapper who was looking for him. Looking at the protagonist with the coffin on his back, he said that he thought they looked ridiculous in his eyes. Bowing, Elpom introduced himself. Goldrich looked at the fountain and told the guy to leave if he wanted him to let him participate in the rescue operation. Taking the coffin off his back, the guy said that he did not come today as a representative of Gapper. A moment later, the coffin fell to the floor. Goldrich frowned and told Elpom to leave immediately. The guy sat down and apologized for being rude. He opened the lid of the coffin. Goldrich frowned deeply and was surprised to see someone. Inside was a girl from another trade union. Standing next to the coffin, he was able to recognize Bijou. Franco stared at the head of the union in amazement. Goldrich stood in front of the coffin and asked if Gapper was planning to start a war. The protagonist frowned at the man and said that not only Gapper, but also the Goldrich Trade Union would also take part in it. The man opened his mouth saying that this was complete nonsense. Suddenly the door opened again. Michael entered and said that this also concerned him. Goldrich opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock. Not long before, Michael asked Kiri and the protagonist if they were sure. He crossed his arms and said that he could not believe that the followers still existed. The protagonist, who was standing opposite, said that they had infiltrated every corner of the Maple world. Michael thought about it, a bead of sweat running down his face. Now everything that had seemed strange made sense. He involuntarily looked at the flower in the pot, asking Elpom what he wanted. The protagonist raised his hand, saying that in 3 days, he would erase Kania from this world. He was going to burn their flag and crest. Michael crossed his arms and said that this was no longer a normal conflict between alliances, but a war against the followers. The protagonist wrapped his hand in mana. A moment later, he revealed a girl's tattoo. Goldrich recoiled and gritted his teeth in anger, realizing that the girl was a follower. Frowning and sweating heavily, the man tried to think about what was happening. Elpom raised his head and said that he had come here to make him an offer he couldn't refuse. In the evening, Debo raised a mug of beer. He was having fun and drinking. Minra approached Elpom and asked if it was worth it to have such a blast when there was an important battle tomorrow. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that a little rest wouldn't hurt anyone. Opening his eyes, he said that they had already done everything possible. Their weapons lying on the table had been improved. Before the fight, they should have rested, even the bodyguards, but they just held mugs in their hands. Ralph began to approach the protagonist and asked what they were whispering about. Hugging the guy, he asked him if they were dating. Elpom immediately hit him in the face. The man fell to the floor writhing in pain. Ralph, lying on the floor, said that he only wanted to defuse the situation. Minora, standing in front of him, said that he had better go and wash himself. Covering his nose, the man asked why he had joined the Jack rescue team if it was an obvious trap. Minora turned to the protagonist, saying that it would have been better to join the raid right away. Looking away, the guy said that he needed to find something. He had recently heard that Jack had gotten a map that could lead to Fried's inheritance. Closing his eyes, he mentally said that he could not allow the map to fall into the hands of his followers. The light in the bar was still on for a long time. At this time, the skull was pondering the information it had received about the protagonist. The young man was approaching him while he was saying that given Elpom's potential, he had a further opportunity to develop the circles. The guy bowed when the skull said that now all hope was on him. The young man with long bluish hair stepped back. He frowned and shouted at Royce, saying that he had promised him something completely different. Roth scratched his head, saying that yesterday the higher-ups suddenly decided to cancel the selection. The people gathered at the gate were indignant. Someone came to the clearing. Everyone turned around, hearing someone tell them to get out of the way. Franco, along with the protagonist and his team, came to the clearing. Royce frowned and asked Franco who these people were. The man closed his eyes and said that he just needed to accept it. Debo turned around with a smile on his face. The members of the other teams were angry and cursing. Minora stuck her tongue out at them before entering the gate. A bright flash of light filled his consciousness. A huge arch became visible after the flash of light. Destroyed pillars lay in the dungeon. Debo and Minora appeared inside and said that this was too banal. Debo, irritated, asked if the creators of the gate were tired of creating the same thing. Minora, looking around, told the guy to stop. The three looked around trying to figure out where Ralph and Kiri had gone. Ralph gritted his teeth and cursed. His hand wouldn't fit through the gate because it was full. He looked back and asked Franco if he had lied to them when he said 6 people could enter. The man stared at the gate in shock, saying that it was impossible. Kiri frowned and said that it was a trap. The events take us to the guy holding the prisoner in chains. He looked at the ceiling, asking how they would find those who had just entered. Mudria bowed her head and told him not to call her by name. Standing next to the guy, she told him that he was probably bored, but if all went according to plan, they would see the guests at the secondary gate. Suddenly, a minotaur appeared in front of them. A stream of air burst from its nostrils. The guy looked at Mudria when she said that she could handle it herself. The monster rushed to attack. A sphere appeared in front of Mudria. A bright light illuminated the monster. The shaft fell to the floor. The guy clutching the cane said that he saw this ability with his own eyes for the first time. Mudria, standing next to him, said that it would be much more interesting. In the Minotaur's eye, you could see the ghost of a soul. Minora frowned, saying that people from Kania had gotten here. Putting the artifact on his eye, the protagonist said that it would be very interesting. The artifact glowed brightly. Now Elpom could see through walls, but even so, he did not see either the followers or even the monsters. The protagonist frowned, not understanding what the followers were up to. The events take us to the trade union of Kania. The Knights of Cygnus arrived at Kania's headquarters. The people who saw them froze in amazement. The girl in the reception asked Kasim what the Knights of Cygnus were doing here. Kasim smiled and, closing his eyes, asked for forgiveness for the unexpected visit. Taking the brush in his hand, he said that he wanted to know if they were the ones who dropped it. A moment later, the 2 guys behind the girl were cut into pieces. Their weapons were thrown aside. A bloody blade was held to the girl's throat. Kasim, smiling, told the girl that if he resisted, he would consider her a follower. Blood splattered on the walls. People screamed in agony while their blood flowed. Heads flew off their shoulders. The Knights of Cygnus cut people up. While the knights killed everyone on the upper floor, Kasim slowly rose from the lower floor. Frowning, the captain asked his subordinate if he had lost his target. The guy standing in front of the monster said that most likely there was an information leak. The eye of the evil Kasim opened wide. He burst into the room, ordering them to find the escaped one. Will looked at the man and said that he gave him many chances. Was he offended? The man writhed in pain, enveloped in mana. Looking at Will through his fingers, he said that it was a great honor for him. He smiled widely, kneeling, and said that he was only too happy to offer this insignificant body to the Dark Mage. The knights pitched tents. They cordoned off the entire pier area. Ebis raised his hand and said that there were no escape routes now, so the remaining troops would provide them with additional support at the crossroads. Goldrich gritted his teeth, realizing that there was little left. The city was ablaze. At this time, in one of the houses, in the underground corridor, the monster opened its mouth wide. Michael cut the monster into pieces with one blow. The guy remained standing motionless while his cloak fluttered. The girl approached him and said that she could not believe that they grew something like this right under the port of Liss. Frowning, she said that the monsters were incredibly strong. Looking at the dead body of the monster, she said that if the Goldrich Alliance had not reported the information in time, there would have been many more victims. There was a crystal on the heads of the monsters. Michael leaned over to look at the monsters. He mentally agreed that each of them was surprisingly strong. Looking around, he thought, in such a huge room he did not see a single employee. The monster's paw stepped on a pool of blood. Closing his eyes, Michael said that they did not even let him think calmly. The monsters, opening their mouths, rushed at the groups. Events return us to the dungeon. The guy was shaking, sitting on his knees, saying that if the guards had not sacrificed themselves. Jack was crying, saying that he did not want to die. The protagonist stopped near the guy and told him that he had already informed the whole world about everything. Jack shuddered with fear when the protagonist asked him if he knew that his whining could be heard a mile away. Jack grabbed the sword. Elpom kicked the guy. Jack's sword flew to the side. The guy frowned and stared at the protagonist. Soon Minra and Debo appeared. Then Elpom told Jack not to worry because they came to save him. The protagonist threw something to Jack. Seeing the pendant, Jack immediately understood who it belonged to. He closed his eyes, barely holding back tears. Taking the pendant in his hands, the guy asked why there were so few of them. Elpom answered, saying that there were more than enough. Rubbing the pendant, Jack said that 3 people could not handle this. The artifact on the guy's eye activated. He carefully looked at Jack's energy but could not find anything. Something brightly flashed to the side. The protagonist immediately turned around, feeling a threat. Mana sickles cut through the tower. A huge number of warriors crawled out of hiding. Mana claws glowed while the killer looked at the ruins. Debo, holding a halberd in front of him, swore, saying that you need to have manners. The guy's leg hung from the pole. He asked, sitting at the top, what other manners were needed. The protagonist looked at the guy through the artifact. Seeing the amount of mana that burst out of the enemy, he realized that he was incredibly strong. The guy went down, saying that they did not look scared at all, and they did not seem like newbies. Enveloping his hand in mana, he said that he wanted to see how real Mr. Will's fears were. Will's web glowed. The spider himself stared into the distance with his eyes. Suddenly, an explosion occurred in the city. The guys angrily tried to understand what was happening. The door behind them lit up brightly. A moment later, explosions occurred throughout the city. A dark circle of mana opened on the floor. Michael, who found himself in the center of the circle, felt pressure. The guy opened his eyes wide and screamed, ordering him to step back. A second later, mana enveloped him. After a while, Michael landed. He found himself in a room without lighting. Someone stepped towards him. Michael perked up and straightened up, asking who was there. The man in dark armor smirked. A moment later, he came out to Michael, saying that this face should be more familiar to him. Rakan slammed the table. He stood at the head of the table and said that 3 teams had been completely wiped out and even the commander had disappeared. The guards standing outside heard Rakan announce the arrival of follower reinforcements. Goldrich frowned, realizing that they were being outdone. Looking at the map, he thought that they had a spy. Ebbis shouted, saying that they needed to change their plans. The guard outside raised his spear, telling the one who came to leave. His body was torn to pieces. Rakan saw this and flinched. Franco, standing near the table, said that it was too loud. He opened his mouth, telling everyone not to worry. The hand of the assassin crawled into the tent. Franco bared his teeth, saying that it would be over soon. The faction leaders gritted their teeth, realizing that they had been betrayed. The blade moved at high speed. The bodies of the dead fell to the ground. The survivors ran forward, passing by the corpses. Representatives of different factions fight on the battlefield. Kiri waved her hand, telling the civilians to follow her. When she turned away, a boy appeared behind her. Ralph hit the boy in the torso. The boy's body was thrown back. Ralph looked at Kiri with irritation, saying that he thought she was getting better. The girl narrowed her eyes and cursed. Her attacker was a child. Now he lay clutching his wound. Ralph narrowed his eyes and said that such are fanatics, they are consumed by blind faith. When they tried to recruit him, they promised that they would grant him all his wishes if he helped break the shackles of the Dark Mage, even if it meant turning back time. Kiri opened her eyes in shock upon hearing this. Ralph looked at the burning city and shouted, saying that there is no world in which such years would work out. If this magician is so omnipotent, he should not have been sealed. Looking at the child, the man said that they also skillfully use human weaknesses. Looking sadly at the child, he asked if there was a person in the world who would not want to return to the past. Capillaries appeared in Goldrich's eye due to anger. The warrior took the blade out of its sheath, standing in front of the 3 men. Franco stroked his mustache when Goldrich asked him why he was doing this. He answered by saying that his daughter left this world too early due to an accident, and they promised to return her. He then stood at her coffin. Pointing at Goldrich, he said that it was an honor for him to serve him. Abbas put on his brass knuckles, telling the 2 to step back. Rakan apologized and began to run away with Goldrich. Franco frowned, ordering to catch the escapees. The assassins immediately rushed forward. The knuckle duster on Ebbis's hand glowed brightly. He attacked in a second and killed all the opponents nearby. Franco's mouth opened in amazement. The 2 heads of the trade union had already fled far away. Ebbis lit a cigar, saying that it seemed like he was being underestimated. The man with multiple wounds on his body said that he should stretch his legs for a change. The protagonist asked the guy with a smirk if he thought he would scare him. Mudria suddenly appeared, saying that it seemed like she had not explained it clearly enough. The assassins knelt down. Mudria, walking forward, introduced herself as a martyr. Elpom froze in horror, realizing who had come to them. The martyrs were a secret squad of 100 chosen ones. Their identities were shrouded in mystery. The assassins stood up when Mudria told the protagonist that he had recently attracted the attention of very dangerous individuals. Debo, who was standing in front of the group, asked what she was even talking about. The three poured mana into their weapons. Debo immediately shouted, saying that it was time for them to stop talking and fight. The ball rolled forward, then Mudria said that they did not even notice that there were almost no monsters in the gate. Suddenly, the ball was enveloped in mana. Minora raised her gun in front of her, feeling a gust of wind. A stream of mana burst out of the cast iron ball. Like a tornado, the souls of the monsters began to spin. Debo gritted his teeth as he saw that the souls began to fly apart. Clumps of mana opened their mouths. Soon, a monster's foot stepped on the ground. Minora's pupil narrowed in shock. A Toramasi's was running straight towards them. The group members could not understand how such a huge number of monsters appeared, which surrounded them. Seeing the mana covering the monsters' heads, the protagonist said that they were under control. Debo barely managed to block the monster's attack. The protagonist turned around abruptly, telling Debo not to collide with the opponent's weapons. Suddenly, streams of electricity appeared near the guy. The stream of electricity hit Debo. He crashed into the wall at great speed. Blood spurted out of the guy's mouth. Minora frowned and screamed, calling Debo. The monster raised his spear and rushed at the guy. Debo gritted his teeth, not understanding what to do. A stream of fire pierced the monster through and through. Elpom stretched out his hand and said that he would sweep them all away at once. 4 feathers were covered in mana. The arrow of fire instantly increased in size. The monster's heads lit up brightly. A stream of fire pierced the pillar. The killers turned around and the unbelievers stared at the arrow. The protagonist waved his hand, taking the arrow under control. The fire arrow changed its trajectory, hitting all the targets around it. Minora, moving away from the flames, told Elpom to be careful. The fire swirled around the killers. A moment later, Minora covered her face with her hands because of the column of flames. The fire destroyed everything in its path. The guy smiled, his ring on his neck began to glow. Mana enveloped the ring and it tilted. A moment later, all the fire dispersed. Dust rose. Minora froze in shock, saying that this could not be. Several people stood unharmed on a hill. The guy with white hair stretched out his hand, asking if they really thought that he would just die here. A moment later, he waved his hand. Stones and boulders were enveloped in his mana. Debo's eye opened wide. Many boulders rose up. The protagonist frowned looking at this. The guy released the mana from his hand, saying that the real fight was about to begin. The city of Lys was burning in flames. Rakhan, running away, told Goldrich that the front line was already defeated. It would be better if they retreated. The man was indignant, saying that they needed to hold out a little longer. Looking at the clock on the pole, he said that they had a secret plan that even Franco did not know about. They only needed to hold out for half an hour. The clock hand moved. A pair of killers ran in the direction of the men. Goldrich stopped and cursed. Rakhan looked back sharply. There was also a group of enemies behind them. Sweating heavily, the head of Gapper suggested that they start implementing the second plan. He covered his head with his hand, saying that there would be no use if everyone died. Cold air blew past them. A moment later, ice crystals formed on the bodies of the killers. The killers turned around sharply, asking the newcomers who they were. Ralph grinned, activating the magic circle, and said that there was a promotion on their services right now. Rakhan smiled, recognizing the couple. Kiri and Ralph rushed straight towards the opponents. Kiri swung her blade, killing the enemy. Ralph deflected the kuni with his brass knuckles. The follower threw another group of kunai. Kiri easily deflected all the kunai and rushed at the enemy. Her hair glowed brightly when she used the unity of the moon and the sun. A moment later, she cut the enemy's head into pieces. The girl cut all her opponents at great speed. Rakhan and Goldrich stared in amazement at the fallen corpse. The couple told them, smiling, that they came because they saw that the followers were gathering here, and considering the urgency of the situation, they decided to collect later. His eyes turned into gold coins as he said that now he should tell them today's special price. Suddenly, the ground behind the group parted in 2 directions. A cave rose from under the ground. Someone came forward and asked if there were only minions here. Ralph stood up and said that it was not every day that he could see 3 leaders of famous unions in one place. Dark veins of mana ran down the man's face. Swinging his whip, the man said that he wanted to tear Elpom apart himself. Many boulders rushed forward. Debo jumped to the side with a scream. The protagonist stretched out his hand. He had never heard of anyone being so strong in telekinesis before. The guy himself, enveloping his hand in mana, asked if the rumors were false. Sending a huge baru of earth at the enemy, he asked Elpom if he wanted to lure him into a trap because he couldn't be that weak. The protagonist and Debo opened their mouths in horror. A moment later, the pillars hit the ground. A bright light passed through the smoke. A stream of flame burst out of the smoke. The flame destroyed all the stones and cobblestones on the way. The protagonist and his group climbed onto the artifact and said goodbye to everyone. The guy stood near the wise man and did not move. Debo smiled widely and happily. Suddenly, wings appeared in the air. Elpom frowned when he saw them. Right above them was a huge bat. A moment later, a powerful explosion occurred. Debo began to fall and curse. A huge hand suddenly grabbed him. The guy clenched his teeth trying to hold back the blood. The huge monster opened its mouth. Myrna, who fell to the ground, screamed, calling Debo. The protagonist formed 3 fiery arrows in anger. Suddenly, a mana sickle appeared. The sickle cut the 3 arrows at great speed. The arrows exploded in mid-air. A scythe appeared in the air. The guy who appeared above the protagonist said that he found the answer. His pupil dilated when he asked Elpom if he was afraid of him. A stream of mana crashed into the floor. Wall fragments fell to the floor, and dust rose. Minra frowned, examining her surroundings. Something pierced her at great speed. The girl crashed into a pillar. Mudria, standing with her leg raised, ordered the servants to deal with them. Minra gritted her teeth and stood up. 3 enemies appeared in front of her in an instant. The events take us to another part of the dungeon. Something rushed past the pillar at great speed and destroyed it. The huge monster left behind only flying stones. Debo was slammed into the ground. A huge monster with horns and the body of a gorilla roared. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.